Cool. Everything's good. Awesome. Okay.
It's you already got 30 votes. That's more than I've ever had on my damn shit.
It was 25, and I closed it by accident.
Okay, so 90% want to do the tier list, so we're gonna do the tier list.
Yes.
32 votes, 91% on yes.
Alrighty. Now, y'all gonna have to update me on the messages, because once I switch the tier list, I won't be able to see what anybody's
Don't worry about
saying.
it.
All good. You've got Alden and I both in chat. Actually, Alden, when you send a message, I'm gonna make you a standard one.
Alright, here we go.
Tier list videos.
Here's the tier list.
You can pop out the
I
chat
have
if you want
already created it, and it's ready to go. So as you can see, we got all the tiers. We got D, C, B, A, S, and Rambo. So
And before you
You're missing
do
a
it,
lot of
actually-
action movies in there.
well, no shit. We got 20. We came up with. Okay, so we started off with some rules about it where we didn't want to use the same actor more than once. So we only have because we didn't just want to fill it up with a bunch of Arnold Schwarzenegger roles.
This is every single Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, like it
that
would
one
it would
Christmas
literally
movie,
just be
here.
it would literally just be filled with Arnold Schwarzenegger and like Sylvester Stallone roles. So we limited it to one. So like we got John Wick in here, but we don't have Neo in here. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We could have done more. And also we didn't want to use up too much, because if we wanted to do something like this in the future with, say, I don't know, superheroes or something like that. Like
Neo be more
spy or spy.
Yeah, we didn't want to use up. So we tried to stick to as just like purely action heroes as possible. So that's what we ended up doing.
And yet the first guy
But
is a
before
comedy.
you do that, resize it on the stream. I think in your OBS. I think you gotta, because there's like a black bar on my.
Yeah, shift it to the left a little bit
Yeah,
and then zoom it
move it
in a
over.
little bit.
Like that?
Right.
Oh yeah.
How's that?
Yes.
No, on your OBS. Yeah.
On your OBS itself.
Oh, on my OBS.
Yeah, on your
Yeah.
OBS itself.
Oh, I
move
see it.
the
I see
screen
it.
over.
How's that?
Yeah.
Better?
It's gotta go. Yeah, it's more centered. Yeah, that's a lot better right there.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
much better. Much better.
That'll do. That
Very
will
cool.
do, sir.
Perfecto.
Oh yeah, someone
Yeah,
asked,
I'm-
are there
Hey,
any rules?
There we go.
I
Goofy
guess.
Goof seems to think that that Rambo has to be in the Rambo tier. Just saying, guys.
Zeke, the only rule is that Rambo goes in
Rambo
Rambo.
goes in D tier. Someone else.
I
goes
don't
in
know,
fucking
man.
Rambo tier.
Okay, okay, yeah, actually, we did. Let me see. We had rules that were the no superheroes, no martial arts movies, no animated action heroes. The basic thing that we're going to go over is that it's not who can win in a fight. Let's make that very clear. It's about who is the overall better action hero. You got to go by, yes, kind of how competent they are, but also you got to kind of touch on like their character. How well written are they? How good is their story? How good are the movies that they're in? All of that stuff kind of has to be be brought up. So we're gonna build this shit.
Why Master Chief's not on there?
Am I allowed to stab
Master
people to
Chief is a
make my
video game
opinion
character. These
more
are movie
unfounded?
characters.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
why.
think he got the memo.
Wait, hold on.
Hitman's not even on the
Hey,
list,
he's
guys.
He's not on the
Bring
list.
that up.
Also, we will be doing other versions of tier lists.
He said no
At some point.
martial artist was one of the rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Strict martial artist, he means,
Yeah,
I'm
there's someone
pretty sure.
that's
Yeah,
serious.
well,
Well,
he
no,
said
not martial
Hitman,
artists.
so I'm-
Not martial artists. Martial artists are fine. Because,
Another
like I
gas
said,
break
Martin
here.
Riggs.
Whoa.
Martin
Put that
Riggs is a
back.
martial artist.
You just moved
put
it
that
way
back,
off
put
your
that
screen
back.
now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm trying to get it to where I can see the chat as well. So there you go. How's that, guys?
Oh, you'd have to have a second window.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I made a
That's
second
what he's
window.
that's what he's gonna do, I
Oh,
think.
okay.
Uh,
But
that's,
you-
that's what I was doing. Okay, yeah. So now I can see
I
the
have a-
chat, and I can also see the thingamabob.
Okay.
The thing. Okay,
Ye-
we're good. We're good. Okay, so let's get
Before we
started.
start the tier list, Ruga, you want to bombard your viewers with an ad?
Can I do
Oh
that?
no.
Why would I want to do that?
Why would you say these things?
Ads are
Because
awful.
you do need to put
This stream is brought to you by
Yeah.
Viagra.
But we haven't done
God
anything
damn
yet.
it, he's a fucking narc!
No, I
Dude,
mean
we
we're gonna
haven't
do
done
something
anything
before
yet.
we fucking launch a goddamn
Oh,
ad at
my
these poor
Adam and
people.
Eve.
Hey, can I have a quick
Yeah, okay,
question?
fair.
Rambo
Alright,
versus
sorry.
Oz? That's not fair. What would he even go to prison
Fair
for?
at all.
He'd go to prison for like PTSD.
No, I think he meant-
Bunch of cops.
I think they meant the Yellow Brick Road Oz, right?
No.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely
thinking
not.
of the eyes from
The
Penguin. I
Wizard
think
of
that's what
Oz
they meant.
uses the power.
Who would win in a
of
fight? The
protecting-
fucking
well,
witch
he's off
or
to see the
fucking
wizard.
Rambo?
I mean, technically, you could probably put him in jail for not following orders, but why would you ever want to try and go up against Master Chief with handcuffs?
War crime. I mean, I guess you could do like an alternate reality
about
sort of
Max
thing where
inside?
he actually does get, because at the end of the first Rambo movie, he does go. Well, spoiler for. Well, everyone's seen Rambo, so it's not a
30-year-old
spoiler.
movie, 40-year-old
Yeah.
movie.
He gets handcuffed, and then he gets brought in the back police car, and you could do like an alternate reality where he actually does get sent to Oz after that point, and then the other movies didn't even happen. I guess you do something like
Then he
that.
teams up with the guy from Shawshank Redemption and breaks out through a shit pipe.
Oh god.
I don't think he would break out. No, if he was arrested by the end of that movie, he wouldn't even try to break out. Because at that point, he was like, he didn't want to like even be alive anymore. He was out of it, bro. But
He was going through it.
yeah, but he
Dude, Wick would lose to Rambo, dude. Especially if it's on a Ruga list.
That's cap.
Why is that? You're saying I'm
Let's not
biased?
turn it into a debate.
Definitely.
Yeah, let's go ahead and
Right,
Rambo's from
let's
Catachan.
the list.
let's go ahead and start this up.
I'm
We
not
can have
biased.
debates about the characters, but let's at least put the first character on.
Okay, well, the first
Right,
character we
thank you,
have
okay.
is Beverly Hills Cop. So
I don't know who that is.
Jesus Christ, that's gonna be okay. Beverly Hills Cop.
Go up there first.
Beverly Hills Cop is the
Certainly
movie.
higher.
The actual character is Axel Foley. He's
You
played
really
by
have to put him on the list.
what? Beverly Hills Cop?
I swear to God, I will mute every person who speaks over Rouga going forward.
Thank you.
Oh.
God damn it! You put me on the spot like that. You can't do that. No, we have Beverly. It's Axel Foley. Does anyone in the chat know who Axel Foley is? I'm gonna get really
I do.
pissed if nobody knows who the fuck Axel Foley is.
He did
I'm
Crazy
sorry, I'm
Frog
kind of
song.
young,
I
mate.
watched
Okay, yes. Yeah, so you can,
Alden.
Alden, you don't have to.
Sharper said.
Alden, you're in the
I know,
stream.
but I don't
You
wanna
don't
get
have
muted.
to message. You're-
Alden, you won't get muted. Just don't talk directly over Rouga when he's trying to explain something. That was my point.
I
No,
got it.
It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, Beverly. Okay, so my vote would be because I mean he's a good character, especially in a first movie. And I think his characters are okay, but his movies fucking suck, dude. 1 is really good. 2's not that good. 3 is
I would say
dog shit. And I haven't seen 4, but it's like one of those movies where they bring them back, 40 years after the previous movie, and those are usually pretty trash. But I haven't actually seen them.
Actually, the fourth one was enjoyable.
Is it?
Yeah, it's actually a little more comedy than action, but like in a good way. Like it's like a healthy balance.
Well, they're
Yeah,
all well.
that's what
So
I'm
is the
looking for
first
in
one.
that-
The first
But,
one's
yeah, no, all hell breaks loose, and they have I think his daughter's involved, and they have like past characters come back, and it's
course.
yeah, it's good.
Okay. Well, the movie. I
Well,
mean,
if we're looking at it, oh, sorry.
as far no, it's fine. Y'all can okay. Dan, don't terrify the shit out of everybody. They can talk. They can talk.
Well, what I'm saying is, if
Everyone's
we look
terrified.
at him, from a competency level, I would say he's probably lower than a lot of the people that are already on your list. But if we look at him for how he's written, he's definitely better than at least Mr. Roadhouse. I mean,
Hey, James Dalton is a respectful. Well, okay, so yeah, as far as intelligence and competence, he's great. The movies they suffer a little bit from the whole wild cop can do whatever he wants without getting in trouble sort of thing.
Right. Yeah.
Like that's kind of a factor.
honestly, I think Riggs
See, in the
is
fourth
deeper than
movie, he
him as
actually
the
was
wild
getting in
cop.
trouble.
Where's Dirty Harry in this list?
Dirty
Alright,
Harry's
right,
Harry's not on the
because
list because I
one
don't
of the
consider it an
people-
action movie.
Fair enough.
It's there is action in those movies, but they're like detective films first and foremost, and then there might be like a
See,
shootout.
What
What
about
was
Mike
funny-
Banning?
What's up?
What about Mike Banning?
What's he from?
Olympus has fallen, and London has fallen, and Angel has fallen.
Oh,
The Fallen series
Oh,
is pretty good.
we're doing good movies.
The first one in the Fallen series was good.
Okay, I apologize.
Guys,
I
we could
shouldn't
sit
have
here
done
and talk all day about the people who aren't on the tier list. Why don't we focus
Right.
on those who are?
that. Yeah,
I
my
mean,
bad.
pretty
I
much.
apologize.
Oh yeah, Ash from Evil Dead.
It's
That's
funny.
actually a good.
Look,
point.
the fact is that there's 20.
That's a horror movie.
We started bringing up
Yeah,
characters. We got
it's a horror
16, and then we were like, let's do a couple more. Let's make an even 20. Not every character is going to be on here. If you want to do a future tier list again, and we can add more characters. But right now, these are the characters that are
My
on
bad.
here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I don't think he's bad enough to be in D. I would say
I don't
either high C
Probably.
or low B.
See, I actually really like Axel Foley.
Yeah,
In terms,
that's what I'm thinking. High C, low
Put
B.
him in B
Hardcore
tier
him.
then, like low B.
I think he
My,
should.
my first reaction was B because I think there's some
Right.
inconsistency with his movies, but like he gets the job done and doesn't care if he gets in trouble.
I would say,
And he
look,
takes
if,
out like entire drug gangs and corrupt,
look, if we
political
just
corruption and all that stuff.
Yeah, like if we just had the one movie to go by, the first one, the really good movie, I'd say he's easily A tier, like easily. But he just has so many shitty movies. Like,
But are his action scenes good as well?
That's one
Because
shitty
that
movie.
that is a very important.
they're
thing.
I mean, they're
did-
general
he did
'80s movie
have that
action
aspect.
shootouts. None of them are like particularly exciting or anything. They're not like Rambo action
car
scenes.
chases.
You know,
PDF says B for Beverly Hills.
B for Beverly Hills. I think
I
B.
mean,
You know,
well,
I
yeah,
agree. I
sure.
think B is a
He
good
works.
spot.
Goes fair.
Like I said, as far as a character
Beverly
goes,
Hills.
I really like Axel Foley, and
We
like
can make him the baseline, and then we can argue everyone from him up.
yeah,
or
like
above,
he's
and,
Right.
he's
Pretty
a
much.
solid guy, but his movies
That-
just got
that-
worse
that's
and
not
worse.
a bad idea.
Hey,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mike
and you know
Brooks guy, no.
he does
Well,
have
that's
like
Jackie
mild
Chan from
explosions
Breaking
and like
Bad.
car
And
chases
that's
in there
much
too.
longer
So it's not like it's
than
just
action
shootout.
So to answer your question, Wild Gamer, why Top Gun's not there? We only did one franchise per actor, so we have Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise up there, so we didn't put Top Gun. Out of the two, I think you could say that the more the thing that he's known for more in terms of action would be the Mission Impossible franchise, not the Top Gun franchise. So we went with
just because you have a need for speed doesn't mean he needs
now,
to be there.
Now this next one, this was one that I wasn't
Right.
sure about because this is Nicolas Cage, and for
God
him,
bless.
there's two obvious choices. There's either Con Air, which is the one that's on here, or there's Face Off. I picked Con
What's
Air
Face Off?
because I love
Oh
Con
my
Air,
god.
but I
He's
think
got the cheesiest line in both of those
yeah,
movies too.
Con Air, I love Con Air. I think it's a fucking amazing.
Put
but
the bunny back in the box.
I think a lot of people would say that Face Off should be on here instead of Con Air. So I'm gonna leave that one up to the chat.
Well,
Should it be
if
Con Air? Or
the-
should it be Face Off?
No, it should be
Make it a
Willy's
poll.
Wonderland.
I should think
Yeah,
it should
maybe
be
new
Con
Con
Air
Willy's
because if it was Face
Wonderland.
Off, you'd have to put him.
Why?
Like if
should-
you were
It was
gonna do
alright,
Face
okay.
Off, you would want to have him with John Travolta.
I think I agree
Well,
with
like,
Connie.
it makes more sense to have him like in this one. He's the main guy. He's not like a co-main guy.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay,
a good
I'm
point.
you know what? I'm making a poll. I learned how to
Yeah.
make a
Yeah,
poll today.
That's what I was
So we're
saying.
making a
We
poll.
can do that.
So should it
Jokingly
be
add Willy's Wonderland.
Face Off or should it be Con Air?
right
and
now,
then-
from what I'm seeing, it's about 50-50 already.
Well, hold the fuck
And
on.
then
I'm
there's
about to make, I
one,
haven't
The
made the
Rock.
thing
You
yet.
gotta wait, man.
Ruga
No,
is
it's
making
just,
a
it's just
poll.
what they're
I'm
yelling
making
at
the
right
poll.
now.
All right.
Hold your horses.
I have a question.
Hold on,
Can you
y'all.
also add
Only one
Willy's
movie,
Wonderland to that the fucking vote? Vote?
No, we cannot. Let's
Aw.
see. Start
Aw.
poll.
Don't know who
Sorry,
said Willy's
ST.
Wonderland before.
There we go. Okay, so Face Off or Con Air?
That's a question. Who said Willy's Wonderland before? I'm curious.
Oh,
I did,
I
but
think Face
I
Off
do have a
probably
decent
a
reason
more
for that.
seen movie.
Okay, tell me.
how do you know how many people have
He's
voted? I
rich.
don't have a number here.
John Cusack was
So
ahead,
far, you're
right?
at
he was-
it goes at the top.
Oh, I see.
So far, you're at 20.
23
I
out
will,
of the 50
I will
people
say
in
Face
chat.
Off's one of his best movies, though.
Nicolas Cage
Yeah,
was
but
better, and The
this is
Rock was
literally-
just donated. They donated
That's
$2
okay. You know what? That's a fair point, and I actually thought about The Rock, but he's not. It's not his movie. That's my issue with The Rock. Like,
Yeah,
like
it's
it's
more
like
Sean
that
Connery's
movie.
movie.
I mean, you can like that movie. It's his. It's Sean Connery's, and then honestly, the villain's really great in that movie. Who's the actor who plays? Fuck, I'm gonna forget his name. The actor who plays the villain in The Rock.
He's one of those actors that you see his face everywhere, but you never fucking know his name.
Yeah, like I think his character from Face Off or his character from Con Air would get higher in the list because they're more action stars. He's not even like a soldier, I don't think, in The Rock. He has like a desk job and he has to do this for the first time, and he's not really a massive like.
No, he's just a
action
bomb
dude.
Hi, Ripley.
He can disarm bombs very well.
Is it Ed Harris or something?
Ghost Rider. I'm not putting Ghost.
From what I
Well, we're
understand
not.
about
We're
The
not.
Rock,
We
most
haven't.
people
We're not
see
doing
it
as no
superheroes
superheroes.
because we're probably gonna do
Yeah.
that in a future one.
I'm
Right.
So it looks like
Oh,
everyone. It looks like Face Off is winning, which I'm super bummed out about. But
Well, yeah, I don't think it can come back
Yeah.
either. You've
I'm
already
gonna
got
end-
over half your votes.
all right,
up
I'm about
there.
to end the poll. Anybody else want to vote for Con Air before I?
Hold on, let the mail-in ballots get through.
Oh fuck.
Nicolas
That's okay.
Cage was better.
No, I
than
think
The
I
Rock.
think
Someone said.
I know how this audience works. If I
The
say I
poll
want Con
seems
Air,
pretty
they're gonna vote for
definitive.
they're gonna
It's
vote for the opposite.
34.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Face Off.
All right. And fuck. Okay.
I mean,
Face Off
to
it
be
is.
fair, Face Off was one of his
Is it-
best acting ever, let alone one of his best movies ever. So.
No.
Con
Air.
No, he says some real messed up shit in that one too. It's really horribly acted.
Wait,
I'm
gonna
take his face.
Now that we're talking about Face Off, though, would we count John Travolta as an action star? He has been in a couple.
He's the villain. Well, not a good one.
Yeah, that's the weird part. The
Zeke Rouga beats me in strength too. He can probably put up like 400 pounds, man.
So so now just Cameron Poe's picture is going to be here. His character from Con Air, but just picture that this is Face Off. So where should he be in Face Off? What would be the proper tier list? Now, one thing he's got over Axel Foley right out the gate. He's only in one movie, and it's good. Like it's the one movie. It's like it's solid. He's not just a bunch of ass movies over and over again. So that puts him kind of up. But I don't think that he's as good of
I'd put him in B above Axel Foley.
I don't think he's a better cop than Axel Foley though. Like I think Axel.
We're getting a lot of.
I think overall Axel Foley's better at his job.
I guess that's true.
Then
the thing is for half the movie he's the bad guy. In the other half of the movie, he is body swapped as the good guy.
Well, he's not the bad. Well, okay, so that's not necessarily. Well, that's not true. That's not true. Most of the movie, he's the good guy. Most of the movie, he's the good guy.
Okay, fair enough. But like his body's technically the bad guy's
Yeah, it's
body.
the very beginning of the movie that he's the bad guy, and then he instantly turns into the old guy. Well, one thing that's really funny about this movie is that Nicolas Cage plays the bad guy at the beginning of the movie, and then John Travolta plays the good guy at the beginning of the movie. And when they swap faces, despite the fact that John Travolta is the bad guy for more of the movie than he's the good guy, and Nicolas Cage is the good guy for more of the movie than he's the bad guy, for whatever fucking reason, Nicolas Cage throughout the movie has to pretend to be John Travolta, and John Travolta has to pretend. Like, it was so weird. It's like the villain personality is John Travolta's personality. I'm sorry, the villain personality is Nicolas Cage.
Really well.
It's hard to explain, but basically the entire movie you have Nicolas Cage like doing an impression of John Travolta, and you have John Travolta doing an impression of Nicolas Cage. I don't know why they did it that way, but it's hilarious.
You gotta admit though, John Travolta played a great villain.
I mean,
your
chat's mostly saying
the movie. It's just good.
Jackie Chan.
Mostly saying C tier for Face Off.
Feels a little
right.
You have to give it a chat. We have to give it a couple bonus points because it was a John Woo movie.
Well, let me hold up. Let me respond to Nick Nunez. I don't know if you're new in the chat or not, but the reason why Jackie Chan is not in here is because we weren't doing martial artists, because we're probably going to do martial artists in a different tier list. So martial artists weren't going to be on the list, and all Jackie Chan movies are martial arts. Now, maybe at some point we might just do straight up all across the board, and we'll do everything. We'll put like superheroes, and martial arts, and action heroes, and all that kind of stuff. But we wanted to stick to like a certain style of action movie for this particular type, and we weren't pulling from superheroes, martial artists. There were a couple of other things that we weren't doing animated action or anything like that. It was just general like stunts, basically like action stunts, not martial arts. That's what
now,
that is.
The reason I can see him being B tier with the Face Off or even Con Air, both of them for me, is because it's one of those cheesy, awesome action movies that I can put on and just watch when I just need something on a background noise and it's not going to make me turn it off.
Yeah, and it's a good movie. I think I might agree that it might be B behind, because I don't want to put. I don't think he deserves to be in C. I think he's better than C.
Most of your audience is saying C.
They are?
You get the final. You get the final bump up.
No. I was saying C.
Yeah, they are saying C.
They're all saying C.
I said
a lot of them were saying C in the chat.
MGQ, Moro, Shaggy. There's a couple more that were further up.
Hold up.
Personally, I would say probably high C or like low
B. Yeah.
Okay.
Like
low B.
Low B would be the.
Fuck it. Bring it up to a poll, baby. B or C. Vote where you think. Where do you think Face Off should be?
Vote with your heart. Vote for B.
More than likely, they're going to say C.
B's not even in hard anywhere, man. What are you talking about? You have to vote for A then. If
I don't. He definitely doesn't deserve to be an A. He's just not up to that.
Oh no, I was just
to that
he's
point.
Like vote with your heart.
The action
vote for B.
The action scenes are pretty good, but they're not up to that point. His character writing isn't up to that point. He's probably a B.
The boat's
very
the best
split.
action scene. Yeah.
It's close, dude, but everyone's saying B.
A lot of people are saying
It's only got 19 votes, and
B
you've got 40
wins.
people in here right now.
Oh shit,
Fight for
guys!
B.
More guys need to vote. Hurry up.
Put
Alright.
it in B for now,
I mean,
and I'll tell you if it
oh,
changes
I
by the time.
mean,
by
No,
the
I
time
give
we
you.
get
I'll
to
give you 10
numbers.
seconds. After 10 seconds, whoever
The
has
B
it.
lead is
The
great.
audience
Yeah,
voted.
well, we're
B
gonna
is
vote
gaining.
you, and I said
Not all
B
voters are
outright.
in.
Fuck out of there. Let's go.
Lock in your
Alright.
vote now if you want your opinion to mean something.
Oh, hey, there's a penguin ad now.
All right,
And the vote
10
matters.
10
Vote
seconds
B.
passed. It's B. He's going in B
Let's
behind
go.
Axel Foley.
Okay.
Okay.
I would definitely say
we're-
low B then.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah, that's-
probably
that's-
not gonna climb any higher on the list.
I'm gonna tell
That's
you,
Yeah,
behind
no.
Axel Foley.
it
so-
hurt. It hurts my heart that that's a picture of Cameron Poe in B. I really like Con Air. I think if we did Con Air, I think he would be higher.
Put
Why
Yeah,
don't you
he
just
changed
put the
the picture
bunny
if you
back
really
in the
want to.
box?
He's amazing. Okay, so next up we got El Mariachi. Okay, who's seen El Mariachi? Because I was shocked.
I thought
how
that was Desperado.
Huh?
I've seen it.
One
No, the
person-
character.
one
The
person
character
said
is
that.
El Mariachi.
He was in El
Okay.
Mariachi.
Yeah. Well, it's three
Desperado.
movies.
I
It's
don't-
it's El Mariachi, Desperado, and Once Upon a Time in Mexico, and he's in all three of them. But he's played by a different actor in El Mariachi. But his name, the character's name, is El Mariachi. So.
Gotcha.
The funny thing about that, at first it was just L, but then then his full name was revealed to be El Mariachi.
Yeah.
And
Time
Nice.
to close the poll.
Wait, his name was.
Oh right.
no, L, like he
I closed the
How
poll.
not stereotypical at all.
Polls in.
people just called him L, as in the, and they.
I'm not gonna
they
weigh
joked
in
about
here.
that in
I don't know the
Once
guy.
Upon a
Okay.
Guitar
So,
case full of guns might be the coolest thing in the world.
Time.
Yeah, I feel like-
Case was a
I feel like
flamethrower.
just in terms of style, this movie has to go above Axel Foley. Like in
Dude,
terms
his
of
guitar was a machine.
personality, Axel Foley is better for sure. But if you're just looking at just sheer style, the action sequences are better than both Face Off and that. But it's just there's
Oh,
just
yeah.
something like I'm not gonna say that El Mariachi the character is better than Axel Foley, but the movie overall and the action sequences and the style that the movie has, like the fact that he has a fucking guitar case full of guns. That later in the movie he invites two of his friends who are also mariachis, and they show up and their guitar cases actually are guns. Like one of them turns into a rocket launcher. It's crazy. It's awesome. It's a Robert Rodriguez movie. I think they go above Axel Foley. I would even argue that he should go in A. But
Yes.
if
I would
anybody
agree.
thinks that he should go in B or somewhere else and give like a decent argument for that, let me know. But I think he's A.
Dude, to this
I would
day,
agree with it being
Desperado's
A.
Go
Yeah.
for it. I have
Desperado's
to,
one of the more quoted action movies from one of these down here. I would put it in A also.
Desperado's great.
Bartender
Okay, so
never
everyone
gets
agrees
killed.
A? Is the chat completely agreeing
Yeah.
A? Or does anyone have any
Oh,
Oh
arguments?
yeah, he belongs in
Yeah.
A, definitely.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I've only
He went
seen one
from-
person
Yeah, go
chime
for
in
it.
with a vote, but two now.
Okay.
But yeah, they both said A, so
Okay,
I think you're
everybody's
good to
A?
put it in A.
All right, we're putting him in
Yeah,
A.
everybody seems to be
El
A.
Mariachi.
His character development was actually pretty decent too, because if you go from the first movie to the third, he was just a guy with a guitar, and that because it was like a case of mistaken identity, and
Yeah. Well,
then he went
well,
from
to
guy
be
with just
fair,
a
to be
guitar
fair,
a guy with a
I
guitar case full of guns.
to be fair, I have never seen El Mariachi. I've seen Desperado and Once Upon a Time in Mexico. El Mariachi was Robert Rodriguez's first movie. He made it for like a couple $100, and it wasn't played by Antonio Banderas. It was played by a friend of his. So I actually don't know anything about that movie. I didn't know until years after I saw Desperado, that there even was an El Mariachi movie that I didn't see. So actually, I don't know if it's any good. If anyone has seen that movie, tell me if it's good. I'll check it out. But I just haven't gotten around to seeing it.
Your chat has
pretty good,
agreed with
but
the
the
A
main
tier.
villain is
ranking.
pretty
Yeah,
decent.
it looks like it's unanimous. Okay, so next
That's
up,
like a unanimous. My
next
goodness.
up we have Ellen Ripley, a woman. So D. All right, now we have
Oh wow.
no.
She is the.
Don't do that.
Hey,
Okay,
Guys, chill.
so Ellen,
okay,
no,
but
they're-
I'm gonna be.
eh.
don't be too strict.
She
They're
is
allowed to
actually the
laugh.
least combat oriented of the group.
Hey,
Like-
Rouga.
She.
Rainbow tier.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so I
Actually,
do.
Rouga, chill.
Probably put it.
There's a couple of things that I really like about Ripley, and there's a couple of things that I really fucking hate about Ripley. For one, I don't like the fact that she seems so competent because everyone else in her movie is fucking retarded. That's
Game
like,
over, man.
That's my main issue with Ripley. Like every single person around her is basically trying to get themselves fucking killed. Like almost like the only competent in Alien. Well, Alien 1, it's not even an action movie, but she, and then but like and
it's a survival horror.
Yeah, and it's kind of people are kind of better. But by the time it becomes an action movie in Aliens, like it's her. And what's the dude's name who was in Terminator? He played Kyle Reese. I forget his name.
I don't remember the actor's name.
No, but the character.
He's the first. Someone told me that Ellen Ripley is like the first female action star, like main star of a movie ever.
I don't know. I've never really.
I would fact check that.
I don't
right?
know. I don't know. I mean, the movie. When did the movie come out? The 70s? 80s?
1986.
Like 1984, I think.
80s, man.
78?
86.
There wasn't a female action star
I think
before
83
the
or
80s.
84.
Hold on.
There probably was, but they're probably
Pam Grier doing her own stunts, chasing down bad guys, and seeking vigilante justice in low-budget 70 actions movies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think that's true. Remember when what's her face? God, I don't know the actress's name. She played the archer girl in the books with the fire. Anyway, she said that she was the first Jennifer Lawrence. She said that she was the first action hero. And I was like, are you out of your mind?
After Jennifer Lawrence said that, we had freaking
what Brie Larson
Captain Marvel said the same shit after, even after Jennifer Lawrence said it.
Dude, I can't.
That's true.
Full of shit.
Yeah,
man.
but they're wrong.
Standard.
Okay, so
let's get to a good female character.
Let's get back.
So it looks like a lot of people. It looks like a lot of people who are saying A, but okay. There's a couple reasons why I don't agree with A. Okay, so and we'll argue it, and if everyone disagrees, we'll put it in A. But there's a couple reasons I don't. One, yes, I do think everyone's stupid, and it makes her, even though it makes her seem smarter than I think she otherwise would be. It's not that she makes stupid decisions; she just makes common sense decisions.
Yeah.
But it's like elevates her intelligence when everybody else is like actively trying to get themselves killed. Also, she has more bad movies than good ones. Like she has 2 good movies, and only one of them is an action movie. All the rest of the Alien films are bad. And like it gets very strange. Like I mean, there's a whole scene.
Yeah,
there's 4 movies.
She's got 4.
There's 4 movies.
Oh wait, you're right. 4 movies. My bad.
2 and 4 are horror. 1 and 3 are sci-fi horror.
Rouga, have you considered sex appeal?
No.
Okay,
God.
Come on. This is
Is it bad that I don't really consider her an action movie star?
Wait, what? No, she would be an action.
Is it bad that I don't really? Okay, you go first.
Okay, you're about to say that you don't think she should be considered an action movie star. And here's the thing about that. I think it's hard.
I don't think she's an action movie star. I think she's a sci-fi movie star.
So
Possibly.
Like what action?
Here's the issue with that. Here's the issue with that. When you talk about the greatest action movies that have ever been made, it's impossible to talk about that list and not have Terminator 2 and Aliens on there. You cannot talk about it. So even if you want to say that she's not an action movie star for whatever reason, I mean she's in one of arguably the greatest action movies ever made. So how can you say? She has to be on the list just because of that.
I guess.
Yes,
he doesn't feel like he has an action role in it.
Rouga.
Oh
no! I mean, stay away from her, you bitch, and beating the shit out of the alien is an action row.
Okay, so
flame-throwing all the eggs is an action man.
No, he has a point. He has a point because the whole what he's saying, like she doesn't actually take up the role of an action hero until the end of the movie, and before that, the entire unit is the action, and they're kind of almost protecting her. But the movie is about her evolution of becoming the action hero, and she does that due to her motherhood.
It's the hero's journey.
Well, not exactly. It doesn't follow the hero's journey, but it is the concept of someone who is not a hero, who's just a regular person who has to basically take on the role of a hero to protect someone that they care about. And they had the whole thing where she lost her daughter at the beginning of the movie, and this is her second chance. It's a really good story, actually. But so by the end of the movie, she's an action star.
To the challenge.
Yeah, by the end of the movie, she's an action star. So
I would say if this was just iconic roles, she would be an S. But if this is literally just for all of the movies, for how much action she is,
well, how good of a character she is as well, and how good her movies are, how good are her action sequences. I think overall, I don't think she can go
My
above...
hottest take on this whole list is that I actually enjoyed Alien 3, but that was because it was one of the first one I watched growing
That's
up.
fine. I think because she has more bad movies than good, or well, no, the same amount of bad movies than good. I don't know if we could put her in A. I would say B, maybe above Axel Foley.
B.
So your chat seems to agree with you there. They're saying high B or very low A.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna put her in high B. I'm gonna put her in high B, guys.
Yeah.
Anyone disagrees and thinks she should be? Is that like a wrong opinion or whatever? I'll take it to a poll if no one agrees or if a lot of people disagree. But
there was 2 points I wanted to make.
I disagree, but I only disagree because of sex appeal.
That's fair.
Oh,
chill out with the sex appeal.
No, it's a low B, not a high B, man.
I mean, come on, if we're talking sex appeal here, Rouga's going to go for Rambo all day, guys.
Some people are saying.
There's
no doubt Rambo's the sexiest dude on this list.
This list's gonna get interest.
Okay.
I don't think she
Well, hold on. How can you
Rambo
say
goes
anyone's
above
the
everybody.
sexiest on that list when Nick Cage is already on the tier
she keeps
list?
acting like she's the most experienced with the aliens.
Well,
You gotta put her below
some people are
Axel,
saying
man.
C. I think C is too low. I mean, she still is in one of the greatest action movies of all time. Like, I don't think you could put her in C just because of that alone. I think high.
People are trolling you now with C.
I mean,
Right.
I would
Yeah.
consider
saying new to
but I
great
don't mind
action
her
hero
being in
because she
B.
was in one.
Okay.
People are trolling James.
Yeah, we're gonna move on.
Trolling now
We're,
with the C.
yeah, we're doing it.
Yeah,
B's fine. Ooh,
next
okay.
character, I
Next
guess.
is Ethan Hunt.
I
Okay, Ethan Hunt. I'm not even gonna lie. Ethan Hunt should be up in
Man,
A or even S. I think Ethan Hunt is one of the greatest action heroes there has
Yeah.
been.
He's only honestly, I
Well,
think he's only
agreed.
one
And he
bad
But we
does
movie.
gotta think about his
Movie.
character
Movie.
too, though, right? Like you were saying.
Wait, what's
He's
up?
one of the greatest, but he's not the
I'm
most
saying-
iconic.
I was saying we gotta.
I don't
think
care about
his character-
okay, I'm gonna
character
put this
too,
out right now.
Like you were saying.
I'm gonna put this out right now. I have never and will never care about the word iconic because all that means is that people are aware of it. That does not in any way have any effect on the quality of the character or the story that's being told. I do not give a shit about iconic. It's not even a factor when making any sort of like quality judgments on anything for me personally. If other people want to talk about iconic, fine, but I don't think it's important or it matters in any way.
What
Okay,
movie is Ethan
so
Hunt from?
Maybe I used the wrong word.
He's from
Maybe
Mission
not
Impossible.
iconic, but
He's from the Mission Impossible franchise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
if
and
I
I
were
think
to
there's only like
say-
one. I think, like I said, there's only probably like one that a lot of people kind of frowned at in the franchise.
Two.
Him doing his own stunts kind of
I mean, in
kind
terms
of bumps him up as badass.
Bro, in terms of
whole
the action
genre.
sequences that he does, they're probably the best out of all the characters we have here. He has the best stunts, hands down. There might be one or two on here that might be up to that same caliber, but hands down he's got the best stunts. In terms of his character, Ethan Hunt is actually a very deep and interesting character. He's very well written.
Well written, yeah.
It has a very strong themes of family and this stuff. Like these are really fucking good. I was actually really depressed when Dead Reckoning didn't
Vin
do.
Diesel's on here?
I would definitely agree with Ethan Hunt being the first S tier. Probably mid S tier.
Yeah.
Okay,
I would say he's probably S.
I'm saying S or high A.
I would agree with him
I
being
say
S.
put him in Rambo.
Clown, yes, Arnold's on the list. T2.
A or
Okay,
higher.
solid A. A lot of people are saying A. So
Pretty
again,
low
we'll put it to a vote. It's gonna be S or
I would
A.
say S.
We're gonna do S.
Oh, geez, yeah, you would bring up SA, huh?
And A. That's right.
Oh my
All
god.
that sex appeal on
Yo.
the. See, I didn't make
That's
it the
fair,
other one. I
see?
made it sex appeal again.
Okay.
Well, sex appeal is
We
my
call
thing.
that a
I'm the one who
recurring
talks
There you
about
go.
sex
Stole it.
appeal.
Is
Vote, guys.
Whoa, we're not talking
S
about
or A.
gagging, guys.
And I don't want to see like 20 votes if there's 50 people here. I want to see like.
Right
people
now
vote.
we have 46 people, so let's get some votes in, guys. Zeke, if you're still here, toss a vote in, man.
Also, I would just like to say Ethan Hunt is not in any way hot, so no, you can't make a sex appeal argument.
What are you talking about? Tom Cruise
A
won.
lot of people like
Tom Cruise
Cruise.
won
He's
sexiest
not
man
gay.
at least
That's
2
true.
years.
That's
Tom
true. There are a lot
Cruise
of
is
women who
not
are
it.
attracted
That's fair, yeah.
to him.
You know what? If I had to make one argument why he belongs in a high tier, it's because
He cut out. Go figure.
without Tom Cruise, we wouldn't have the fake Tom Cruise YouTube star.
Okay.
Fair
So,
enough.
so Furiosa, someone just commented. I see Furiosa. Where is Max? Okay, so Max originally was on the list, but
Where is he?
remember, okay, so we did one per actor, and instead of Mel
Is that
Gibson's
'cause
already
Mel
on
Gibson's
here as
over
Martin.
there?
He's
right,
Martin
yeah,
Riggs.
I forgot he was Mel Gibson.
So we had Martin Riggs here, and in terms of Mad Max and Martin Riggs is a way better written character. So I put Martin Riggs on here. But I still felt like I had to have some kind of character on here, and honestly, especially the new age Mad Max movies, Furiosa is the main character of both Fury Road and her own Furiosa film.
Come on, guys, let's try to get at least 12 more votes on that thing.
What's it at? It's at A? Oh, dude, that bums me out. Okay, it's at A.
It's at 29 votes. You still have like 18 to go before it's topped off. So.
It went up to 32 now.
Yep.
This is the final push. Go for it.
All right, 10 seconds, guys.
Last push.
Come on, you guys know that Ethan Hunt's better than Desperado. Come on, vote it for S.
And...
Even if he stays in A, he goes above Desperado.
He's an A. He's an A. And yeah, he's above Desperado.
Okay.
It has been. That was a close. That was a really close vote, though. That was a really close vote. Now, does
it really was. It was staying at 50-50 up until like 25.
That was close. That was. Yeah, I'm bummed out. I honestly think because I think he belongs at S because we are not going to run into a character here that has better stunts than him. I think just because of that, he should probably be an S. But if people say that he's
plus
an
he
A,
does his own stunts.
well, no, I'm just saying, but I'm just talking about like what.
I'm
just talking about like it doesn't matter how it's done. Just on screen, when you actually look at what he does on screen, it is the most impressive shit you can watch. You can watch even if they didn't have good stories and good characters, which they do. You should watch the Mission Impossible just for how amazing the stunts are. And I can't say that for almost any of these other movies. Some of them have pretty decent action sequences.
Any other character?
But yeah, next we have Furiosa, and I'm actually curious how this one's gonna go because I know a lot of people don't like Furiosa because they feel like she stole the movie franchise from Mad Max. So I'm actually curious to think what people think of Furiosa. I think she's a fine character. I don't actually have any issues with her. But I think most of the hate that she gets is solely because they just wanted the movies to be about Max, not necessarily because she as a character is bad. And so far, both of her movies have been better overall than Axel Foley's and Ripley's, and she's actually had 2
PDF.
solid.
The new
I'll
one's
be
already
honest,
down.
I haven't seen those.
Get out of the stream. You don't belong.
Quite yet.
No.
Wow.
No.
I seen the one where they
2
introduced her, but I didn't see the one after they introduced her.
Yeah, Nick Nunez. I agree. I think Ethan is absolutely an easy S. I think he deserves to be up there.
I feel like Furiosa, whenever she was in the Mad Max movie, it was like she was trying to get in the way of Mad Max. Like, hey, I want to be in this movie.
See, I feel like you only believe, but I think you only think that way because you went in with the expectation that that Mad Max was the star. If you just go into the movie and watch it, like not knowing the title, it doesn't feel like she's stealing the movie from him. It feels like a movie about a guy who is witnessing the story of this other woman, which is what Mad Max movies are usually about. I mean, people say that he stole the movie from him, but Mad Max is, other than the first Mad Max, his stories are always about him wandering into someone else's story and helping them out. Like that's what Road Warrior was about, and that's what Thunderdome was about.
Right, but
Thunderdome was shit.
Think of it in this perspective, though, because Mad Max has been in theaters for over a couple decades, maybe more. Imagine a first timer going into this Mad Max Fury Road. They're gonna think it's about Mad Max. It's about this guy, about this guy from these movies. You go to the theater, you see the guy, but then it's like you see this other character. Like, who is this trying to steal the show? Newbies are gonna think immediately, why is she trying to get on this? It's about Mad Max, isn't it? Who is she?
Furiosa. Sure, but that doesn't make her character any worse. That, like, their expectations of wanting it to be about somebody else doesn't mean that she's a bad charter.
Yeah, that'd be like going back to Ripley's whole argument again and being like, the Marines were the action guys, she shouldn't be there.
I'm gonna make sure it's about Mad Max Fury Road. If it was Furiosa, I'm gonna make sure the movie's about Furiosa. You know what I mean?
I get it, but that's a critique of how the movie was titled and how it was marketed. That is not a critique of the movie itself, its quality, or the character of Furiosa, who is actually written relatively well. Like, none of those are critiques of whether or not she deserves to be high on this list.
You got a guy named David McDonald who's completely agreeing with everything you're saying.
Side character doesn't make Furiosa a
Yeah.
bad character. Yeah,
I'm not
that's
saying she's a bad
He's
character.
saying
Yeah, I'm
Furiosa is an
saying-
amazing character. She deserves S.
she's a solid character. I have to think of whether or not she deserves
What I'm
S.
trying to say is that it's a good character being put on the sidelines, and it almost feels like they're trying to make up for the fact that she's a side character. It's a weird.
She's not a side character.
I'm gonna say if
but it
Ethan
almost feels
Hunt
like she's a side
didn't
character
make
because of the way
S, Furiosa
You got
shouldn't
a
make S.
big hello from a guy named Vinagon.
Finnegan? Yeah. Okay. Oh, thanks, man.
Metagaming belongs in high A.
That's cool. You're the first thing I clicked on. Nice.
I'm saying if Ethan Hunt didn't make S, I don't think Furiosa should make S.
Right.
I think
I
he's
wouldn't
better
put
than
I
she
wouldn't
is.
put her in terms of now to be fair, Furiosa's action scenes are really, really solid, and her character is written really well, and she's in 2 movies that are both really, really good. I still don't think she's above Ethan Hunt though. I don't see that.
That's what I'm saying.
I think she could
I
probably.
think if we put her in high A, we should put Ethan in S.
Oh man, I'd have to put her above Desperado and Once Upon a Time in Mexico. That's difficult too.
Two movies.
I mean,
3 movies.
put them in between. Put her in between those two, I guess.
She's got good action.
It's
under
good
his
action.
rules.
It's a
Great action.
She's a decently written character. 2 good movies. I don't really see a reason why not to put her in A, unless someone has a reason she should go lower.
I say she's
looks
definitely
like a lot
an
of
A.
people are putting A.
Moro says, "Okay, Ethan for S then, and put her in A."
No, I'm not. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie.
Low
I think you are familiar with the Infamous series. Yes, I'm familiar with the Infamous series. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's a mistake that Ethan Hunt's not an S. I do. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna put her in A. Does everybody agree that she should be in A?
Yes.
Low A.
Yeah.
Low A.
No objections here.
So below Ethan Hunt, she should be above or below Desperado?
Below Desperado.
Below Desperado?
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Do y'all think she should be below or above Desperado?
I would put her in between just for your
probably in between.
Below Desperado.
For being honest.
It looks like people are changing their mind about him being an S. Y'all voted, man. It's too late. Can't pull it back now.
David
It's
McDonald, the one who's been agreeing with you, just says, or just move them both to fucking S then.
Yeah. Okay, later on, if enough people say that Ethan Hunt should be moved to S, I will make another poll that essentially votes, and we could choose to see if we should actually be moved to S or stay to A. But for now, y'all got to stick by y'all's decisions. So Furiosa, below or above Desperado?
Below. I'd say below.
Below?
Yeah,
okay.
below Desperado.
I do
Like,
see. I see
here's
one
legit-
person in
that's
chat saying that Furiosa should be S.
That's David McDonald.
Or is
yeah,
that two?
he's
Nope,
been-
that's 2 people.
Oh, who's the other one?
Wait, did I see? I saw a second.
Well,
one, didn't
there's
I?
a lot of them earlier.
Oh, there's more than one.
There's like 8 of them earlier.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll make it a poll. I only saw the one. Okay. Start a poll. So Furiosa.
Well, I do have another argument for like.
Because it's just the
keeping
same
Furiosa
guy
on the
saying
list.
S
He's been getting like every.
Yeah, it's just David
in the last,
McDonald
like,
saying
2
yes.
minutes.
Well,
he's been getting every
they'll-
letter.
It's the same
They'll
guy
prove it.
saying
They'll
S
prove it
over
right
and over
now.
again.
If it's just David McDonald, it'll just be one fucking vote thing. It's fine.
Here's another thing. With like with
God, are
Mad
we
Max
polling
and
for everything
Furiosa,
now?
I feel like if you blow up
If
a
it-
car, you blow up
Yeah.
a
See,
car.
look,
Cars
everyone's
blow
saying
up
A.
car.
It was only. It looks like it was only one dude, or it was like a couple of dudes.
Alright, yeah. Just move her in.
Yeah, I thought so. No, we're not polling for
And I
everything,
think about it
but
was mostly saying
well,
S
no,
in
it looks like some people are thinking S.
It seems to be a
No,
very
she's strong
whichever
female
ones are
character,
tight.
And for once, it's actually correct turn and correctly done. But
Another thing
it's
I have,
so
like,
Yeah, the fact that it's this high.
Yeah. Okay.
So
So
it seems like in that last like minute or two, there were letters chatted at every end of the spectrum here.
David
Okay.
McDonald
So
saying
there
the
are
vote against
some
Ethan
people
Hunt
that
was
think
rigged.
she should be S, but a lot of people are saying A. She's gonna stay in A for now. I'm gonna put her below Desperado because I guess she could go above Desperado.
Well, what's cooler, just blowing up a car like everyone else, or taking out a gun that's the shape of a
Look, if we were just talking about just sheer style,
Oh,
then Desperado would be up at the top of the list. Like as far as just style go, that's just a Robert Rodriguez thing. But
Right.
but if we're talking about like all around, he's not as well written as Furiosa, and I think you can even argue that his movies aren't as they're entertaining as fuck, but I wouldn't say that they're as good as the Mad Max films. So
Right.
I think Furiosa being above Desperado actually makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Yep.
I'm comfortable with that. I think everybody. I think
That's what I was thinking.
y'all
with how
comfortable
you
with
were-
that?
how you were describing it.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with it.
Hey, Ruga, can I ask you a
concur.
question?
What's up?
Ruga, how come you don't have Kill Bill on here?
Martial
Martial
arts.
arts.
It's a martial arts.
Okay, that is very action movie, but more martial art.
Martial arts.
That makes sense.
Like I said, martial arts, superheroes. We're only doing pure action action series. That's it. So if you have another question of what, if you have another
action series, has to be more action than whatever it's sided with.
if anybody else has a question. If anybody else has a question, shut up. If anybody else has a question that's like, why isn't this character on the list? Just ask yourself before you ask it: are they a martial artist? Are they a superhero? Are they or are they pure action? If they're not pure action, that's why. You don't even have to ask the question. Now we got.
Until you said it, for that hardcore as well.
We got a big one now. Indiana Jones.
Yeah, I could have gone either way on her.
Next character, the
Indiana Jones. Star. Indiana Jones. This is a big one.
Before the last two movies, I would have said he was higher, but the last two kind of tarnished him.
He does not exist.
Yeah, but even with those last two movies, you're talking about two, arguably three, but definitely two of the greatest action films that have ever been made. So, I mean, that automatically puts him in at least B or A. I mean, he's got to be.
Oh, I wouldn't disagree with B.
I'd put him in B.
Dude,
here's an interesting thing I note in his movies. He's not always the best fighter in the movies.
No, he's never.
He's usually the one that shoots the guy with swords.
He's literally never the best fighter in the movies. Literally never.
He's the smartest
One
guy.
of the better ones, yes.
A lot of people are saying S. Can you put?
I like Indiana
Jones. I get it.
We gotta count the bad movies.
As much as I love Indiana Jones, he is not S tier.
If the movies came out and it was just
Here's
the first
one thing on
two.
Indiana Jones fighting. Sure, he's not the best fighter.
That's it. Okay.
He's a good fighter, but
if
we've seen that there are people who are better than him in his own
Hold on,
movies.
y'all.
Shut up.
Hold on, y'all.
If we were just talking about the first two movies, S tier, easily. If we're talking about the first three, arguably still S tier. But you can't ignore the last two movies. You can't ignore the fact that those last two movies were absolute dog shit. So, I do not think you can go in S tier if half of your series is arguably not good. I know he has 5 movies, so it's not half, but a lot of people don't even like 3. They don't think 3 is good. So I don't see how you could. Yeah, a lot of people. A lot of people don't. Oh, was it 2?
I completely agree with Rouga, and he should not be S tier just because he is such a mainstream character.
That would be the icon thing again. Yeah,
it's the iconic
mid
part.
A.
Yeah,
I think maybe mid A.
I think his movie. I think it would be hard to say that he's lower than. Like I can't put him with Face Off and Axel Foley. Like he's definitely better.
I would be
than
fine with him in A or B.
And he has more.
He's definitely better than Ryder.
Yeah. And he has more better movies than Ripley. So I would say like bare minimum that we could even do is high B, but I would say more likely somewhere in A. But I don't think he's S. Like I would not put Indiana Jones above Ethan Hunt. Probably wouldn't put him above Furiosa either.
Right.
Maybe in between.
Lost Soul says Indy fought Nazis, automatic S.
Well, anyone could fight Nazis though.
But they didn't.
No, what I'm saying is I could put Riggs or Bliskin in the same era, it would be the same thing.
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying that's what someone in chat said. I'm reading some of the funnier ones out so we can have their opinion.
Yeah, but like I mean, if they're in the wrong area, they can't fight Nazis.
Here's another thing about Indy though, not many people have thought. He's not the best fighter in terms of fisticuffs, but he has been known to outsmart his opponents.
Why are you still on that?
People keep forgetting he's a smart guy.
Yeah, no, I mean
he's a really smart guy.
No, he's smart. Well, I mean he's an archaeologist. His smarts are better than his combat skills. That's always been the case.
Yeah, that's why I had to bring it up because like
he belongs in a museum.
He's done stuff to overpower his opponent, like pushing.
You okay?
guy like in a hell of like fire ants, like letting a guy get hit by a propeller of a fighter plane. He's done stuff to outwit his opponents that doesn't have to do with his fists.
It looks like
they were gruesome.
It looks like there's a split between S and A, but I'm not seeing it, but I'm not seeing any arguments against like for why he should be an S. They're just saying S, and I think a lot of that's just because of how iconic he is. Because you can't deny he has a lot of bad movies. Like you can't really deny that.
As much as I like Indy, my favorite scene is still him sitting there fighting the freaking Indian dude on the bridge as he's trying to remove his damn heart. Is still one of my favorite scenes in all of his movies.
That was a brutal one.
Yes,
and then he gets fed to the damn alligators at the bottom. But like Crystal Skull alone has tarnished the entire thing, let alone Battle of Destiny as you guys put in.
I would have agreed with you if not for the fact that the 5th movie exists. I think we treated the 4th one a little too harshly.
It's not a good movie. I mean, it's not as I think people do treat it more harshly than it is.
Not that good of a movie, but it's not
just because Shia LaBeouf was in it. It got a lot more hate.
My biggest criticism of the 4th one is that it's just completely out of place.
It's just not good.
Because of the alien.
The aliens, I didn't find the aliens that weird.
All the previous 3 movies are like these mystical relics that are like.
Right, and the Crystal Skull was also known as
they belong in the museum, and now also we have aliens. Like,
I just don't see how you could put Indiana Jones above Ethan Hunt when Ethan Hunt has like 7 good movies in a row.
Good movies, yeah.
And Indiana Jones has
the only one.
2 or 3.
The only one on the list to deal with the supernatural the way he does, because he's not a guy. He's not a gun-tone guy. He's not like this overly powered, like magical being. He's just a guy. He's just an archaeologist looking to find a truth, find a relic to show people, and he ends up finding like mythological items, like the Holy Grail, the Crystal Skull.
Well, as you said, he's one of the smartest characters on this list. There's only. No, he's the smartest character on the damn list, I'd say, other than the T-800, but that's a fucking robot. Or a guy brings out freaking swords and he shoots him. A guy fights him and he punches him into a propeller blade. He's the smartest action on the list.
He was on the ground and the guy was looking at him and.
Like a rogue.
He looked out there.
I mean, it's still more intelligent fighting than it is, straight up. Like, I mean, Riggs here later on, he'll freaking wrestle you in the mud. He's not going to outthank you on it. He's just going to beat the shit out of you. Rambo will shoot you to death. He is the smartest one, but again, this is for what the action. And
it's overall like it's their character. It's how well written they are. Intelligence will become a factor. How competency, how competent they are at their job. The quality of their film overall, the quality of the action scenes. All of that.
I can see him being in A. I can see him being.
I can see him being an A. If
you rating all that.
I just can't put him in an S with 2 of his movies being bad. Now, where in A, I would say either above or below Furiosa, because I still think Furiosa has 2 good movies.
I would say below Furiosa, because it's not going to S without beating out Ethan Hunt, and Ethan Hunt cannot be beat by Indy.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'm gonna bring this one up to. I'm gonna bring this one up to a poll as well. Actually, above or below?
Oh boy,
all the polls.
I'm gonna be here all day.
I mean,
another poll.
Yeah, it's a fucking stream. You might as well. Okay, so above or below? Above or below Furiosa? Y'all tell me. Well, yeah, I mean, if the whole point is that we're building this together, it's not just my opinion.
Oh yeah, I know. What you mean. Yeah, I agree.
No, it's a good way to do it.
So let's see.
Okay.
So far, below is winning. Lego Indiana.
I didn't know how long you wanted to
stream.
I don't know how long you wanted to stream. That's the only reason why.
I have nothing planned. I freed my whole schedule. We can go an hour. Well, I'd go more than. We're already.
Oh well, we're over an hour.
I'd go 2 or 3 or 4 hours. Doesn't matter to me. It is what it is. But it's just whenever we run out of steam, I suppose.
I went blind.
Okay. Well, this tier list is definitely giving you a lot of.
Rouga, so many people are saying Ethan should be S.
They voted.
They are. Okay. After this poll's up, we're gonna put another poll that's gonna be. We're gonna redo Ethan. after this poll.
Yeah,
because
I still agree that Ethan should be S.
I feel weird that Ethan's an A. It's very strange. He's in one of the best action franchises that have ever been made, and he's one of the best written characters. It's strange he's not an S.
Well,
I do agree with that one guy.
I mean, we've got RoboCop and the Terminator. I mean, we know where the S's are from.
Well, RoboCop's got some shit movies, but we'll see when we get there. Okay, so
I wouldn't say RoboCop is.
I'm gonna leave the call and jump back in.
We don't acknowledge the reboot.
Look how close that is. It's at 52%. Okay, 10 seconds. Get your votes in. Right now, it's above.
There are still 20 people who have not voted.
Yeah, they got 10 seconds to vote.
Also, I have to make the argument that Indiana Jones has one of the larger varieties of enemies, because some of these guys in here are just either like
Time's
one
up.
or two.
It's above.
Indy's got like Nazis,
above,
just barely, and votes are still rolling in.
Jesus, maybe I should wait. How much more are they rolling in? I can't see how many people have voted on my screen. I don't know why.
35 people have voted. 51 watching. If you
above
want your
54,
vote,
below 46.
If you want to vote on whether Indy is better than Furiosa or not, vote now.
Shit, what's going on? I just got here.
It's still above. It's still above. We're making a tier list of best action heroes. Okay, so next up we have Jack Reacher.
Paid money to get you to move.
Okay, so this one's going to be a little strange because we're not doing the film version of Jack Reacher. We're doing the show version, and I don't know how many people have seen that show. It's amazing.
Before you start on that, close this poll and make your new Ethan Hunt poll.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
right. Let me. I forgot. Goddamn. Okay, Ethan Hunt poll.
We can talk about the Jack Reacher guy while that poll goes up, and we might get all the votes in.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, because there's a lot of people who are saying Ethan should move up to S, and it feels wrong.
It feels wrong. He's not. Should
and this one asshole paid you $2 to move him up to S too.
Should
really
okay, so should Ethan be S?
Yeah, okay.
Wait, Alden, you're in the stream.
Yeah, right. Oh my gosh, man, you're something else.
Okay. Should
what did I tell you about humans being idiots and money at people?
Jesus Christ. Okay, should Ethan be S? Yes or no? Yes if you want him to be S. No if you want him to stay in A.
Daniel in the chat, to answer your question about Blade, he's a superhero. We're not doing superheroes. And
he's both a superhero and a martial artist.
Yeah, he's both.
Same with Lost Soul. We're talking about no superheroes.
Pure action heroes, not including martial artists, not including superheroes, not include. Yeah, it's pure straight martial arts.
You will likely come back to a lot of these people in the future at different times.
Yeah, because I get it. People are leaving. People are coming in. I'm gonna have to explain it more than once. But
I'm aware, but like I'm just covering.
That. Hey Dan, can you pin a message?
Yeah,
I could, but with that, I already have the Discord chat pinned.
I was seeing if Dan would do it, because Dan can pin. That's okay. Never mind.
The
Discord pin messages.
Okay.
I can pin messages.
Okay, so I don't even think I need to count. A massive majority thinks he should be moved up to S.
Yeah, it's 38 votes out of 52. You only got 12 left. There's no way it can't win S.
Yeah, so it's Ethan, which is I think Ethan belongs in S, so I'm happy about this move.
All right, time to close that poll now.
Right.
Yeah, I just found it funny that I tried to make you all laugh and it worked, so I win.
Okay.
Yeah, for $2.
Yes,
for
$2 no.
Dude, I was so bummed out. I was so bummed out when Dead Reckoning came out and everybody was like, it didn't make any money and it was like a bomb at the box. I'm like, are you serious? Like, these are the best action movies. Why the fuck did Dead Reckoning do so bad? I was really mad about it. And now the man's only got one more movie. He's doing Dead Reckoning Part 2, and then he's retiring from the character. And I'm going to be really bummed out because once that happens, he's retiring, and then Keanu Reeves is not going to be John Wick for, if at all, probably not much longer. He's getting up in age. Once those
Keanu Reeves is doing what, pushing 60?
Yeah, once both of those characters retire, those characters are retired, we don't have any more great action stars. They're all gone.
Well, get in on it, man.
Come on. That's why you made that video.
Stallone's not really an action star anymore.
Not anymore. No.
Schwarzenegger isn't around anymore.
Yeah, okay.
Just
movies, good sir, not TV. Even though they already broke that rule. Yeah, we're breaking rules left and right, but it is what it is.
No, it's movies and TV.
I felt it was weird. Like we were okay. So actually, it's actually not movies. It's just heroes. But I was trying to stick to movies. But then while we were making the list,
he wanted to go with the jacked Reacher, not the normal Reacher. Guys.
Yeah, I felt Jack Reacher should be in an action heroes list, but not the Tom Cruise version. So he's in there. It is what it is. Yeah, we also got Jack Ryan in here.
So we couldn't use Tom Cruise again.
Right, exactly. Yeah. That's what I was going to say.
Anyway, so Jack Reacher, the show version. Who has actually seen this show? Because I know shows don't get as many views.
I have.
Okay.
I've
seen it. I've seen a couple episodes of it. I'm not an expert on it.
Jason Bourne is on the list. Full hat. He's here. He's number 4. He's.
He's.
Oh damn! A character just.
Jason Statham. He's a martial artist, which is why he's not on the list. But if you're asking if he's an action star, no, because at least not the way I define an action star. I define an action star as someone who is the main character of several action blockbusters, and they do their own stunts. Jason Statham does not make action blockbusters and hasn't for a long time, not since the Transporter series. So I cannot consider him an action star at this point. He does do his own stunts, though. If he ever went back to making action blockbusters, he would still be an action star.
Well, you don't count the Fast and the Furious franchise as action movies? What?
No, because they don't do their own stunts in those movies. And most of it's CG. Like
comedy.
I was being a smart ass.
Like if somebody...
No, actually, Fast and Furious is a knockoff recently of... the Mission Impossible movies. It's literally they even stole the family thing.
You got this from my video. I said this in one of my videos recently.
Yeah, I know. Duh.
Okay.
You said what now?
I see the Fast and the Furious movies as, I don't know if I would say rip off, but almost like a parody of the Mission. They basically Mission Impossible. If you look at the dates of when the movies came out and you follow it, Fast and the Furious constantly it came out very shortly after the Mission Impossible movies started doing their more action-based stuff, and Fast and Furious slowly went away from car chases and shit and became about over-the-top action and shit like this, and it became more about family. Literally a couple of months after Mission Impossible became all about family and started having family themes. They're very similar movies, except Mission Impossible, like, all their shit's real, and Fast and Furious just took the same concept and then just went, to 11 with it, and, we're going to do CGI and all this different crazy stuff. I personally think Mission Impossible is significantly better than Fast and the Furious, but,
fact about Fast and the Furious, they only started doing the family theme after... of Paul Walker.
No, that's not true. They had it before that. Yeah, because remember...
I thought that was planned.
No, they had Paul Walker... Well, because remember Paul Walker started having a kid with Vin Diesel's sister in the movie, and then that was when they started talking about family and how we're a family together and all that.
How the hell have I not been?
That was before Paul Walker died. I think that was 5?
I might have misread that then.
I forgot which one that was, but yeah, that's when they really started doing it.
He died during the production of 7.
It Man's a martial artist.
I keep saying it in chat for you.
I might have misread that as kept the theme going.
Yeah, he was coming home. He was coming home from a charity event, and he crashed going 110 miles an hour.
Dan.
Yeah.
His chauffeur crashed. Actually,
sure.
He wasn't even driving.
Going over 100 miles per hour.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys are talking about Reacher. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay, Jack Reacher, who is also for future. If you gotta go to the bathroom, just go. You don't have to tell everyone you're going to the bathroom. It's fine. We're not. But
he's gone now.
Yeah, I'll tell him when he gets back. Jack Reacher. This is a rough one actually. This is a rough one. I'm not sure how. Look, the show's good. I like the show, and the character is not terrible. The character's pretty decent. I just don't know. This is first off, who's seen this show?
No.
Like I said, I only seen
watched
here and there, but I can tell you.
I don't know. I didn't know either of those existed.
Yeah, they're both on Prime, so most people probably haven't. For being honest,
I can tell you from what I've actually seen from the clips, he's well written in terms of dialogue. He's physically intimidating, and he does have the occasional good fight scene. I don't know. Something's
the
missing.
The issue I have with him, and I think I know what's missing with him. The issue I have with him is that he's too perfect. He's never.
Yeah, that's
none
fair.
of his villains can ever actually challenge him. And it makes him basically breeze through all of his storylines. Like he's supposed to be. He's like this god level being that no one can possibly touch. And it's not necessarily that he's so good, and it's not like his villains are so good. He's just better. His villains are just like average bullshit. It's like if you were to take Guts, from Berserk, and put him in like a regular medieval story to fight against regular soldiers, like knights and shit. That's what they did with Reacher. Reacher really doesn't belong in a story with regular people. Like he belongs in a story with ridiculous. Like this dude could be side by side with Captain America.
Like he belongs in an anime.
Yeah, like he belongs in like a superpowered action series, but he's not. Like he is so unbelievable. Like he's got like a photographic memory or something. He's got a photographic memory. He like just knows everything about everything. He's a master in several different types of sciences, and he can he's a detective, so he goes to places like a Batman level detective. No one can beat him in a fist fight. He's like 6'7" or some shit. And he's like bigger than everybody, could overpower anyone he comes in contact with. Like he's never struggled or had any challenge. If he does get caught or something or tortured or hurt, it's because he planned for that to be the case. And this is a reason why I can't put him all that high. There's a certain I did say that one of the factors is competency, and in terms of competency, he's like as high as it could possibly be.
Foil hat saying he's Batman without the suit.
Yeah, but it also makes him less interesting. It makes his stories less interesting, and it makes his action sequences less interesting. Overall,
so essentially, he has the Superman flaw, whereas he's just too good for what he's in.
It works.
It works. Batman, if we're being honest.
Well, no, it's just it works as in terms of the story. It works fine because you're not watching the Jack Reacher show because you want to see how he's going to possibly get out of this situation alive. You're watching it to see just how badly he fucks the dudes up. Like that's why you watch the show. It's got a whole different vibe.
Yeah,
to it.
if I had to say anything, it's like almost that he's like the whole show's kind of more realistic, and then he's like peak human.
Right. Yeah.
He's
pretty much
peak human. Like he's might as well be.
Yeah, he's like crazy strong. So because of all of that,
he's a little boring.
We could put him in a high B because of.
I don't think he would be in high B.
His actions and his catchphrases are more interesting than him, which is kind of weird.
Well, apparently in the books he's a lot more. I haven't read the books, but apparently he's a lot more interesting because it actually goes into his mind of how he thinks and what he feels and stuff. And in the show doesn't really do that as much. He's a little more stoic, and most of the time when he talks, he's doing like catchphrase. He's like when someone tells a foreigner or someone who hasn't watched a whole lot of over the top 80s action movies, and you tell them this is basically an 80s action movie. This is what they would picture. Like they wouldn't.
So he sounds like he's Duke Nukem, but not nearly as much of an asshole.
In a manner of speaking, I mean, yeah, kind of, sort of, in a way. It's a little more realistic than it's not as ridiculous, but you're on the right track. The show's good. I feel like I'm selling the show very, very poorly, but I do think that
you kind of are.
Yeah, it's a good.
I would say it's a C for your definition.
It's a great show plot-wise. But yeah, it's like
for like the story and the
that
action
show is very normal.
But
the things that I'm saying right now about Jack Reacher are specifically as they correlate to this tier list. If someone would ask me if they should go watch Jack Reacher, I would say yes, it's a good show. But if we're comparing it to all of these other action series, I don't think that he's quite like up to like he might in terms of a fight, he's probably gonna beat most of the people on this list. Like he's stupidly broken. But in terms of just like overall competency and storytelling and stuff, I'm not gonna say he's the best because he's literally a male power fantasy. And I think
pretty much.
If you're a male power fantasy, you're going to kind of not be the best story necessarily.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, like
kind of
scars, like powering through like the toughest challenges. That's like a male fantasy too. This
but the difference.
Breezing through them.
But breezing through them is the issue. That's the issue we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, his villains don't really pose as much of a physical challenge to him. That's the main crux of the issue of why we feel the way we feel about him being on the list.
I think he belongs in C tier. Like I said, great show.
I agree.
Everyone should go watch it. It's amazing. But I think for this list, he should be in C tier.
Yeah, because
I agree.
He's got good action, but because he's so good, he's poorly written.
Does anybody?
He's a Mary Sue of males.
Does anybody
I would
here
agree.
think that he should not be in C tier and he should be higher or lower? If everyone agrees that he's in C tier, we can just put him in. It looks like a couple of people think he's in C.
Yeah, I believe C
A lot
tier
of
is
people are
fair.
saying
C.
I mean,
There's a
I
B.
think it's fair. I think
C.
C
One
is
person
fair,
who said
but I
D,
was
right?
thinking.
I could see D.
I'm getting a lot of C's.
Yeah.
C.
Nick Nunez,
Gary
yes.
man in B2.
Nick. Oh, okay. So as far as Gary Stu, someone's calling him a Gary Stu. Not really, because a Gary Stu, a Mary Sue is someone who has their abilities and they didn't earn them. Like that's basically what a Mary Sue is. He definitely earned it. He has a very long history in the military. He's a retired military. He was like a special. I'm trying to remember what his name was. He was basically a cop that worked for the government whose sole purpose was to go after trained military soldiers and arrest them. So he was basically trained to be a super cop. Like he's not a Gary Stu because he like deserves the skills that he has.
Yeah.
It's just that his skills are extremely exaggerated. That's the issue. But yeah, it looks like everyone agrees C. I don't think I'm gonna. There's no poll necessary. It looks like one person says B, so I'm gonna put him in C. But yeah, if anyone hasn't seen the show, go watch the show. It's really good. That show's good. What we're about to talk about, Jack Ryan is good. Oh, you know what I didn't put on this list?
Jack Bauer.
Pratt from Terminal List. He probably should have been on this list too.
Wait, I just
people
realized.
probably definitely haven't
Where's
seen
James
that.
Bond?
James Bond's an agent. He's like a spy.
James
Not
Bond
a
probably no. That's a
He
fair point.
could,
James
'cause
Bond
we
probably
have-
could have been on this list.
Yeah,
be
we
fair.
have
Well, look-
Ethan Hunt and Jason.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
we
don't
have
have
Jason
Jason
Bourne.
Bourne either.
Jason
Wait,
Bourne's
what?
on it.
Wait,
Third from the
Jason
left.
Jason
Hold on.
Bourne's right here.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he's right here.
Yeah,
Well, then, you absolutely need a James Bond of some
Yeah,
sort on
James
here, though.
James Bond. Fair enough. James Bond actually probably should be on here, but
Probably
which version
really
would you
the
go
one.
with?
Yeah, but he's more of a spy character. He only recently turned into like an action star because of like Pierce Brosnan.
Many of
Yeah, I was
these
gonna say-
characters are agents.
yeah,
Right.
but no.
That doesn't
He's
mean that
he's
they're not
right.
action
Well,
stars.
No, but he's right though, because James Bond wasn't an action star until the Daniel. Well, James Brosnan.
Pierce
Brosnan
Brosnan.
made him an
Yeah,
action
Pierce
hero.
Brosnan.
I mean,
yeah,
but
that's
with his
the
lethal
question
weapon.
it goes back to.
Yeah,
James
blood,
is right.
blood,
and Thunderball both.
blood is making a good. Blood's saying a good thing. It's like, what about a spy? We could do a spy list in the future. We
Right,
could put him
yeah.
on there. I don't know how long that list would be though. Can we do?
Oh,
like,
there's a lot of spy
It
characters.
would be
to
a
pick
short
from.
list,
Well,
kind
there's
of.
plenty of
well,
spies.
I think we would just have to
There
open it
are
up. We
plenty
wouldn't
of
just be able to
spies.
do movies. I think we'd have to open it up to like novels and anime and stuff like that.
Oh
But
yeah, that'd be
Right,
fun.
yeah.
No,
Yeah,
you wouldn't.
sure.
No, you wouldn't.
I mean, it would also
I
make
got
for
it.
a
Yeah,
very
you would.
interesting.
We definitely would have to open it up because there aren't that many well-known spies.
somebody
We're
said
trying to do
actual
well-known ones because
He's been
there are
saying it
plenty
for a
of
while.
action. There are plenty of action movie heroes we could have put on this list that aren't well-known. You know what I mean?
And by the way, Edema, I
Yeah,
agree.
but-
I agree that Daniel Craig would be on the list before Brosnan was. But Brosnan was where he first became the action hero. But that's where like because there was no action in the movies before Brosnan. But yeah, as far as like Daniel deserves more. You know, his action scenes are better. It's just
If we do a spy list, I might be able to
sure.
talk him into
Stupidity.
putting Bird Notice in.
I mean, we could do a bunch of. Like I said, we could do a superhero list in the future. We could do a martial. I cannot wait for a martial art. I love martial arts movies. we
Yes,
could do a
I
martial
can't
arts
wait
list.
for it either.
We could do a superhero list. That one will be a lot of fun. But for now, I was in an action movie mood. I've been talking about Rambo a lot recently, so we're doing action movies. But,
yes, and you seem to think he's from Katachan.
If we're doing a martial artist list, then the top tier has to be Jackie Chan.
Well,
Yeah,
we wouldn't be doing
Jackie
stars. We'd be
Chan,
doing
Bruce
characters.
Yeah, we get to that.
We would be doing
We're doing
characters, not
martial arts
stars.
characters,
Yeah, it would be
Yeah.
characters, not stars.
We
Well,
know what you mean.
And I
but-
think a
Then
lot of
Rocky
people
would be on there too.
And I think there would be a sizable number of people who would
Okay.
argue with you and say Bruce Lee should be on the list simply because he came first.
Probably.
But
Yeah, that's
Fair,
fine.
but now we're-
so okay, now this is where it's going to get a little bit outside of my knowledge.
Same.
Who has seen Jack Ryan? I can't
Yeah,
talk
me,
about him
I
that
watched
much.
No, I'm
Absolutely
only
not.
aware of it.
Nobody's seen.
Oh.
I have a character on this list that nobody's
seen
seen.
I have.
I
I
saw
have.
it.
I'm
That's
Jack
the only
Ryan.
reason why I suggested it. But
You have
It's me.
Speaker and
I have-
Ninja.
Okay, well this is going to be up to you guys. Where do you guys think Jack Ryan is?
Oh,
You
hell.
decide.
Because I haven't. I've
He-
seen like one. I've seen Hunt for Red October where he makes an appearance, but it's not about him. Like I've seen where he's in movies,
Oh my
but I
gosh.
never watched the
I've
show.
never heard of this character before.
He's probably
They could
the most
I would
famous Tom
say-
Clancy character. He's in a ton of his stories, and I've seen him as side characters in those stories, but I've never seen the show, and I've never seen any movie that was specifically about him. Which I believe
Foil hats is.
I would say above Reacher. Above Reacher.
There's a lot of people saying D. Jesus Christ, why D?
I don't know why.
I will say he's not a good action hero in the Amazon series. I feel like he's a better action hero in the novels.
They're saying D because don't know.
Yeah, I don't know him, so put him in D.
Okay, don't know him.
I mean, you could have a don't know tier list as well.
I think I'm gonna say C.
Okay, so if I made a poll asking who would be, could I trust the chat to only vote if you've actually seen the show? Because that would be Can we go off the Can we go off the honor system? Okay.
Rouga, we can't go off the honor system, so I mean, you could probably make a poll, but they probably try to put him in Rambo somehow.
Okay, I'm gonna make a poll. How many add-on? Oh, I can't add options. Okay, so it looks like I'm seeing B's, C's, and D's. I'm not seeing any A's. I'm not seeing any S's. I'm not seeing any F's.
So yeah, just put B, C, and D.
Let me say it this way. He's a great at being a detective and things of that nature. But as far as action scenes,
I would put him in C below the other guy.
Below Reacher?
Absolutely.
All right.
But yeah, I was gonna say
he doesn't even start out as an action star.
All right,
he
vote
starts
for Jack
out
Ryan.
as he's like a lawyer, right?
I know what you mean. He was like a data analyst for the FBI or CIA, one of those.
Yeah, shit. There we go. All right.
But that's what I was gonna say. Like his action.
All right, everyone, we got a new poll up. Go ahead and vote on now. Let's see what
They're already there. Looks like a lot of people are wanting to see.
Yeah, well, we got 12 votes out of 50 people, so
it's fine. Hey, if they haven't seen the movie, I'm okay if they don't vote. I mean, if they haven't seen the show, they don't know. Look, okay, because a lot of people haven't seen the show. If you know Jack Ryan from anything else, just go with whatever you know him from, because he's the same character.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's the same character. He's in like.
Honestly, I think they're just trying to
that's the weird
draw
part.
something
I don't know him from
inappropriate with
anything
your
else.
votes at this point.
That's the weird part. I don't know him from anything else. I only know him from the show.
Yeah, I've only been introduced to him.
And that's probably affecting my opinion of him because I don't know how good it is.
Seeing a lot of people saying right below Reacher.
I have to admit though,
I was thinking above Reacher. Just
Sean Connery.
I wouldn't put him above Reacher. I mean, Reacher would kick his ass.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
We're not doing it based on who would kick his ass.
Hey, hold on. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying above because of how the story is written, because how we were just talking about that with Reacher, and that's why he's so low.
Yeah, like Jack Ryan runs into more issues.
I will agree with that he is a better character for his story better suits him, if you will.
Well, he's not a soldier at first. He's an analyst, I believe, and like he learned he learned how to fight. Like he's trained to be a soldier, but he's not like a soldier first and foremost. He's an analyst first and foremost, and he gets put into these like terrible situations. But he
basically adapted into that position.
But honestly, his skill should be somewhere more along the lines of like a skilled cop. He's not like Reacher. He's not like Ethan Hunt. He's not like these really insanely well trained soldiers. But because of that, his stories are probably a lot more interesting, because I assume, unlike Reacher, he actually runs into challenges.
He might actually be the only one smarter than Jones.
In a way, he's probably the underdog in several of his challenges.
We're gonna put him over Reacher. Oop, computer's being weird. Okay, there we go. Yeah, put him above Reacher.
Right, exactly, Dick. That's it.
I'll end the poll because it looks like everyone voted. Most people voted C, so it doesn't look like that's gonna go back. Okay.
Yeah, Nick, you're right on the mark with that. Saying Reacher has better action scenes, but there's more real risk of threat with Jack. Yeah.
James Dalton. Roadhouse. Okay. Roadhouse is
absolutely.
Everybody likes Roadhouse. So, I'll see you, Blood. Thanks for coming by, man. Next up, we got Roadhouse. So, who knows anything about Roadhouse? So I'm not like talking into the fucking.
I know of it.
Roadhouse. Okay, so you've seen Roadhouse. Anyone in the chat seen Roadhouse? You guys know Roadhouse?
I know of it too. I want to watch
Nick
it.
Nunes
th-
was
we're-
an
this is-
original
yeah, I
or
see it.
remake.
This is the original. This is the one with Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, not
S
the not
tier.
the
Put
re-
my goat in
not
S
the
tier. S. Nah.
Oh,
S tier.
this movie! I've seen this movie.
It's Roadhouse. Roadhouse is great. So yeah,
Roadhouse.
basically,
I didn't know it was called that.
yeah, basically James Dalton is a guy who was essentially hired by a bar in order to clean it up because it's like there's constantly fights and there's like gangsters who come by and try to like rob them and it's like what do you call it when you
Are they doing a remake of this?
They already did.
They
It's
did.
on, it's on
Jake
Prime.
Gyllenhaal.
You can go watch it. It's different. They
Look at
changed
that,
the story a lot. The character's a little bit different. But the thing that's interesting about Dalton is like he's like kind of like this peace-loving, polite, nice guy, and he like meditates. And he's kind of a hippie, but then he just whoops everybody's ass, and that's like his whole thing. I would say overall, as an action movie goes,
So random.
yeah, it's fun. But honestly, if you really look at it, like I think people have a soft spot for it because they grew up with it. It's actually not the best action movie. There's way better.
Dude, he's poorly written. Like he's fun, but he's a himbo.
He's not a himbo because himbos are dumb. He's not a himbo. He's smart. He's just he's almost like he was almost written to be the perfect man in the eyes of a woman.
Yeah. In that movie, he was written to be a ladies' man, literally for the action era.
Yeah, like well, a lot of people. Well, like okay, so Reacher is a lady. Like Reacher is a ladies' man written for men. Like that's but James Dalton is a ladies' man written for women. He's sensitive.
I mean, that's 90% of Swayze's movies.
Yeah,
he's pretty much like the Fabio of action movies.
It's basically taking his character from Dirty Dancing and making him an action hero, like kind of in a lot of ways.
Same actor too.
That's a good point. Right.
But
that's what I was saying. Swayze is literally the male written for women in almost all of his movies.
But that doesn't
except
make him.
for Fu Wang.
But that doesn't make him bad. Like I like his. He's not particularly deep. He does what he needs to do, and then the movie's over. Like honestly, if I had to say best Patrick Swayze action movies, it would not be. It would be Point Break. But he's not the main character or the
someone
hero.
brought him up in the chat.
Point Break is fucking amazing. Point Break's great.
Yeah,
Roadhouse is fun, but I don't think it's great. I actually think Patrick Swayze probably belongs below Reacher.
Yeah, I would almost even argue, and this would be one of the maybe only D's, but for action hero, because he's more of a fighter in it than he is
martial
an
artist.
action
More of
hero.
a brawler.
It's not a martial arts movie, but it's a brawling movie. There are some like guns and stuff. It's not. I wouldn't call it a martial arts movie because he mostly fights because the people he fights again don't use martial arts. Like he's the only dude who can kick
Roadhouse that we're
everybody.
talking about?
Yeah, this is Roadhouse.
Yeah, we're talking about
He's
Roadhouse.
a bouncer at a bar. That's
Yeah,
the thing.
there's
So,
a mostly it's mostly fist fights, but it's not like straight up martial arts movie. Like it's not a Jackie Chan movie. You know, it's brawling in a bar and he's just the best at it.
I would say this is definitely D tier because I watched that movie. It's not. It does not warrant anything higher.
You're not talking about the Conor McGregor one. You're talking about the Patrick Swayze one, right?
Yeah, I watched the original Roadhouse, and like it's a good movie for what it is, but it is not a movie that can really compete with the other movies on this list.
No, and as a character, I don't think he competes
No,
in terms
he
of
does
writing
not.
either. He's too simplistic. Okay, so it looks like people are saying low CD. So once again, gonna do a poll. Okay, it's gonna be Dalton, and we're gonna see does he belong in C or D?
And then you get a couple. I don't know if they're trolling us. We get a couple people yelling yes.
Before you do that, yeah, there's like 9 people who said
We're gonna do.
I'm almost wondering if it's trolling because that many people said S. And that
It's
not
trolling.
It's
It's
trolling.
100% trolling.
Last year.
No,
One
it's
thing I really
trolling
don't like
because
about
it's
his,
the same reason that people were trying to argue for Indie and S. It's
Right.
it's a good
Which I just
movie
realized.
that is very saturated into the wider media.
Like people didn't know what
cannot
Roadhouse
go based
was.
off-
People did not know what Roadhouse was until Family Guy made that Roadhouse joke.
Yeah, I don't think that helped its
Yeah, that's
case though.
Oh, Roadhouse.
Yeah, I only know about the roundhouse kick joke.
That is a joke
Yeah.
from Family Guy. That is not
That's
a
from Family
joke
Guy,
in
yeah.
Roadhouse. Like
Yeah, that's what I say. That's the only thing I know.
the reason
Is
why
the roundhouse joke.
I know Roadhouse because I know movies. Like I watch movies constantly, but like most people, especially younger people, do not know anything about Roadhouse. Like I know people when the Roadhouse remake came out, they didn't know like they didn't know that was a remake, you know, and most people who talk to me,
I knew immediately.
And anytime I talk to Roadhouse to someone, they reference the Family Guy joke because more people have seen that Family Guy joke than have actually seen the movie nowadays.
Sarlacc Tapeworm. The title for the tier list is Best Action Heroes.
Okay, so it looks like D. Jesus, it's tied right now. D's barely winning.
Being that high in A tier is bugging me, by the way, because I don't think Indy should be that high. Indiana.
Who?
I don't either. I don't think he should be above Furiosa. I think he should be below Furiosa.
I don't either.
But we took it up to a vote, and it is what. Well, a lot of people are arguing they should be higher, but again, I think a lot of that. But like I said, I can't argue with it too hard because 2 of his movies are like some of the most beloved movies of all time. So it's hard.
But that's the thing. Are you letting media saturation affect the view?
No, because the movies are genuinely great.
Yeah, the first 2 are really good.
Fair. Yeah, that is fair.
It's not just it being iconic. Like there are actually good movies. So that's why I can't say. And like I mean we put Ripley in B pretty much solely due to Aliens, you know? I mean not necessarily because of her character.
Basically, yeah.
So
she's got 1 action movie and 3 sci-fi movies.
Yeah. And she made it all the way up to B. Okay,
this is very close. It is 20 votes are in. It's 55% to D, 45% to C at the moment.
Okay, I'm gonna count to 10, and if your votes, I'm just gonna go with whatever it says. Y'all can keep talking. Y'all don't have to wait for me to
You're at
count.
22 out. You're at
really
22 out of 41.
Only known because of Family Guy joke.
Now,
all right.
Real quick, let me take care of a couple things that were said in chat. Sarlacc, again, in case you didn't hear, because people were talking at the same time, the whole title for the tier list is basically action hero tier list. We're rating action heroes where the criteria is, to answer another question that was asked, basically it's based on how well they were written, how good their action scenes were, if they acted on their own scenes. Rouga, did I miss anything on that one?
No, just okay. So film quality, character writing quality, action scene quality, competency in their role, and I believe those are the 4 criteria that we're going with. Yeah, how iconic their character is or how iconic the movie is completely irrelevant. This is quality based. This is not in any way has anything to do with iconic. Because iconic just means people know it. That's so.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And also, Ash Williams is a horror. He's not an action guy.
He's only in 1 action movie. Like, because you can absolutely say that Army of Darkness is an action movie.
Army of Darkness, but you can also technically say his TV show almost is action too.
No, it's not. There's action sequences, but it's horror. I mean, it's a horror. It's a horror action series. Horror. But like as a whole, the best of his movies is Evil Dead 2, and that's straight up like a horror comedy. And there's there's some action, but it's not an action movie.
3 of his games
Rouga,
are like
by your own
games,
logic,
they're not even.
What?
Hold on. What?
Like he's got like 6 games. Like Ash has like 6 games. People forget he's in video games.
Wait,
like,
no. Yeah, he's got games. Wait, what was Dan saying? Dan, what was he saying?
I think he was about to say
by your own logic with Ash being only in 1 action movie, then
probably
Ripley shouldn't be on this list.
False.
Because she's only in 1 action movie.
Not true, because you can argue that the other Alien. No, you can't argue that
Alien Resurrection.
1, but Alien Resurrection is also an action movie.
Yeah, I mean, come on, you had the one actor freaking flip off backwards and start shooting at aliens.
And you also have to argue that her best movie in her franchise, which is Aliens, is an action movie. Ash's best movie is Evil Dead 2, which is not an action movie. The only action movie he's in is Army of Darkness, which is in no way like one of the greatest action movies of all time. It's a fun movie, but it is in no way like one of the best action movies. I mean, I wouldn't. If we made a list of just quality action movies, it would not be on this tier list. So I don't see why we would be able to put Ash on this tier list.
David McDonald, Beverly Hills Cop seems to be the only action comedy that we have on the list at the moment, technically.
Fair, but there aren't that many.
No, that's not. Well, the Mummy's on here. That's an action comedy.
The Mummy is more of like a fantasy action.
I guess that does have some slapstick in it.
That is a funny movie, guys. That's a funny movie.
It's a funny movie. I feel like it just happens to have a lot of humor in it, and it's an action fantasy.
I mean,
I
could
we move on to Jason Bourne?
We can. I could put Hot Shots Part 2 on here. That's a. I love Hot Shots Part 2. Okay.
That's a parody, though.
Yeah, that is. Jason Bourne. I'm not as big of a fan of Jason Bourne as a lot of other people are.
We didn't even put
Christ,
never mind. Let me shut up.
Wait, what?
My
Oh,
bad.
you're just gonna name someone else who wasn't on the list? Yes, a lot of people aren't on the list. A ton of people aren't. There was 20 characters. There's a lot of people that we didn't know.
Cream of the crop says Jason Bourne.
Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, because Jason Bourne is boring. Yeah. So he has good movies. Like the first Jason Bourne movie's pretty good. Ultimatum's
Pencil
good.
Through the Hand.
They're all pretty good. I'm actually one of the few people who don't like the way the fight scenes are shot. Everybody says that that's the one movie where shaky cam's actually done pretty well. I don't like the shaky cam in those movies either. I just don't like shaky cam.
I hate shaky cam.
It bothers me.
I will be now talking.
What?
And joining in there.
What do you say?
What's a good shaky
I'm gonna
cam?
say
I also am kind of watching the stream so I can look at all of this. It's okay. Hey, this is also the first type of tier list I have ever done. So,
who is talking right now? Who is this?
This is some new guy who joined General.
Yes, pretty much.
Well,
yeah, I just joined because I was like, oh hey, they're there, and well.
All right. We're on Jason Bourne right now, man.
Okay. So Jason Bourne.
I have no idea who that is, and
okay,
yes,
then don't be talking.
All right.
I am. Okay. Hey, you guys.
Okay. All right.
All right.
This is why we should get in a private chat, guys. Okay. Jason Bourne. Jason Bourne. I think Jason Bourne his movies are good. I don't like his fight scenes. I don't think he's the most interesting character, but I am aware that I'm generally biased because I just think his movies are good. I just don't have any real connect. They're fine. They're fine. Somebody else who likes Jason Bourne should talk more than I do. I think he's fine. I think they're overrated.
I watched all his movies and then went and found all his books because I loved the character. I will, however, say, on this tier list, he deserves to be no higher than a solid B tier, because that is what it is. It is a solid B tier, good, decent action movie, an action series.
Okay.
I would not put him any higher than solid B tier, like mid B tier. He's very middle of the road, stereotypical action movie.
Okay. Does anyone else have any other argument against that? Because I don't really disagree.
Not really.
Like I said, in terms of his, I don't think he's as interesting of a character as Axel Foley. I wouldn't even say I like him as much as I like. I know this is a picture of Cameron Poe. That's not actually Cameron Poe. We're doing that's Face Off. Forget his name in Face Off. I don't think he's as good of a character as Cameron. So if he is in B, I would find it hard to put him in front of any of these characters. However, his movies are better than Axel Foley's.
Right. We gotta factor that.
Castor Troy is his name in Face Off. By the way.
Thank you. I couldn't think of it, but yeah. So does anybody? Oh shoot, sorry. Excuse me. Does anybody disagree with B? Anybody in the chat disagree with B? Does anybody in the
I was gonna go down your list of qualities, but no, I can completely agree with B. He's more competent than.
Actually, if he is going in B though, I do think he should go above Axel Foley at least.
Because it's
okay.
As a character, I wouldn't put him above Axel Foley, but his movies I would put above Axel Foley. So I think you're right to put him around the Axel Foley level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just thought of something, and this will be for when we go to change things around. We didn't really talk competency at all when we were talking. Oh, never mind. I went back to Con Air. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. So I guess this is gonna be okay. So we know he's in B. It looks like everyone is agreeing he should be in B.
He's somewhere around Axel Foley.
So I'm gonna make another poll. I'm gonna make another poll. Okay, it's gonna be above or below Axel Foley. All right.
Axel Foley.
Yeah. Sorry.
Foley.
Above or below? Below.
Axel Foley.
Axel Foley. Start poll. Okay. So vote away, everybody. We're gonna give you a little bit of time to vote, but
I don't know who either of them are, so I have nothing to say in this.
Bruh.
Congratulations.
Played yourself.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Nah, I'm joking.
If
man,
you
I'm
have
joking.
nothing to say, then there's no reason to say you have nothing to say.
Guys, I'm breathing right now.
Oh,
As you can see, my profile picture is the level of my intelligence. Not high.
It's like going to a
No,
video on how to
the
make cake, and
face.
then you put in the
The
comments,
face.
"You like cake."
I'm an idiot. That.
Damn, don't beat yourself up that much.
I muted him. So.
Born is just
Sorry, man, but yeah, I muted him. We're in the middle of a stream. You can't just like come and
Yeah,
start
you can't just
disrupting
jump
shit.
in and start, yeah,
Like you can
yeah.
jump in. It's a general stream. Jump in, join. I don't care.
Damn, we keep getting so many 50-50 votes near the halfway point in this, dude.
God.
We're at.
Yeah, it's like
Well, that
near
means
50-50.
no, it just means most people are agreeing at least some.
You know what? Hey, cream of the crop. I know you haven't voted yet. Get in there and vote.
10 seconds. 10 seconds until the end of votes, guys.
He's like a little bit of everything, and it just makes him a little too generic. Like he's a secret agent, okay. Then he had amnesia, okay. It's like how many heroes had amnesia? How many heroes were secret agents? How many heroes are on the run? Yada yada yada.
All right.
How many heroes?
Well, he brought back the whole amnesia trope, dude. Like it was starting to die, and then he's like, "Hey guys, boom."
Well, to be fair,
You know
oh
what
wait,
that
shit.
makes me think of? That one.
No, Axel. Yeah.
To be fair, the book was written a long time before the actual movie came out, so it might, I don't know what year, but it might not have been that used when the books came out. I don't actually know how old the books are. But
if I'm being completely honest, that placement is extremely fair because honestly, I would put this tier list. Axel Foley and Jason Bourne should be basically interchangeable.
Hey, what's not?
As a character,
specifically
as a character, I don't think it's even close. I think Axel Foley is a much. I think Axel Foley, if we were just doing characters and not taking in the quality of their films, I think Axel Foley should be much higher than he is. He should easily be in A tier, probably high A. But
I
his
100%
movies
agree with you. But the thing is, we
so
are doing it on movies and characters.
Yeah,
so
we are
I
actually missing a big character.
Axel Foley, phenomenal character, terrible movie.
Is his actor already on the list?
Phenomenal movie, terrible character.
Yeah. Well, is he a terrible character? Would you say he's a terrible? I think he's a very simple character, and I don't really.
I wouldn't necessarily say terrible. I would just say simple.
I don't feel like I understand who he is by the end of the trilogy. Like I feel like I'm watching the movie. I'm like, okay, you're a guy who needs his memories back, and you fight to get your memories back.
Oh my God, it's Jason Bourne.
And then you're just like an assassin who doesn't want to be an assassin anymore. Like I don't really understand who you are outside of that. Outside of the
and
plot.
That's the exact reason that I say it should be a solid B because it is very much stereotypical action movie of we are only going to give you as much information as we need to advance the plot.
Gotcha. Oh, and to answer Lost Soul, you find Axel kind of annoying. Axel is extremely annoying. Like he's absolutely annoying. That's on purpose. He annoys literally everybody in the movie constantly. But like you kind of have to get on his wavelength. Like he's funny. It really is.
It could have been worse. It could have been Chris Tucker.
Oh God, no! I don't think he would have fit in this.
I actually think Chris Tucker. I actually have a lot of respect for Chris Tucker, to be honest.
I'm saying in that role.
It's the voice that I think would get on people's nerves.
Yeah, he's a funny guy though. I think he's. I actually do like the Rush Hour movies. I'm not gonna lie. I do.
Moving on from John McClane.
I mean, your comedy and humor is definitely on that wavelength.
Is it?
I like Chris Tucker.
By the way, we were actually missing a very big character from this list.
I'm missing so many big characters. I'm so sick. Okay, I'm missing a lot of characters.
No. There's one. There's one specifically.
What?
We are missing Rouga Rabid from this list.
Oh my God.
Think about it. He's been in like what 40 fights. He's been arrested. He's like he's talking about how he's like throwing bombs.
Yes, but he's not an action movie hero. And anyway, let's move on to John McClane.
Dan is
not an action movie hero yet.
Dan is sick of y'all's shit, guys.
Pretty good action movie.
Hold on, y'all.
Okay, so
all right.
Oi, silence.
I will use this button.
Do use it. That's what you're there for.
Use it, bro.
Okay.
Everybody shut the fuck up. Let Rouga move on to John McClane.
John McClane. Next up is John McClane, everybody.
Yes.
Rouga Rabid. Okay. So, okay. Jesus. Let me rebalance myself a little bit.
God.
John McClane. Arguably one of the greatest action stars of all time. Is that like, am I jumping the gun by saying that? Like,
controversially the best Christmas action star of all time.
I mean,
only from the first movie.
Well,
greatest Christmas
no,
movie.
no, I disagree. I mean, I say he has 4 solid films.
Oh no, I'm saying the Christmas
yeah,
pun
yeah.
that was said.
Well,
sorry.
no, a lot of them are Christmas too, because I think 2 does 2 take place on Christmas? I think 2 takes place on Christmas. 3 doesn't. I think 3 is the only one that doesn't take place on Christmas.
1, 2, and 4 are all Christmas.
4 is Christmas too? Okay, I forgot about that.
Well,
okay,
shit.
But yeah, Die Hard has 4 very solid movies. I know people don't like 2, and I know some people don't like 4. 2's only problem is that it's a copy of 1, but it's not a terrible copy of 1.
2 was okay.
And yeah,
I like the airplane
it's not
setting.
bad.
It's not too bad.
It's pretty good. And
I've
4
only
is
seen the first one.
And 4, I don't like the fact that they make John McClane a superhuman. That bothered me a lot. But the actual movie itself.
Isn't that the one where he kind of got into the cop car, like out of it as it was like spinning off and doing
he
shit?
destroys the helicopter with a cop car. He's going up against like hackers and shit. It's the one with Justin Long is in it. Kevin Smith is in it.
But it wasn't like a John McClane thing.
It didn't feel like a Die Hard movie for a lot of it, which I think was the main issue. But as just a standalone action movie, it wasn't bad, and I actually think it was a good movie. 5 is a flaming pile of fucking dog shit, and that's what's gonna bring it down, and why I cannot put it in S tier, because that is a flaming pile of dog shit.
We did give Mission Impossible S tier, and it had 1 bad movie.
It doesn't have a dog shit movie. 2 is not terrible.
Oh, okay.
2 is not
Fair
that
enough.
bad. Like it is an okay, average-ish action movie.
Well, I could see it being low S or very high above Indy A tier.
5 is just straight up bad. But John McClane as a character is one of the best characters on this list, and I think that's gonna that and the fact that and Die Hard is arguably. I know I said that Terminator 2 and Aliens are some of the best action movies. Die Hard's probably better than Aliens. I don't know if it's better than Terminator 2, but it's up there. Like those are like some of the greatest action movies of all time. So I think instantly it's got to be A, possibly low S, but I think 5 disqualifies it from being S.
He's definitely also other than the.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay.
Dan.
And one nice thing is parts I do remember, like definitely in the first one, you definitely see that he is in danger, other than the one time he's superhuman, but.
The only movie I haven't seen of him is the bad one.
Probably.
Yeah, I would suggest you not watch it. It's terrible.
Okay.
Don't watch it. Like he doesn't even act like John.
I didn't even know there was a fifth one.
It feels like a Bruce Willis action movie that has no ties to Die Hard. It feels like they had an action movie script written and they just decided to stay on Die Hard.
Case.
That does not surprise me, because that's what it feels like when you're watching it. It's terrible. I hated that movie. I think you had a solid fucking run of Die Hard movies, and I was like, bro, this is great. And then when 5 was coming out, I was like, oh, dude, they have not had a bad movie yet. And then they fucked it all up with 5. They ruined a perfect streak down here.
We are getting a lot of S's in chat right now.
Yeah,
ahead,
I mean,
Dan.
I was expecting that because it's kind of like Indiana Jones, like Die Hard. Like it would feel weird to not have Die Hard in S. Now the question becomes: is he above or below Ethan Hunt? Because
Below.
I'll say put him at the top end.
Below, easily.
Definitely below.
Yeah, like I feel like the chat's gonna think. I feel like the chat's gonna say above because it's fucking Die Hard and it's John McClane.
Below.
And it's weird to say that Mission Impossible's above it. But I kind of feel
Dan
like
has been asking to speak for a while. Can we give him a chance after Rouga stops?
Dan? I thought Dan's.
I think he belongs above Ethan Hunt. Like Ethan Hunt is cooler, but like McClane is more relatable. If that makes, he's like a normal dude. He's a normal cop.
Well, that's what he was.
Just so happened to turn into
the whole concept. The whole concept of his movie was that he was, because at the time he came out in the 80s, and during the 80s, all you had was invincible, unstoppable badasses. You had Rambo, you had Commando, you had was Commando in the 80s? I think it was. Anyway, you had all of the action heroes were just gods essentially, and then you had this one movie come out, and it's like he was the everyman hero, and that kicked off a bunch of rip-off movies where everybody was trying to do the everyman.
Like I said, you felt that he was in danger the whole movie.
Oh yeah,
yeah, he was
but
fucked.
I think that's why it makes his movies are
that's
more blood pumping than like Ethan is. Ethan, it just makes you want to go, yeah.
No, that's not. I don't think that's true. I don't think Ethan is a superhuman. Like yes,
well, I'm not saying he's superhuman, but what I'm saying is that his is more like, he's gonna get out of something every time he's in danger, whether it be like a loved one's held hostage. He's got one arm.
I don't think that's necessarily true though, because like if you like actually go back and watch those movies, I mean by the end of those movies he's usually pretty fucked up. Like he's more so like now the challenges he has to overcome are way greater than Die Hard is all about John McClane in one location with a dozen guys that he has to overcome. Ethan's his stories encompass the entire planet and multiple spy agencies, and there's way more shit, and it's harder challenges, but he has just as hard of a time overcoming those challenges as John McClane does. So I wouldn't necessarily say that it's
right, but he's more trained to get you to. He's more trained for that kind of thing.
He's more trained, but he has harder difficulties to get over. So I'm not going to say that
he's not trained for like taking on 12 guys at once.
Well, he's a cop. I mean, he is trained.
He's a regular cop, but how much? Like, think of it like this: Ethan Hunt is trained to take on 5 guys at once in, like, let's say, an elevator, a small bedroom, that kind of thing. Like, and he's going to take them all on. Maybe not like with minimal effort, but he's going to take them all easily.
Yeah, but that's not true. I don't agree with that at all.
More easily than McClane is, though. Like, if you were like McClane, he has to like think outside the box. He's got to be like, oh, is that reflective surface?
Sure, but that's because McClane is less. Yes, McClane is less skilled than Ethan, and McClane doesn't have as big of challenges to overcome. Ethan is a more skilled character, so he has bigger challenges to overcome, but I think he has just as much of an issue overcoming those challenges as McClane does. By the end of his movies, he's almost always fucked up, or someone dies who he cares about. Like, he gets messed up in those movies. Like that is like, yeah, he is more so. He is not a Jack Reacher. He is way closer on the spectrum to someone like a John McClane than a Jack Reacher.
And Adema here is saying also Ethan has an entire team of side characters to help him, which McClane doesn't. McClane does all his actions.
That's also true. People helping him out, which makes it even like a bigger obstacle for him to overcome if he's only got 2 guys on his side.
Yeah, and like
I want to say they're tied. I want to say they're tied at both S tier.
I would say they're both S tier characters.
Definitely. I want to put them in like the same spot, but I know that's not possible.
No. So would he go above or below? I say because of how bad 5 is, he would have to go below, and the fact that Mission Impossible has better action sequences. I think that those 2 reasons he should
go lower a rank.
That's fair.
Would legacy play a factor?
No, that would be the same thing as being iconic.
That's iconic. Iconic doesn't. Okay, so I think we've got.
Let me differentiate that though. They made an arcade after Die Hard. There's like any scene you've ever seen where a villain gets kicked out of a building, that's because of Die Hard. Like there's all this stuff that's specific to because Die Hard.
They had a whole Rick and Morty episode based off Die Hard.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. That does not make the quality of the film go up for me. At all, like you watch
the same about
what I'm getting at is that it's like a lot more memorable and like I mean, granted, memorable is iconic, but like it just has a lot more stuff that made people's like eyes bug out of their head back when it first came out.
Here, look, I'll make a poll.
Compared to Ethan Hunt, where it's just more like that suspenseful detective thing. Like one is specifically targeted as an action film, and the other's not.
What? Hold on.
They're both no. I don't know where you're coming from there. Wait, hold up. Shut up. Everyone shut up. Okay, I'm about to do a poll. Right now we're at S, above or below Ethan Hunt. Poll starting now. Vote away. Okay, continue what you were saying. I don't see how could you possibly say that they're not an action. Like they're both straight up actions.
I didn't say it's not an action. I'm saying Die Hard is pure action, whereas Mission Impossible has a bunch of other stuff.
No, I can't agree with that at all. I mean, the action in Mission.
I don't agree, but I think I know what you're saying.
I get what he's trying to say. I just don't agree with it. And Mission Impossible. In all of Mission Impossible's movies,
video game franchises modeled off of Die Hard.
It doesn't matter. Mission Impossible has some of the greatest action scenes ever put into film history. I mean, you can't say that it's less of an action.
Memorable for.
Yes, that is. Doing his own stunts is what they doing their own stunts, and the massive stunts in those movies are what sells the movies. That's what the marketing is behind.
Dude, Tom Cruise running has been memed so many times.
Yes, but that's
I'm arguing the arcade thing real quick.
Guys, one at a time. One at a time.
What I'm saying is what makes Ethan Hunt so memorable is more so like how he solves a problem or like gets in and out of a situation. You know, the pulling the false face off of himself. Like that's Mission Impossible. Like what you think of. You don't think of like this big action scene where he's in a fight unless it's like the last thing in the movie.
I mean, you could say you don't think about it, but it absolutely is throughout the entire movie. There are martial arts fights,
right,
there are gun fights, there are car chases, and there are massive stunts.
The action scenes of Die Hard are the main thing you think of about Die Hard.
No, it's not. The main thing you think of about Die Hard is John McClane.
Yippee-ki-yay.
That is the main thing you think of. The character of John McClane.
That in and of itself, that statement is a reason to perhaps put him above Ethan Hunt as an action star. I mean, sure he doesn't do his own stunts. I give you that.
Well, no, because we're doing more than just character. But I would say, well, no, because the idea of what people think about when they think about the movie is not a factor for where we're rating the characters. I don't care what people think about. Like Jack Reacher, Jack Ryan is not.
Rating him is based on us where we think of what.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go through the each score one real quick.
Jack Ryan. Shut up. Jack Ryan is not a C because people don't know him. Like that's not. If he was the best character on this list, he would be up in the Rambo slot. He's not because Rambo's the best character. But I like Rambo. So, there's
really?
That's like, yeah, I know, crazy. But like it's like what people think about isn't relevant. You have to look at the character, look at the movie, look at what they do, look at the action sequences. What's better? Like that's what you have to look at, and the idea that people think about it more, or that this movie influenced more things in the future, that is not relevant to the quality of the film, the character, the writing, and the action scenes. And as far as when you compare Die Hard to Mission Impossible, while I would say that especially Die Hard 1 is a better movie than pretty much any Mission Impossible movie, the action sequences in Mission Impossible are better. The characters are probably pretty close. I think these are both really solid characters. But in terms of action, there's no argument here. Mission Impossible is a better action movie when it specifically comes to the action. It's got more action scenes. It has every type of action scene. Die Hard doesn't. Die Hard really has a couple of stunts here and there and shootouts. Mission Impossible has shootouts. They have car chase scenes. They have martial arts fighting scenes, and they have massive stunts. Like it has everything. Now, yeah, go ahead.
I feel like
now before anybody interrupts me because Rouga's done, and I know that you all have some very interesting responses to that.
Yes.
Chat, get your votes in because that poll is closing soon, so that we can keep going with the tier list. And also, I just want to say, the poll's still in the YouTube live chat. Just want to say, John McClane, phenomenal character. Ethan Hunt, phenomenal character. They both have tons of merits, but they cannot be tied. So guys, if you want to have an input on this tier list, put your vote in the chat. And for the rest of you, can you please go one at a time? God damn it.
Well, I don't mind.
Who's up next?
It doesn't bother me if people talk over each other occasionally. It's going to happen. I mean, there's a chat room with how many fucking people in it? Holy shit!
I think we got close to 12.
Yeah. There's more than that.
It's only like 2 or 3.
There's way too many people in the chat. But people are going to talk over each other. But when someone's talking, don't let your ego get in the fucking way and just keep talking and hope that the other person stops talking. Be the bigger man. Stop fucking talking when somebody's talking. Like it just is what it
makes sense.
You know. But I noticed 2 people talking and they're like having like 2-3 sentences each of them at the same time. Like one of you guys got to give up, bro. Like he's just fighting with each other. And if I'm talking, obviously everybody shut up because.
See, I was just trying to say that, but in a nicer way.
I disagree.
It depends on tone, but yes, absolutely.
Die Hard has all that too. Are you talking about the stuff that I was talking about, Scar?
I think he is.
Scarlax Tapeworm?
Yeah.
No, because it really doesn't. It has shootouts.
So,
there's no martial arts fight scenes. There's a couple of here and there of sort of like over the top like stunt sequences, but a lot of them are done with CGI, and they're nowhere near as big as Mission Impossible's is. There's a couple of brawls here and there.
Bigger rewatch value.
I think there's like one car chase in the whole series. Like
series.
There's really not that much. Like every single Mission Impossible movie has every single type of action scene you can want in all of them. Like there isn't a single one that doesn't have all that. Maybe the early ones don't have the massive stunts like the first 2 or 3, but other than that they all have them. Not so much for Die Hard. I don't think they're comparable in terms of the action. And even if you could say that they were, the action isn't as good. Like no one can argue that Mission Impossible has the best action sequences on this list, even the ones that we haven't gone over yet. Like nothing even comes close.
Yeah, no, that is true, Sarlacc. There was martial arts in both 2 and 4 when he got his ass kicked by that one woman. Yeah,
Should
that
Tomb
does.
Raider be on here?
Yeah, she's more of a video game character, anyways.
I feel like it.
Yeah, no video game.
I feel like that's more of an adventure movie.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I
Well,
feel like the Die Hard movies
Indiana
effects
Jones
are
more
cooler
adventure
because
movie,
it's
but-
more grounded.
It's an unofficial
Hey, guys.
rule, technically. I guess with no video game characters, it's kind of an unofficial rule.
yeah. So Adam is saying that Die Hard movies are more grounded. That's why. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the action has to be better or worse. Like grounded doesn't like. I'm actually saying that the Mission Impossible action scenes are better. Like they're not. It's not that they're just bigger. I mean, you can have lower scale action scenes that are better. Like I would argue that the fight scenes in Captain America: Winter Soldier between like the martial arts fight scenes are some of the best action scenes that they've done in all of Marvel, but they're not the biggest. Like it's how well the scenes are put together and like how interesting is the stunt. Are you using like real people? Does it look fake? Are you making a lot of cuts? Like there's things to be said. And I just think Mission Impossible does it better than any other movie.
Itself is clearly not playing a factor on this list.
Yeah. So I'm gonna end it. I'm not even gonna count to 10. It's been going on for a while. People say that he should be above. I can't really argue with that too much. Like I said, I think I would probably put Ethan above barely. But it's really hard to get around just how good most of the Die Hard films are. So John McClane goes above Ethan Hunt. I would swap it, but I'm not mad about this. This is it's really just
as a slight heads up. I'm gonna be bouncing out about 13 minutes, just so you know.
Y'all can just leave. You don't have to tell anybody. It's fine. You'll just notice you stop talking after a while. It's cool. You don't have to. If you gotta go to the bathroom, you gotta leave. You can just go. It's fine.
Goodbye.
Rouga, do you want to answer chat or do you want me to?
Do I want to what?
What?
Answer the newest comment in chat.
What's the newest comment in chat?
Oh, it's another tier list one.
Can someone tell me what the tier list is about? Just join the chat.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
The best action, best action stars tier list. We picked like 20 of them.
Wow, that's
we're
a terrible
not picking
description.
ones that would, would be more specific.
Let
to
the
other
master do
genres,
it.
Let
like
me do it. Let me
Goku
do
and
it.
whatnot.
They're not action stars. Action stars are actors. We're doing action characters, but it's specifically action heroes, and it's going to be based on a criteria of, I believe, 4 criteria is what we came up with. How good are the movies that they're in? How good are the action sequences they're in? How well written is the character? And what was the 4th one? There was a 4th one we were going over.
The competency of the
The
character.
competency of the character, how good they are at their particular role within the story. So those are the 4 criteria. One thing that is not the criteria, and I want to keep reiterating this, is iconicness. I do not care how iconic they are, how memorable the movie is, or how many people see the movie and love it. We're doing quality. Like that's why you see people like Indiana Jones not being instantly an S, because it doesn't. He actually has a lot of bad movies. It doesn't matter how iconic the character of Indiana Jones is. So that's the criteria, and we're not the only ones doing it. The chat's doing it too. You guys are helping us. We're letting y'all vote and talk about it, and y'all can convince us too if y'all want to. Half of these y'all fucking picked. So next. Next.
Personally, I think the Avengers.
I love every comment
was the
PDF
best.
has made since the stream started.
Yeah, no, he's been great.
He's been agreeing with me the whole time. So I like it.
Nick Munoz.
Another thing I wanted to say about John McClane is that I think it's because he's so grounded that the special effects are kind of cooler in a way. Because with Ethan Hunt, you expect a character like that to go through a bunch of explosions from helicopters and C4. Yeah.
Have you seen a Mission Impossible? Have you seen the newer Mission Impossible movies, like the last 4 or 5?
No, it's just in a general.
So no, you haven't seen them. Okay. No.
No, not the recent ones. But
okay.
what I'm saying
then
is
they are not, because the way you're describing them, you're sounding like someone who's never seen them before.
No, but like not the newer ones. Well,
it's not just
a generalization for characters.
So here's the funny thing that I think about people who say listen. Here are the things that I think that's funny about people who are saying that John McClane is more grounded than the stuff that happens in Mission Impossible. The stunts that are done in Die Hard are not done practically throughout half of that series. The ones in Mission Impossible are. So the stunts you're saying that are less grounded are the ones that actually have a real person doing them. Like, that to me is nuts. Like, that kind of destroys your argument right out the gate if you say it's because it's more grounded. Because they're literally doing it. So it's not. So it is.
He does not have a double.
You can't say it's not grounded. They're literally doing the thing that you're seeing on screen. Real people are doing real shit. In Die Hard, there's a lot of stunt guys who are coming in and doing it. There's a lot of special effects that are being that are not like, they're not actually doing the things. Sound rooms, things like this. Like when Tom Cruise.
It's like when you see Tom Cruise hanging off a plane, he's actually hanging off a plane.
Like when Tom Cruise runs across in Ghost Protocol, when I think it was Ghost Protocol, when he's running along the side of that skyscraper and then he leaps and then he has to jump from one side of the building to the window. It's insane. Like, that's all in camera. He actually did that. And if you're looking at something like there's like a guy falling off a building, or like a John McClane jumping off the building when he tied the hose around his waist and he jumps off, that's not real. That's on a sound stage. So
and then recently where he like rode the motorcycle off the cliff and then parachuted onto the train. That's like actually did that.
All real.
Even though he's an old man now.
Do you really think that he would, let's be fair here though. Do you really think he's going to train himself to walk on glass barefoot in a first movie like Die Hard?
Well, that's not a stunt. That's just like to protect that actor's feet.
Bruce Willis has never done his own stunts, I don't think.
No,
if I'm wrong.
Doesn't mean that but we're talking about the character too, though. Like, I think it's more impressive that a guy survived falling off a building and swinging off of a hose than a secret agent that's trained for everything under the sun to survive almost anything under the sun.
So let me answer this guy's. He just some guy just paid. What's his name? Trucker. So Trucker, we're not doing superheroes. This isn't a superhero list. We're doing straight action. So we're gonna have a superhero list at some point in the future, and yes, Blade will definitely be on it. I don't know if Spawn will be on it, because I don't think Spawn would get very high on the list. We might put Spawn on it. I guess
he's kind of a badass, especially if he goes to the comics.
Though, then we're gonna have to pull from comics as well, especially if we're doing characters like Spawn.
Yeah, because his movie's not that great. Like, his movie's pretty bad.
His movies suck.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if we do superheroes, we could do superhero comics. We don't have to do movies.
I mean, I like that movie. I like that movie back when I was 9 years old. But
if anything, we could do the Spawn TV show, the animated show, maybe.
We can talk about that later for a superhero stream.
I think Abdel Ayla. I think you're new to the. Okay, yeah, no, we're not doing the fact that he inspired shit is completely irrelevant. We're not. It does not matter if he inspired. We're only doing the quality of the movie, the quality of the characters, the quality of the action sequences, that kind of stuff. We're not how iconicness and inspirations and all that. That doesn't matter. Not for this list anyway.
One final thing I want to bring up is.
Okay, one more thing, and then we're moving on to John Wick. Go ahead.
Last thing, like deadass, just one thing. One more thing is that the variety of the movies. It's like, okay, we know they're both action movies. We both know they're both different types, but when it comes to like what they bring from each movie is what I'm talking about. Like, we know when it comes to the Mission Impossible movies, it's like we know what we're gonna expect. You know, okay, he's going to do his own stunts, and then there's going to be,
I mean, isn't that true with every action movie?
Guys, that kind of thing. When it comes to the Die Hard movies, it's like we didn't expect there to be a car chase to find bombs. We didn't expect the guy to walk across barefoot on goddamn shattered glass. We didn't expect those kind of things. Variety is also what helps the Bruce Willis movies. Variety is also what helps the Die Hard movies as well, I think. Because with the Mission Impossible, we know it's going to be spy, thriller, You know,
I don't.
machine
Yeah, that's another
guns
argument I
and-
don't get because all the Die Hard movies are about the same thing, with the exception of Die Hard with a Vengeance. They're all about the same thing.
They're about the same
Right.
thing.
Yeah,
At the risk of cutting somebody off here, we've been talking about Die Hard for the last 20 minutes.
I
Let's
don't
move
care.
on.
It's a
Yeah, I'm
stream.
done, I'm
It
done.
doesn't matter to me if you have a conversation. But yeah, I don't agree with that statement at all. I think
I
that
don't either.
the first two movies are about the exact same thing.
Yeah.
3 changes it up a little bit, and then 4 goes back to again basically the same thing.
Yeah,
as the last
I mean,
two,
also
but
you
just-
can say that about most '90s and '80s action films.
Yeah, and I would say
even action films today, like they're pretty straightforward.
Yeah, and I would say if you're talking about variety, Mission Impossible has a much wider variety than like the actual series has evolved. Like it didn't even originally wasn't about stunts. Like originally it was about spy thrillers. The second one is just a straight up action movie. It's not a spy thriller at all. It changes. But let's move on to John Wick because he's right. We have been talking about John, but you know what? John McClane deserves to be talked about. Like he is one of the greatest.
He
so
does.
It's fine.
And he 100% deserves the time we've given him. I'm just saying I think it might have gone a little overboard.
This is going to be an interesting one, this
Right.
next one, though, because John
Yeah,
Wick,
it was
just
about
because
the
of
bad report.
I think recency bias is going to come up with John Wick.
Yeah,
Because
for
he's probably
sure.
he's the biggest action movies currently that is airing, like right now, that comes out. And I know we have a lot of young people who come to the chat. So I think we're going to suffer from recency bias. I think John Wick is okay as a character. I
To be
don't.
fair, you do have a lot of like 80s, 90s stars on this
So-
list.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I would actually
I think
put
he
John
sits
Wick
at A.
top of B, and that's it.
B
Um,
tier.
So there's a couple things that I think he does amazingly.
A.
The martial arts fight scenes are amazing. The shootouts are amazing, except John Wick 2. I think John Wick 2 is a trash movie, but the other 3 John Wicks are actually really good. The action's
Hot take.
really it's just the action. I mean that the story isn't amazing. The universe is cool. This is probably the only one that actually has a cool universe, other than maybe Terminator and RoboCop. Because the universe of John Wick is pretty cool. The action sequences are cool. It's filmed well. But the character of John Wick is as bare bones as it could possibly get. And
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
about it.
You're
Can I
saying
make
the
a comment
Baba
on that?
Yaga is the
So he's Agent 47 in a don't give a shit playthrough.
Okay, can
Yeah.
I make a comment on that?
Of course.
Go ahead, Dan.
So, you say he's bare bones. I say that he lets his legend speak for itself. So, yes, we don't get a whole lot of character from John himself, but the environmental storytelling and the universe storytelling that we do get from all the other characters, including not only the High Table, but the Russian mobsters he went after in the first movie, and everybody else that he encounters, they all have so much profound respect for the man who actually left the life.
Sure.
The only person in the entire world who went up against the High Table and won.
Well, I mean, I guess. But by the end of the 4th movie, technically, sort of, yes. But that doesn't add to his character. That's a feat.
That's the whole thing. His character is all about letting his feats talk for
That's
themselves.
not a character.
He walked straight up
But that's
to
kinda boring.
the guy
That's-
on the Continental.
That's not
and
a character.
executed him point
His
blank.
Yeah,
story
that's
is
not a
told
character.
like FromSoft tells their stories. It's through item description. It's not through
But that's-
you
but-
being the character.
Yes, but the thing about From Software games is that their characters don't have character. Like, well, that's not
Yeah.
true. Father Gassion is actually a pretty well done character for someone who only gets lore. But
The
John
main
Wick,
character.
all of the feats that he's done in the past, all the actions that he's taken in the past, does not build his character. It just reiterates what
Presently.
we already know about him. He's a badass who can basically overcome anything he comes into contact with. Who the only real character that he gets is in the first movie with his wife. Outside of his wife dying, him losing the last vestige of her when the dog died, and then him going out to kill people. From that point on, he's gotten nothing in terms of character. We've just heard more badass stories, but we already got all the badass. Everything we needed to know about
I don't know.
John.
I feel like that's what makes him like.
Is that it? You stop talking a
No.
lot.
His system breaks up halfway through. He cuts out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All you need to know about John Wick's character through the entire series is the scene with the Russian mob boss in the first movie with his son, where he explains that he killed a man with a pencil, and he's like, you can't he's a man of focus. If he wants you, he's gonna come after. Like that whole terrifying scene where they build him up. That's all you need to see, and you know everything that you're going to know about his character from that one scene across the whole series. You don't. There's no other scene, and then you get backstory.
All four of those movies take place within the time span of a week in universe.
So what you're saying
but I don't see why
there's not much time for
character writing is bad.
No, there's 4 movies. Time span doesn't matter. There's 4 movies. That's enough. That's enough for. I mean, if you want to say that, you say that the 4 movies takes place over the span of a week. Every single Die Hard movie that's ever been made takes place over the course of a single night. So less time has gone by over the course of the Die Hard movies, and you get more character from John McClane in the first Die Hard movie than you do throughout all 4 movies with John Wick. He just doesn't have a whole lot of character. They're great movies, but they're much like Mission Impossible. They're movies that are all about the stunts, except unlike Mission Impossible, they do not like deepen John Wick as a character at all.
Yeah. Okay, you do have a good point. I would say his character is very similar to Jason Bourne in that regard. Then.
So high B or low A?
I put him above Jason Bourne simply because his action sequences are phenomenal.
His action's better.
I'm saying his character would be similar in level to Jason Bourne. However, I do still think that he should definitely be A tier based on his movies alone.
Yeah, I agree with that. But where is the question? Do we think that he should be above Indiana Jones, for instance?
He's more.
No, I still don't feel like Indiana Jones should be that high.
Well, yeah, Indiana Jones probably should be right there.
Well, here. Compare him to Furiosa.
Each indie movie and the TV show, we get more character. Like, we learned that Indy is the name of the dog. But with John Wick, it's really just the same story over and over and again.
I see some people saying that John Wick should be in B. There's a lot of people saying that John Wick should be in B.
A lot of people said that, me too.
It should be.
Well, I say high B or low A.
The reason why I have a hard time putting him in B is because the action sequences in his movies are so good.
Yeah.
Like they're
every other category other than character writing you said is great. So great action, great consistency, great movies.
The only thing
bad writing.
Like the only movie even on out of the 20, put him in the bottom. Out of the 20 films that we have here, the only movie that has better action sequences than John Wick is Mission Impossible. Like nothing else even comes close.
I would 100% agree with that. Like, John Wick is definitely like second best on this list in terms of action, if not
E2.
So, I would say A works. I just don't know if it's
his character works. It's just there isn't enough to go off of.
There's not a lot of substance.
We have one person who said S.
John's legend is built upon more within the lore of the universe. However, like you said, that's not really character, that's feats. So I do completely agree. His character is flat.
Okay, so I'm gonna make another poll.
I'm willing to put him.
It looks like people are saying A or B. So we're making another poll.
Yeah, I'm gonna put him like high A or high B, but
OA, yeah.
My gut reaction says B. I don't know why. It just feels that way.
Because if you're comparing to say like Ripley or Mariachi, there's more character to those. There's more character to them than there is with John Wick. It was more of a show don't tell kind of thing.
The poll's out, guys. A or B? Where do you think John Wick should go? The thing is that it feels really.
I'm still gonna put B. I feel like he's carried by his movies.
He is, but I also feel like it's weird to put him below like Desperado or Furio, like
that's my thing. I feel like we should just move Indy. Like screw chat, move Indy because he does not deserve to be ahead of Desperado.
Well, think about it like this: with Desperado, you know his character. You know more of his character as the movies go on. The first one, he was just an innocent guy, a cop in a bad situation. Then the second one, he falls in love with a girl, and then he gets her caught up in his business. Then you find out in the third movie that the main villain killed his girl, and then he rounds up some buddies. Now you know that he's not alone. He actually had made some friends along the way. You see there's a little bit of character building up as the movies go on. John Wick, on the other hand, it solely relies on the fact that he used to be a mob boss and he had a wife that died. If
he was never a mob boss.
That feels like if one thing happened after the other during his movies, like maybe he lost his wife during the first movie, then his wife during the second movie, then his car during the third movie, then maybe his character development would have been better. But no, he lost them all at once, and then some guy pissed him off and reminded him, "Yeah, you're alone in the world," and then boom, action movie.
So people are saying A. Now the question is, where in A?
Where?
Yeah.
I still feel like you just say screw chat, move Indy down at least one spot.
Well, okay, so here's the issue with that. Like, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but we still have the fact that Indy is in 2 of the greatest adventure films that has ever been put to cinema.
3.
So just because of that, I can understand him being at the top of A. I understand that half his movies are terrible, or not. Well, 4 gets a little more slack than it should. It's not good, but I would say if it wasn't an Indiana Jones movie, it would just be considered an average, who cares movie. But because it's an Indiana Jones
when 2/5 of your movies can't
aren't
hold
good.
up,
Yeah.
you have to be lower than people who have 3 pretty good movies and 2 really good movies.
That is a fair point, though. That's fair.
Controversial. His 4th movie. Wait, hold on a second. His 3rd movie is controversial. His 4th movie is disliked, and his 5th movie is hated. And we're wondering if he should be moved out of A or not.
Yes. Basically.
No, like people love his
not necessarily moved out of A. No, because like I said, I think the first 2 movies that he has, or not the first 2.
It's the 4th movie that's getting like some mixed.
Okay, let me play devil's advocate here and see if I can move this along and whether he should be an A or not. Like, his movies are hit or miss. A lot of his stunts are literally him just finding the quick way out of a fight, and not so like a lot of his action scenes are finding the quick way out of a fight and not so much actually going through with a fight. And so, yes, you've got like these great action films that everybody loves, but I don't necessarily think they love them for the action.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's an action movie.
Just a great story.
It doesn't matter why people love them.
But that's what I'm. Think about what your 4 categories are. It's only hitting A in one category.
Well,
it's
none of them
lower than B in other categories.
That's not necessarily true. I mean, he's competent. I'm gonna keep forgetting my goddamn categories, but he's competent. He does have 2 all-time classic films, which is, that's an important factor.
He's a great example to the kids.
The action sequences are amazing. They're really good. They're really well done. They're also all practically done, which is important.
Doesn't he have as much luck as he has competency, though?
No, he has competency. I mean, he's a treasure hunter. He's
one of the best. Oh, sorry. He's one of the best fighters in the movie. He's just never the best fighter.
He's a decent
archaeologist.
He's a decent fighter. He's an adventurer. He's an archaeologist, and he goes and hunts his treasure. And he always succeeds in getting his treasure. So I don't really see how you could say that he's not competent.
And we can also argue that
hold on.
No, I didn't say he wasn't competent. I would say he's as lucky as he is competent.
Yeah. Also,
I don't think
with
he's as competent as all the characters that are there.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's competent at his job. It doesn't matter if he's as competent. He gets the job done, and he is.
He doesn't have an action job. He has a nerd job.
Scrag, let Ninja speak.
Okay.
Okay,
I was
that's
just gonna
where he
say,
is
as far as the lucky factor, we could say that about every single treasure hunter out there. Nathan Drake.
Most of these characters.
Well, you could take it. Yeah, I mean, you could say that about John McClane. Technically, I mean, you could say that about a lot of characters. It's not really relevant. He succeeds in what he's doing. Luck's usually a factor. It's fine. But anyway, let's get John. So John Wick. Everyone is saying A. So people are saying A. So we're gonna put him in A. Now, where are we gonna put him in A?
Below our mariachi.
It feels wrong to put him below Indy.
Yeah.
But I feel like he goes around Furiosa.
I think he goes below Furiosa. Because I think you can argue that the action scenes in Mad Max are damn near as good, especially in Fury Road.
It just feels wrong to put John Wick below Indiana Jones. So I feel that's why
you're really big on the Indiana Jones hate train right now.
I really don't like where he is.
I kind of agree with you. I would put him lower in A.
I actually like that he struggles more than probably most of the characters in this.
And
also, at least he's
I'm gonna put John McClane below Furiosa because while I would agree that his action scenes.
I did my little
let me
bit
finish
of
talking. Let me finish talking. Let me finish talking. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I would. Jesus Christ. I would say that John Wick has better action sequences than Mad Max, but I don't think it's like that much better. I think
I think below Furiosa.
Okay, I would say that they're similar enough, but Furiosa is a considerably better character than John Wick is. So I wouldn't be able to put John Wick above Furiosa. Now, should we move Indy? Should we put it up to a vote to whether or not we should move Indy, or are they just gonna vote for the same thing and be like, nah, you should stay in the same spot?
I feel like they'll still vote for the same thing, but also before I forget, Aldor wanted me to ask, how are you doing the shoutouts for the smaller channels involved in the stream?
I didn't know he was gonna leave early. He was supposed to shout out his own channel, but I'll tell people at the end of the stream about Alden's channel. Alden has a.
I can go grab a link to his channel if you
That's
want to
fine.
Post in the chat.
Yeah. You could grab a link to his channel. Alden Gaming, Fayor Gaming. He has a gaming channel. He reviews games, talks about games, stuff like that. I was going to let him do that at the end of the stream. I didn't know he was leaving early, but yeah. Go ahead, do what you got to do, Dan. But yeah, so that's where John Wick. So chat, does anyone agree with Dan that Indy should move? Okay, so that's one person that agrees. No. If enough people say it, I'm just gonna put it up to a vote and see if we can move Indy.
I think he should be fine where he is.
Well, his argument is that half of his movies aren't good, which is a good point. Like, if we're talking about overall quality...
Listen, it was Kathleen Kennedy who did the last movie.
No, it's not just the last movie, though. It's not just the last movie. People didn't like 2. A lot of people didn't like 2. That's a mixed bag of a movie. 4 was unanimously hated, although I believe that it was hated unjustly. It's not good. Like, it still deserves some hate. And then 5 is just dog shit. That's 3 movies that arguably a decent number of people aren't going to like. So you have 1 and 3 that are all-time classics. So you have the highest highs, like the highest highs in this they're matching stuff like Die Hard, and Terminator 2 and stuff like that, but really low lows. So it makes sense that the idea that it should be moved. I get it. I understand why it's there.
When 40% of your movies do not hold up to the level of the other movies on the list, you cannot hold a position that you are in.
Okay, so look.
No, I cannot accept that. I'm sorry. That's gonna say Star Wars has to suck because of the Last Jedi.
Star Wars does suck. You can refuse all you want. Star Wars does suck.
That works is the original.
You did not help your argument by bringing up Star Wars. I'll tell you that right now. Star Wars has been a dumpster fire for quite a while. I understand there's a whole new group of fans who have come in who have said that the prequels are like actually really good if you look at them in a certain light. I have always said this. I like Revenge of the Sith, even though I don't think it's that great of a movie. I really like it. 1 and 2 are not good movies. And I don't care how many people come out and say they're good.
The original trilogy to be dragged down in any way because
there's 9 films, and you have 3. And the original trilogy is 3 films. It's not just Kathleen Kennedy. George Lucas made the prequels. Out of those prequels, 2 of them are not good, and 1 of them is good. It has been stained for quite some time.
Less than 50% of the Star Wars movies are good. And if you want to talk about Star Wars EU, that's a whole different bag. But only 4 of the movies from Star Wars are actually decent.
Yeah. I mean, you can refuse it all you want, but yeah, no. Star Wars is not a good series. You could say that it has good movies or that the original trilogy was good, but as a series, it has way more bad than it has good, especially if you count the Disney Plus shows that they've been releasing.
Yeah, but you have to also count the Clone Wars show, which is pretty good.
Rouga, I think it's safe to put Indy up to a vote now.
Jesus Christ, stop it.
It is a mixed bag.
Yeah, I'm bringing it up to a vote right now. I
feel like the prequels, like 1 and 2, are more popcorn films than anything. They're not. I don't know, man. They hold a special place in my heart because I know.
All right, polls up, guys. Move Indy down, yes or no? Yes, if you want to move down. No, if you want him to stay where he is.
The Indy. People like Temple of Doom.
It looks like you convinced them, Dan. At least to some extent, you convinced some people.
Was not expecting that.
Honestly, I was
just a me thing.
I was with you. No, I don't think it was a me. I don't think it was a you thing because I was with you all along. I don't like most of the Indiana Jones movies, so it's like I don't think he really belonged that high. Now, how
When
low
40%
he
of your series is objectively bad, like there's no really coming back from that.
Like I
There's
said,
a
I
reason why
think
people
I think I
consider the
think you can only
trilogy
put him
good.
so low because of how good the two that are good are.
And
But
I
yeah,
still
I
think
still
he's A tier, but I think he's definitely below John
Okay,
Wick.
thank you. Okay, we got it. Everyone's a Kathleen fanboy. Got it.
What?
You obviously wanted to
There's a
win.
reason why the Indiana Jones.
What?
You keep bringing up Kathleen Kennedy like the movies were great before she. Shush. You keep bringing up Kathleen Kennedy like that's your only point. Like, well, but the Kathleen Kennedy, the movies were bad before she ever showed up. Like, I don't know why you keep bringing up Kathleen Kennedy. Before Kathleen Kennedy, Episode 1 and Episode 2 were still bad. That doesn't change. Episode 3, I like. It has serious problems, but I like it. I think that you can get the entire story of Star Wars by watching Episode 3, 4, 5, and 6. And you can ignore 1 and 2. They're not important. Any information that you get in 1 and 2, you will learn in 3 anyway. He should have never made those movies. It should have just been 3, and we would have been able to catch up from that point. Because in 3, you find out about his mother dying, you find out about him killing the Sand People, you find out about him being a slave, you find out all the shit you need to know in 1 and 2. There's like no fucking information in there that you need to know. So yeah, no, the movies are bad. So stop bringing up Kathleen Kennedy because that's
hey,
our argument is not.
There's
Kathleen
one
Kennedy.
scene from the first Star Wars movie that was good.
All right, well, it looks like we're moving him down.
Moderation.
Yes.
That doesn't. Yeah, sure. A scene.
That's it.
I'm sorry, but you cannot save your movie with a CGI racing scene. That's not gonna. I've seen better CGI racing scenes.
The movie.
I've always had this opinion about Star Wars and Indiana for this this matter. If you look at the films as 80s films as opposed to modern day films, it really kind of contextualizes the entire thing.
I still disagree with that in the terms of Star Wars because like when I watched it, it was early 2000s. There were none of like the huge names in sci-fi yet, and Star Wars still, the prequel trilogy does not hold up to the original, and the sequel trilogy is even worse.
The prequels are not that bad compared to the sequels, and even then.
But if if you say you have to compare them to the sequels, then
Right,
you're not helping yourself. 1 and 2 is bad. Like I would actually say that A Force Awakens is better than 1 and 2. Like 1 and 2 are not good movies.
I was also
some executive meddling problems.
I was also trying to say is that sure, people may not like the prequels as much as say the original or maybe even the sequel, but the thing is there have been some improvements that actually do make the prequels a little better than people think, because let's face it, when you saw Darth Vader and Obi-Wan fight in the original trilogy, was it really that better than say something from Revenge of the Sith?
If we're talking about fight scenes,
how do we get on this?
If we're basing the quality of the films of Star Wars based on the fight scenes, they're dog shit. I don't think
there have been some improvements.
I think virtually none of the Star Wars movies have good fight scenes. Like even the mall fight scene, which I know a lot of people are going to bring up, and I saw someone bring it up in the chat. That's only good compared to other Star Wars fight scenes. Like if
and
you
also
that's
mostly good because Duel of the Fates is an amazing movie.
The song, it's the song, yeah. But even so, like if you take the fight scene between Maul and them, you just take that as a fight scene. You compare it to some of the greatest fight scenes that I've seen outside. They don't stand up. They don't even come close to standing up. Like it's Duel of the Fates is only good for Star Wars. It's fine for it's good for Star Wars. But Star Wars doesn't have good fight scenes.
Why are we talking about Star
But
Wars?
there was more than that one though. The Clone Wars, where they had like the droids going out on an all-out war against the Jedi that snuck into the arena, that was pretty cool. Yoda fighting.
Let's move on. I'm sorry.
Dooku fighting Yoda. I don't care what anyone
Okay, we're moving on now. Star Wars is so far off the track. We were talking about action heroes, and now we're on sci-fi.
To be honest with you, I actually don't care if we go off track if the conversation's interesting. Like it doesn't bother me. But we should.
And using two lightsabers. Come on, you're saying that when you saw that scene, you didn't try doing the same thing as a kid?
Yeah, I would like an example of a better fight scene.
Is that the sexy? That's the sexy voice black man. Is that him?
Hello. Yes.
Dash the sexy voice black dude. I've been looking for you for like a week.
Okay. What about
I'm beginning to think Rouga's more and more unhinged.
every fight scene that Palpatine has been in the Revenge of the Sith.
No,
When
last
Palpatine-
stream. Look, let me explain. Okay, last stream. Well, there was a bunch of people, and we had a sexy voiced black man, and I was trying to get the same people that were in the last stream to get in this one, and I was looking all over the fucking Discord. I'm like, I didn't know his name, so I'm like, where is the sexy voiced black man? And everybody was looking at me like I was fucking crazy. Like, sexy voice guy, speak, speak right now.
You speak.
Oh, I'm not that guy.
You're not that guy.
I'm a sexy voiced black guy.
Damn it, that's so we have two sexy voiced black guys in the fucking. Okay, I'll have to find them, but it's fine. We got a replacement. It's cool. It's cool. It is what it is.
Can we now move on to Star Wars?
Sexy voice black guy, two electric boogaloo.
Star Wars.
Well, no, because now we have to talk about the sexy voice black guy that came in the chat. That's I think that's the most important topic.
That's completely fine. But
Yes, sexy voice black guy is the best one.
what even is this next character on the tier list?
That's Martin Riggs, bro. You don't know Martin Riggs? It's from Lethal Weapon.
Never watched it.
Dude. Okay, Lethal Weapon.
I more played the video game.
Okay,
The
so
NES.
Oh my
okay,
God.
I think this one's going to surprise you then, because Martin Riggs is fan-fucking-tastic. Not only is he just as well written as John McClane, if not better in a lot of ways, all of his movies are good. He has no bad movies. 4 is the worst one, but it's still not a bad movie. And
Yeah,
basically,
by technicality.
yeah, basically he's the only real issue is that he's not the main character. He shares it with his partner because it's a buddy cop movie. But basically, it's Riggs and Murtaugh, and they're both cops. And Murtaugh is like a normal cop. He's like this old cop that's like about to retire or whatever. And then he gets partnered up with Riggs, who is known as a fucking psycho of a cop because his wife was murdered. Well, his wife died. I don't remember if she was murdered or not, but his wife
I think
dies.
she was murdered.
And yeah, I think so too. And he became suicidal, and he wants to die. So he constantly, like, purposely throws himself into extremely violent, horrible situations to try and get himself killed. But he's also, like, he's an ex-military soldier, and he's, like, a master martial artist, and he's a marksman, and, like, he just fucks up anybody who comes near him. But, no, he's an amazing character. And I would put him and the quality of his movies and the quality of his character writing, I don't know if he should be at S, but if he's not at S, he's at high A. I think Riggs is one of the best action heroes.
Isn't he one of the easiest S's on here?
You want to close
would
this
think
poll
so,
and
but
open
not
a
many
new
I think he's one of the easiest S's on here.
Well, let's see what people actually say before I even do a poll, because they might just all agree with me. Where do y'all think that Riggs and Murtaugh should even, or not Murtaugh, but where do you guys think that Riggs should even be?
S.
Absolutely yes. It's just like not even a
I would
question.
say high A
Great
easy.
characterization, great action scenes, great choreography.
See, people are
He's a
saying
great
Rambo.
actor.
People are
Great
saying he should be in the
everything.
Rambo
My
tier.
gosh, I think that movie like put Mel Gibson on the
High easy. Okay, you know what? I'm seeing A's, S's, Rambos. I'm seeing a lot of these. Okay, let's
Put
do
the
a
top
poll.
3 tiers on a poll.
Yeah.
See
Name
what
a
they pick.
number of moments from his movies, and they would all be for a good reason why he should be on S. When he fought damn Jet Li in the last movie, when he actually uses a Beretta instead of a standard issue pistol, when he's going out on duty, that sniper scene that never made it into the films for some reason. I don't know why you left that out.
I'm gonna be honest, the only reason I haven't seen the movies is because I have not been able to find them. The only thing that I have ever found for Lethal Weapon is the original, or not the original, is the remake show that they made.
They're so good.
Which I didn't want to watch.
They're so good. One is amazing, and 2 is arguably better. And like I say, 3 and 4 drop in quality, but they're still good. Like, I know a lot of people say that they just straight up don't like 4, but I mean, it's
4 is okay.
It's
not
solid.
that bad.
Like it's not as good as 1 and 2. I agree, but it's solid. It is not a bad movie. Like, the villain of the movie is Jet Li, and you have Martin Riggs and Murtaugh, played by Danny Glover. They have to get into a fist fight with Jet Li, and it's entertaining. They're not as good as Jet Li.
They lose points in the fight scene when they had to resort to stabbing him with a rusted rebar, and it was more comedic at that point when they used it as a handle to try and drown him.
If you say
Some of us want to see it. So hold up, because I haven't seen it myself. Like the same issue, I haven't been able to find it.
Yeah, someone in the chat saying that we should have a movie night. That would be awesome. Just watch a bunch of movies nobody's seen.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was
we could
thinking
see
of
the other
suggesting,
3
but I don't think you can.
RoboCop movies.
If we were gonna have a movie night, I would have a movie night of a movie that most people haven't seen. Like, I think I would have
Did you know that
assumed.
there's technically 7? Oh, sorry.
What do you think? Do you think more people have seen Lethal Weapon or The Raid?
Lethal Weapon.
Lethal Weapon, probably.
The more people have seen because Lethal
The
Weapon
Raid.
because
I haven't been able
the
to,
Raid's a newer
find
movie,
it
but it's a
really.
foreign movie, and Lethal Weapon's an older
Do it.
movie. So some people may
What-
not. If you're not like a huge film buff who
Do
likes to
it.
watch older movies, you may not have seen Lethal Weapon.
When it comes to foreign movies, I think people would stick to two countries,
I've
either Japan or
only
China.
seen the first Lethal Weapon.
So people are
Is there more
saying
than one?
S. People are saying S tier for Martin Riggs.
Yeah, S tier seems to
that's
be
fine.
the deciding vote.
Now,
Yeah, put him there.
this is
I
the
would
hard
say he's
part.
probably above John
Where-
Anyone
McClane.
who's said A has also said I'm totally cool with it being an S.
Also,
So-
one thing people forget about Riggs, he's funny. He's goddamn funny.
Oh yeah, he's good. I mean, it's Mel Gibson. Like, I don't care. I know people don't like Mel Gibson. Fuck them. I think Mel Gibson is one of the greatest actors who has ever lived. He's amazing. He's a good director. He's a great actor. He can do action. He's like, it sucked when he left Hollywood. I don't give a shit what his personal life is like, dude. Like Mel Gibson should have never left. I mean, he came back for like 5 minutes and he made one of the best war movies ever made with fucking Hacksaw Ridge. Like, the dude cannot make a bad movie. It bums me out that he's not in the mainstream anymore. But yeah,
Well, he's
based
coming back. He is going to make. He's going to be in charge of Passion of the Christ 2, and it said that he's going to be
Right.
the director of Lethal Weapon 5.
Yeah. Now, okay. So overall, when comparing him to this list, Martin Riggs, I personally like Martin Riggs more than John McClane. I'm not going to say he's a better character, but I personally like him more, so I'm sort of biased in that. As far as the movies go, none of the Lethal Weapons are as good as the first Die Hard movie, but they come close. And there aren't any bad Lethal Weapon movies. So
Are they consistently as good as, or like a little bit worse than the first Die Hard, but consistently at like 90%?
Like, if I had to rate them based on like 4-star movie, like out of stars, well, movies are usually rated through stars, by the way, just to let you know. But 4 stars is maximum. If Die Hard is like a 3.5, 4-star movie, like all of the lethal, like the first Lethal Weapon movie might be like a 3 stars, the second one might be like a 3.5, and then the last 2 might be like 2.5-ish. You know, they're like it's like, I don't think any of them come as good as the first Die Hard movie, but
they're consistently better than.
They're better than
Die Hard
They're
as a
better.
series.
They're pretty much all better than Die Hard 2 and 4. Pretty much. Well, that's hard. I don't know if I would say that Lethal Weapon 4 is better than Die Hard 4. I don't know. They're comparable. I'll say that. But I will say that 1 and 2 are both great Lethal Weapon movies, and I would compare 1 and 2 to Die Hard 1 and 3 in terms of just straight up quality. They're up there. I still think Die Hard 1 beats it, but Martin Riggs I still think is a better character than John McClane overall. This is a hard one, dude. I don't know.
Higher than John McClane.
I don't know. This is a hard one for me. I would. They're very.
I've
they're
only ever
very
seen
close.
the first one.
Okay, so he likes Riggs better. What does chat think? Does he go above or below John McClane? Well, first off, let me end the fucking one that I already had up there. Looks like okay, end poll. I always forget to end the fucking polls.
Lethal Weapon 3
I
actually
think
had
you can
like
set them on a timer.
21 Rambo.
Okay, so above or below? Okay, above or below John McClane? Start poll. Boop.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
I'll say above.
As much as I like John McClane, I like Riggs better. I like, but put him above.
I like. Yeah, but like I said, I think me liking Riggs isn't necessarily because he's written better. I think it's because I just personally like his character more. Because I do think that John McClane is one of the best written action heroes. I just personally like Riggs because I just find him he's more unique and more interesting of a character.
You can't think of a
better characterization too throughout the entire film. He went from like wanting to die and like hate the fact his wife is dead to like slowly like getting used to the fact and coping.
And that's another thing. That's another thing. That's a good point that you bring up too. John McClane does not evolve throughout the movies. He's the John McClane in all 4 movies, 5 movies. Right. Well, except 5, he's not John McClane. But in the first 4 movies, he's John McClane. Riggs actually is a character development that his character is different in each movie. In the first movie, he wants to fucking kill himself. By the end of the movie, he does not decide that he doesn't want to kill himself. He comes to that conclusion in 2. And by the time 4 rolls around, he's actually moved on. And there's a scene in 4, I think is it 3 or 4? One of them he moves on. and he decides to remarry this girl that he's dating, and he wants to propose to him. And there's a really great scene where he goes to the tombstone of his wife, and he's he's basically asking or begging his wife at her grave if he's allowed to move on and forget her. Like, it's a really powerful scene, and it's in one of the lesser of the Lethal Weapon movies. Like, Lethal Weapon is a fantastic series. It really is.
If they were
It
gonna
looks
end
like
it at
Chad
4,
agrees with you, Rouga, above John McClane.
Okay.
If they were gonna end it at 4, I wouldn't have minded it in the least, because it shows a lot of them have made so much progress throughout the film that even like Leo Getz has successfully turned into like a cop too, to the point where even Riggs was surprised when he followed him all the way to the graveyard.
See, this one surprises me that people are agreeing with me about him being above John McClane. I would have never expected that. I would have figured that was one of those things that I personally believe that people would mostly disagree with, because it's fucking Die Hard. Like, everybody loves Die Hard. I love Die Hard too, but I don't know, just something about Martin Riggs. What's up?
Not a huge fan of Die Hard.
Really? Not even the first one?
No, I tried watching like all 4 of them, and
dude.
I watched them all the way through, but I didn't enjoy any of them really.
That's crazy. I don't think I've ever met anyone who didn't like the first Die Hard. Die Hard's a fantastic film.
I fell asleep through it twice. I had to rewatch it 3 times.
Okay, everybody.
Why would you watch me sleepy then?
Guys, we've arrived.
So
it's
what
Rambo.
got me to watch that movie was there was a Die Hard arcade at my movie theater, and I played the shit out of that. And then someone said, "You like the movie too?" I was like, "It's a movie." And then I went straight to Blockbuster and rented it. Like middle of July.
Dating yourself a bit there with that one.
That's wow.
I was 9 years old though, so like give me some credit.
How dare you be a 9-year-old?
You're still dating yourself with the Blockbusters reference.
Imagine playing your favorite video game.
I was alive during Blockbuster.
Hey,
the hell does that matter?
Blockbuster
And I wasn't 9.
existed
I was
in the
older
early
than
2000s.
9 when Blockbuster closed. So, I mean, it's fine. Like I remember I shopped at Blockbuster, and I paid for it with my own like card and cash that I earned from work. So, like,
we're all forgetting that the Lethal Weapon series had 2 of the greatest villains. Not it was number 2 is Jet Li. The number 1 villain in the Lethal Weapon series had to be the diplomatic guys.
In 2? In Lethal Weapon 2?
Immunity.
In 2. Yeah, diplomatic immunity.
Okay, I don't. That's one thing I can't agree. Die Hard has better villains. Die Hard we didn't actually go over that, but Die Hard is some of the best villains in action movies. Period. Hans Gruber's brother in 3, even Timothy Olyphant in 4 was actually better than I thought he would be. Like, Timothy Olyphant in 4 was.
Tier list in the future then.
A villain? Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
I actually liked him because he was such a smart
You know what?
ass.
We can do like a kind of like the Oz videos. The Would You Survive Oz? We could just do like psychopaths and criminals. And we could just throw a bunch of them on there and just do like all of the crazy movie criminals and psychopaths. That would be a really cool one, actually, because
I
love me some villains.
Surprised that hasn't been one for you.
This next character should be real easy to rank.
Dude, come on, guys. All right, does anybody anywhere in the world disagree with Rambo being in the Rambo tier and thinks that he should not be higher than everybody else? Is there anybody on Earth who believes this?
No,
he's not enough.
He's the most recognizable, if not loved, action star out of everyone here and everywhere else.
Like I said, don't care about recognizable. I actually think Die Hard, John McClane is probably more loved.
I feel like Foyle
he's
had
also
trolling
the
here.
most liked.
I mean,
because when people say,
I mean, I
action...
like.
Foyle's definitely throwing.
I feel like Foyle's definitely trolling here.
So,
but
wait.
he just said Rambo is D tier.
Yeah, I see it. So wait, has everybody? Well, so has everybody here in the voice chat? Has everybody seen Rambo? All the Rambo movies.
I have seen Rambo
1 through 3.
I've seen Rambo.
I've seen 1 through 3. I think that's good enough, right?
It's good. I would 4 is like the second best Rambo movie. 4 is amazing, and a lot of people who aren't Rambo fans don't like 5. I don't give a shit. 5 is a decent Rambo movie. I don't care what people don't like. Like, the 5 is a perfectly decent Rambo movie. There are things about it that has changed, but it makes sense for his evolution from 4. I don't think the end of 5 is a better ending than 4. That's the only reason why I think 5 shouldn't exist, because 4 was a perfect ending to his character. But
I went and watched Rambo specifically because he did a crossover with Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. Well, if you've seen First Blood, then you've seen like one of the best Rambo movies. First Blood is really good. Did you like First Blood?
Yes, I will say I did very much enjoy that one.
Yeah, it's great. So here's the thing. So let me just I'm gonna give my arguments for why I think Rambo is the greatest action movie hero of all time. Okay. Not only are his action scenes really, really good, not only is he the most powerful, most competent, most highly skilled, but he is absolutely, without a doubt, I don't think anyone even comes close, not even Riggs, the best written action hero of all time. The idea that he is well, for one, all of his movies are actually a lot deeper than most action movies, whereas they're very heavily politicized. They're all based on different political events that are happening currently at the time, and they actually make political stances on what is going on at the time, but it's written in a way where it's not shoved in your face, and you can watch all the Rambo series and not even be aware of it. Like, the first Rambo movie was written as a reaction to how people were treating Vietnam vets after they came back to war. This is Rambo, despite being an unstoppable, incredibly powerful character, he's actually suffering from PTSD, and like the shit that happened at war affects him to this day and continues to affect him throughout his life. Even all the way into 5, he is still showing taking fucking medication for his PTSD that he has. It is a serious part of his character. It's so good. Rambo's so good. It's if someone can make an argument as to why he should not be above everybody else, I'll listen to it. I will. But that's going to be. I don't actually think his movies are the best. I'll be honest with you. I think First Blood is good. I think 2 is good. I think 3 is not the best. 4 is good, and 5 is good. But I don't think any of the Rambo movies are better than Die Hard. I don't think any of the Rambo movies are better than like the best of Indiana Jones or the best of Lethal Weapon. I don't. Even the first one, even the fourth one. But I still really like them. I don't care. They're just so. I like them a lot. I don't care how not good they are. But
yes,
yeah,
you telling you to just marry him. Got it.
I don't know, man. I'm not big on. I might fuck him though. I might fuck him and leave. I don't know. I got commitment issues. But so but seriously though, does anybody think that Rambo should not be in the Rambo tier? It should be lower than the Rambo tier.
Oh. You have no one disagree.
I'm talking about the chat. I know people...
I like RoboCop and the Terminator more. That's about it.
That's fine.
That's all I got. So
I mean, you're allowed to like worse stuff. That doesn't mean that it's cool. Well, I mean, look, we're gonna get.
You admit it. You're allowed to like worse stuff. Got it.
You're allowed to like worse
Big
stuff.
on you.
We're gonna get to those. Trust me. Rambo was systematically smashed.
Rambo now.
Okay, so the Wolf Den. Rambo was systematically smashed the rest. It's not a strength thing. What we're going on again for people who have came in that are new. What we're going on is the quality of their films, the quality of their character writing, how competent they are at their jobs, and what was the fourth one, guys?
The overall movie quality.
I think I said that already. Movie quality, character writing quality, competency of the job, action sequences, how well the action sequences are done. There we go. Those are the 4. So, it would be funny if you put Rambo. Yeah, wouldn't that be funny if we made the Rambo tier and then like Rambo wasn't in Rambo and somebody else went up there? First Blood is just the best Rambo movie. It's one of the best 80s action movies. I agree.
Really bad person into Rambo tier instead of Rambo.
Isn't even remotely close to Rambo. I mean, it's best. Okay, is there an S tier in Rambo tier? Put Rambo in. Okay, you know what? We'll put it to a vote. I absolutely hate the idea that Rambo won't be in Rambo tier, but I'll put it to a vote to see should Rambo be in the Rambo tier or should Rambo be in S.
It seems like people really do want Rambo in the Rambo tier.
Really funny.
I mean, he's like, I don't know. I don't talk about Rambo that much to people because Rambo doesn't come up in conversation as much as something like Die Hard does. So I honestly don't know what other people think about Rambo. I have no idea. Do people actually find him to be one of the greatest like I do? Or is that just like I'm just like being biased to what I think is the best? Like, I've seen most, if not all, action. Like, I've seen so many action movies, and out of all of the ones I've seen, like I said, I don't think that any of Rambo's movies are the greatest action movie of all time, but I think overall as a character and overall as a series, it's the most consistent. And he is the most well-written action hero of all time. I don't know even how you would argue against it, to be honest with you.
The whole chat started fanboying over Rambo, so
someone
you have your
definitely has
answer.
to tell you about Katachan.
Yeah, it looks like it's not even close. 82%. Everyone agrees. I'm glad I'm not alone in that. I wonder if a part of that is because I've put Rambo in so many of the Would You Survive that just people who have subscribed to me are just like fans of Rambo. Like, you wouldn't click on those videos if you weren't fans of Rambo, right? So Rambo is going in the Rambo tier, and yeah, that's a massive. That is a massive.
Yeah.
I'm happy with how well he did in that little poll. So.
Oh, I was gonna give you a PSA to close the poll, but.
No, it's cool. I got it. All right. Next up, we got O'Connell. I actually not 100% sure that O'Connell deserves to be in this grouping because he's kind of like a fantasy hero, but he definitely counts. I kind of put him in the same category as I put Indiana Jones in terms of like what type of action hero he is. I personally really like Rick O'Connell. I think he's fantastic. I don't think all his movies are good, and I think he's probably. I don't think it would be a stretch to say he's probably the most likable action hero ever created.
One of, though.
Like he's he's up there. Like
I like him a lot.
It's really because Brendan Fraser is just so fucking charming.
He's
a
charismatic dude.
Yeah, and it's not
charisma incarnate.
It's not only that he's charismatic, but like he has this really cool thing that he can do where he can be this forceful, powerful, masculine force that like is extremely threatening to other people around him, but not come off as being like a dick or an asshole. Like that, like I don't know how he does it, but he's really good at it. Like there are times when he just straight up says, "This is what you're doing. I don't care if you don't like it. You're like in the Mummy movies. He's like, and he's like, you're just gonna do it anyway, or I'm gonna beat the living shit out of you if you don't." And you watch him say this kind of stuff and treat people like this, and I'm like, God, I still like this dude. Like I don't like I really like this dude. He's just very charming.
That's the acting ability of someone who plays both George of the Jungle and Dudley Do-Right. That's the power of someone who did that.
The power of Brendan Fraser, man. He loved that role. He loved that role so much he would not mind having another.
Damn, dude. A lot of people are saying that he should be an A tier above Indiana Jones.
Well, I am okay with that. I wouldn't be down for that.
That's crazy.
Alone, yeah, we're okay with it.
I am totally down for him an A above Andy.
Okay, so let's discuss this for a second. For one, Rick O'Connell is based off of Indiana Jones. That has nothing to do with where his placement is going to be, but that's a factor. Another thing is
I like him better than Indy.
I do also like him better than Indy. However, that's mostly because I like the actor Brendan Fraser better than he's just more charming. He's a likable guy, but also he doesn't have any movies. He doesn't have any movies that are as good as the best Indiana Jones movies. Not even close. So I don't see how he could be over Indiana Jones. Like The Mummy is not better than the best two Indiana Jones. However.
Okay, so
but he does have a bad Mummy.
Returns are more enjoyable than the last three in the.
I'm not talking about Mummy Returns. Mummy Returns, I actually don't think is that bad. I'm talking about Tomb of the Dragon Emperor.
Mummy Returns.
That's not a good movie.
Good.
Even the worst movie though is better than anything that Indiana Jones has turned out.
Wait, one person at a time, guys. One person at a time.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So what I was gonna say is that movie wasn't bad, but it felt kind of unnecessary and almost out of place.
Yeah.
Because he went to Egypt, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I agree, but at the same time though, his worst Mummy movie is better than anything Indiana Jones has turned out the last year.
Okay, wait, hold up. I gotta address this. So Abdel Ayla, some shit I can't pronounce. The Mummy movies are not that good. Tried to be scary, but isn't. I think you're completely wrong. It never tried to be scary. The actual director of the movie was told that he couldn't make the movie because he wanted to make a Mummy movie that wasn't a horror movie and was specifically an action adventure like an Indiana Jones type movie. It wasn't trying to be scary at any point in the movie. So if you're watching The Mummy and you're thinking, oh, this is a horror movie that's not a scary movie, you're going in with the wrong expectation. It's not a horror movie. That was actually something that blew everyone away because that was the first Mummy movie that's ever been made that wasn't a horror movie. It was actually a real risk making that movie and making it an action adventure instead. So
I think they're saying that because like the Mummy in the movie has moments where they're trying to scare whoever they're going after. I think that's the only reason why they're.
Yeah, but think about the time it came
is
out.
this movie with the terrible
like that was
CGI scorpion? John or Dwayne Johnson.
I mean, he looked great back
And
then.
Yeah,
back then he looked great.
He's an enemy.
I think even back then he looked.
Yeah, no, you're wrong. I watched that movie when it released in theaters. No, people were complaining about how that shit looked when it came out. That was really poor. But to be fair, most movies didn't quite have CGI down packed at the time. But like when you would compare it to something like say Jurassic Park, which came out before The Mummy, and you look at those two, like clearly the technology to do better was there, and The Mummy just didn't do it. Like it looked bad.
But Steven Spielberg used a very difficult way to animate the dinosaurs.
Sure, I'm not saying that's not the case, but other movies, that was like a good one. That's like a gold standard at the time. But there were other movies that had better CG. Like people knew that CG was bad.
It's a low budget. I don't think it was a high budget movie.
It is. Both Mummies were high budget movies. Yeah, you couldn't get Brendan Fraser in a movie back then that wasn't high budget. You couldn't get Brendan Fraser. No.
And the way they did the Pharaoh with the CG, I think that still is really good. It holds up.
I love those newbie warriors.
Now CG didn't look so good. They were trying to go for a style, a look to how they looked, because that's why the CG wasn't as good as say Jurassic Park, because they were trying to make the dinosaurs look as reptilian and realistic to what dinosaurs were thought to look at the time. How could you screw that up? But with the Mummy,
most of them are practical effects, if we're being honest.
Yeah, and that helped. But I think with the Mummy, what they were trying to do was go for a certain look, a style for like how the Mummy would look if he came back to life.
So it looks like it looks like most people are saying B and A. It's between B and A, which means that y'all believe that it should go above Ellen Ripley. Yeah, I think really that would be the only one that I would question.
I agree that
because I would say it would go above the rest of these.
If you had to go low,
I would say above Axel.
I'm gonna make a poll.
Axel.
A or B?
High rolling it, I'd say maybe above El Mariachi.
Oh wait. Oh, an A.
Also the fact that
that's high rolling it.
Also, the fact that he's like one of the very few fantasy characters out there that are involved in any kind of action to actually punch a mummy in the face barehanded.
All right, let's see.
Like everyone else, are trying to look for a weapon or something like that.
I know.
If he has to, his character will punch a mummy.
I feel like I could watch the Mummy movies all day, and I can't say that about a lot of these other action movies.
That's true. Also, it is an infinitely rewatchable movie. That is absolutely true.
That's valid.
Also, with the fact that the Mummy movies, I love the fact that they never tried to overstep, but they could have, because the Mummy movies, there's more than just Egyptian mummies, as was proven with the third movie. Sadly. They could have gone to the Guatemala with the Aztec mummies. They could have gone for Peruvian mummies. Maybe they could have gone to some like ancient tombs from medieval times.
What's the joke they made in the last one?
For like maybe like English.
I think they may have tried to do that, but the third movie did not do well.
Yeah, I feel like that was.
And I think that probably gave them the signal they should stop.
Well, okay, so the death of the movie was replacing Rick's wife. I forget the actress's name.
Yeah.
Replacing her killed the movie because their charisma, his charisma, yes, but their chemistry together made those fucking movies work. Even two that really wasn't written all that well, their chemistry made it work. When you removed her, and the reason why they did it was so dumb. Like, so the whole reason why she wasn't in the third movie is because they casted their son to be like in his fucking like 30s or some shit, or late 20s, and at the time. Rachel Weisz, that's her name. Rachel Weisz was she was young. Like she wasn't that old. She was like in her like 30s or some shit. And she's like, you're casting my son in the movie being in his late 20s, like 6 or 7 years younger than me, and it's going to make people think that I'm an older actress, and it's going to hurt my career in the future when I try and get roles, because people are going to think that they can only hire me for older female roles. And she said she would only be in the movie if they rewrote the script to make her son a child and not do the massive time skip. And they refused to do it, and they lost Rachel Weisz. Dumbest fucking idea. Like, how do you lose your main actor because you didn't want to rewrite and make a character younger? Like, that was so dumb to me. I don't know why they did that. They made that decision.
They fumbled the bag for that
Question
one.
about that too, though. Was that kid still acting or willing to act? Like the original kid actor.
Oh, I have no idea. Willing to do it? I don't know. I can't.
Wait, actually,
he wasn't a kid anymore, I'm sure, but I'm sure he also wasn't in his late 20s. Like they had their son being an adult, like a straight up adult. That kid was probably like a teenager by the time the sequel came out.
All right, guys. The poll being 50-50 is entertaining.
Exactly 50-50.
Still a few more people.
Someone's got to break the 50-50.
Somebody break the tie.
Hold on.
Because otherwise, we're just gonna have to pick.
Another thing about
I would like to get to say something. Hello?
Go for it.
What do you want to say?
Okay. The funny bit about I like to say about his character in this movie is that he's basically Indiana Jones, as you said, but all his academics put into more fighting skills.
All right, so I'm putting him in A. A wins. Y'all broke the tie. Now the question becomes where. Does he go over El Mariachi? Does he go over Indy?
You gotta put him over Indy.
Center, above Indy, but below John Wick.
Yeah, because Rick has one bad movie. That's fair, but I don't think his bad movie's as bad as the bad Indy movies. And his first, and he only has 33% of his movies are not
bad. It's just mediocre.
The third one?
His bad movie is not bad. It's mediocre. Indy's bad movies are bad.
See, I want to argue against that, but I haven't actually seen the third Mummy movie since I watched it in theaters, and I didn't like it.
It's still enjoyable.
It's still got its moments.
So overall, do you think it should be above or below Indy?
It's got the magic.
Chat, above or below Indy?
Above.
Personally, I would say below.
Indy's got 2 bad movies, and the Mummy's only got 1.
Yeah, but it also has more movies.
Well, it's also got 2 less movies, but I mean...
Above, below, above, don't know, above. I've seen a lot of aboves. It's looking like above.
Actually, you know something interesting, Ruga? I would say I like the third... I like the third Mummy movie more than I like the third Indy movie.
Why do people keep hanging on Crusade?
People don't like Crusade.
Well, I don't hate on Crusade. I actually love the father-son dynamic of Crusade. I don't know. I just like the third.
People legitimately like Crusade.
Movie better. It's just more enjoyable.
All right, moving on. Next one we got Equalizer.
Looks like everybody.
Washington.
Has no one seen Equalizer?
All the Equalizers are good.
Jesus Christ! I'm in a room with a fucking bunch of fucking.
Okay,
Equalizers are very good movies. You should all go watch Equalizer. All 3 of them.
Wait,
is there a 4th one now, or the last one that came in theaters? Is that 3 or 4?
There's only.
Wait, is it just
3,
me
right?
and Ruga? Equalizer?
If I'm not mistaken.
I know there's only 2.
No, they just had one in theaters. I think it was 3 or 4. I think it was 3.
Yeah, it was 3. That came out in 2022.
Okay, so Equalizer's fantastic.
Are you the only ones who have seen Equalizer in this chat right now?
Bro, Equalizer's so good. Y'all go watch Equalizer. Yeah, I thought that a lot of people would have seen that one because it's not like okay. So right now, best action movies being made currently. Number 1 for me, Mission Impossible. Number 2 for me, John Wick. Number 3, Equalizer. Equalizer is it's up there with those. It was the 3rd best action movie series, which really sucks because once again, in case you haven't noticed, that's 3 old as fuck dudes in those movies. Like we're about to lose all these movies pretty soon. These guys are about to age out of it. But
Denzel's a really good action star, though. People forget that he's done action movies.
Might be bottom of the S.
I don't think I've ever seen a Denzel movie I didn't like.
A lot of people are saying.
He
a lot
made
of people are saying S.
He made sure. his
So
movies are
let me.
good.
So for people who don't know anything
Inside
about
Man was
Equalizer,
good.
his name is Robert McCall, Bob McCall. So Robert McCall is a guy who used to work for the military. I don't remember what he did in the military, but basically he's a guy with a very, very strict code of honor. He's like a really old school dude, and essentially he tried to like just do his thing. He was like a manager at a store and shit, and then around him he just kept seeing shitty stuff. In the first movie, he sees this young girl who's a prostitute who's getting abused by a bunch of Russian pimps, and he just can't handle it anymore, and then he decides to go out and help her, and he like ends up killing all of the Russian mobs. He ends up killing these guys.
Right.
They end up being tied in with this bigger mafia, and then he has to take up like the whole entire mafia. It's pretty cool. But after that movie, he decides to basically put out ads, and essentially if you go onto the black market or Craigslist or whatever, you could put out ads for the Equalizer to come help you do basically anything. If someone kidnaps your daughter and leaves the country, if someone does something to you and you're like, I need to get this thing back, whatever, you can hire him and he will completely ignore the law and he will go out and help you as long as your cause is just, and he'll do it for free. And he just does it to help people. And
Rouga.
What's up?
I'm like
Let
wanting
me
to
just
go
say
see
something real quick.
all the
This
movies
like
again.
hold on.
Let him talk.
I just want to say it's like a fusion between Taken and John Wick, basically.
Valid.
And with a bit of hobo with a shotgun.
That's all I want to say.
Well, I would say Robert McCall is wholly his own character. Like there isn't a whole lot of people, a whole lot of action stars who are like Robert McCall. He just believes in doing what's right when it's right. He's got like OCD. He's very, very specific about everything he does. He's extremely efficient, but he's just a genuinely he feels like a dad. Like if I had to explain like his character, he feels like an old school, like just solid dad. But he's one of the he's like a genuinely, out of everyone on this list, he is the best role model. Like if you actually were a person like Robert McCall, like you would be a good person. I'm not talking about going around killing people, but if you just took like the type of person he is, it is the gold standard of being a good man is Robert McCall. And yeah,
I do love the fact that he times himself too.
Yeah, like he times himself because he's a perfectionist and he has OCD and shit. So like he'll time, like before a fight he'll time himself and he'll like be like, okay, with this fight with this many people, he calculates what he's gonna do in every fight, and then he's like, okay, this fight should take 6 seconds, and then he does it and he's like, oh shit, it took 6.3 seconds. Oh man, I wasn't quite as efficient as I could be, and he constantly tries to improve and get his time down as much as possible. Like he's a perfectionist. But no, Robert McCall is great. If you haven't seen the Equalizer movies, you need to see the Equalizer movies. He's fantastic. He's just I know I just said that Rick O'Connell is the most likable, and I stand by that. Robert McCall is probably the second most likable. Like Robert McCall is like, he's just a genuinely good dude. But
comparing the two, I feel like O'Connell's the most likable in terms of best friend. The guy from the Equalizer's best. The most likable in terms of like father figure.
Yeah. Some people are saying why isn't Liam Neeson on here for Taken?
Right.
And let me answer that real quick because I did actually think about Liam Neeson for Taken. Taken 1 is a decent movie, and all of the other ones are trash. So
really?
They're so bad.
Is there a different?
They're bad. Like they're worse than the worst Indiana Jones movies. Like they're worse. I would compare them to even worse than the Beverly Hills Cops movies. How bad those movies get.
Woo!
They're trash. Like you can't even tell what's happening on screen because of how choppy the editing is. Like they're really, really bad. So that's why he's not on here. I think the first Taken's decent. Even that, I think it had some issues with the editing around the fights, but it was better. But that's like you have like one good movie, not even great, and then how many Takens are there? There's 3, right? Anyway,
There's 3.
The rest of them are bad. They're dog shit. So that's why he's not on the list. I think he would have easily been in D if we had him on the list, and I don't know. That's why. Okay, and also I just stopped at 20. Honestly, I'm kind of questioning whether or not James Dalton should be on here now, but it is what it is.
Forgive me for being uncultured, but who's James Dalton?
James Dalton was from Roadhouse. He's in D right now. We already did him.
And Dirty Dancing.
Okay, so, chat. Robert McCall, where should he be? What do you guys think? I think character-wise he's up there. I think action-wise he's probably up there too. He's not John Wick though.
Yeah, but it's a Denzel Washington action movie. When was the last time those were bad?
It's been a while. I don't think you could put him any less than A. And I might put him up.
Probably not.
He also has good
probably
dialogue,
a B because even though he doesn't expertly.
Asking for S in the chat though.
He also has. He also has no bad movies.
Yeah.
Like all 3 of his movies are good. They're not okay. They're not decent. All 3 of them are good, which is something that even some of these in A don't have. Like Indiana doesn't have all good movies. Rick O'Connell doesn't have all good movies. I don't even think John Wick 2 is a good movie, and we still have him in A. So
really,
Mariachi.
El Mariachi, I think has. No, I like Desperado and I like Desperado and Once Upon a Time in Mexico. I think they're both decent. But I don't think the problem with El Mariachi is they don't have any great movies. There's not a single none of the El Mariachi movies are as good as the best of Indiana Jones or John Wick or Mad Max. But they're so much fun. I really like them.
I would say that
You got the Mariachi like surfing down.
Let Dan talk. Let Dan talk. What were you saying, Dan?
Sorry, man.
I would say that Equalizer probably goes above John Wick, but below Furiosa.
I don't think that's a bad place, actually.
That's a good take.
Does everybody in chat agree with Dan that she should go above John Wick but below Furiosa? High A.
No, there's
easy.
like a couple of people
Low
that say
A.
S.
A couple people are saying S.
That's fine.
He has 3. Like I'm saying, he has 3 genuinely good movies. Literally, no other movie series on here has that. Well, no, Bourne does, but Bourne's character is too boring. But yeah, like no, even on our S tiers, like even Mission Impossible 2 is worse than any of the Equalizer movies. I would say if we're talking to just like the consistency, the only movie that comes close in terms of consistency is Lethal Weapon and Rambo. Those both have all good movies.
Rambo 3.
Yes, I still think Rambo 3. Okay, Rambo 3 has problems, but it's not a bad movie. It's just the worst of the Rambo series. Like it's still a decent action movie. I think people hate on it unnecessarily because it's based around like Iraq and the Iraq War.
I don't hate it because of that. It's just it wasn't as exciting as say Rambo 1 or 2.
Well, it wasn't as well. It was Rambo 2, but just not as like. It was a lesser Rambo 2, kind of like how Die Hard 2 was a lesser Die Hard 1, like, and which is why Die Hard 2 is often, other than 5, called the weakest of the entire series before 5 came out because it's just a lesser Die Hard 1.
I think he should be behind Fury, Tom Cruise actually.
Behind Tom Cruise. What are people saying? S versus A, pole, high A, low A, S.
Like a high A and low S.
Okay, so we're gonna do S. Let's do another poll. Let's do it.
A lot of S and A's.
Okay, so Robert, I don't even know why I'm writing the names because you all know what the fuck I'm doing.
He's either bottom of S or like near top of A.
Okay.
I think he's bottom of S. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have not been interested in an Equalizer movie, and they're one of the few action movies I see on repeat, even though I know every story element possible.
They're solid.
Well,
okay, so here's the thing. But this is also kind of a strange thing, though, right? Because I just said that the best action movies right now are Mission Impossible, then John Wick, then Equalizer's number 3. It does feel weird putting Equalizer above John Wick, because even though the character's better, like the best John Wick movies are better than the Equalizer movies, at least in terms of action. They are. It feels weird to put the Equalizer movies as action movies above something like John Wick 3 that has like some of the best action movies in the last 15, 20 years. Like
I have this. So
judgment.
my brain is telling me that while John Wick is just excellent in most categories of what would be a good action movie and a good action character, it's not all that especially as it goes on, it's not all that enjoyable as
action series, whereas Equalizer is.
What do you mean not enjoyable?
What do you mean by that?
I don't know.
John Wick's a pretty. If you're John Wick is an action movie for people who like action.
Just a lot.
Like that's its whole
Well,
thing.
I agree with
Do you
that,
like
and
action?
I like action.
The other
but,
stuff
like,
takes a back seat, but
I
the
could
action is
rewatch
incredible.
Equalizer movies. I don't think I could do that with John Wick series.
Well, it depends on how much you like action. It's like a preference thing. But in terms of action, it does it better than Equalizer.
I love action, but it's just a lot. It's just a lot. It never stops.
So you don't love it enough. That's what it is. Well, okay. So to be fair,
I don't love his storyline enough.
That's true, and that's what I agree with. Equalizer has a better character, has a better main character, and has a better story. It has worse action.
Robert McCall is the best example of a wolf in sheep's clothing, in my opinion.
Kinda.
You know.
Okay,
Like,
so
he tries
I
to
gotta
blend in.
I gotta reply to Stalker over here, who is saying that Lethal Weapon 4 is not good. I think it's not as good as the other Lethal Weapon movies. It's not bad. I'll stand by this. You might be new in the chat. We all talked about it throughout the chat. Everybody agreed 4 is not a bad movie. It's a decent action movie. Jet Li as the villain is pretty fun. The fight scene at the end is pretty fun, having these two dudes fight against Jet Li. It's not a bad movie. I think any of the Lethal Weapons that focus too much on Joe Pesci get like drop in quality a little bit because his character's annoying. But outside of that, like the storyline, and I talked about the whole thing with the marriage and stuff, and the with like moving on from his wife and how it completes his story. Like it's a decent film. It's like it's not bad. Sorry, I just what's up?
I don't think the Joe Pesci character is really that invasive because even then, sure, he's annoying.
He becomes more invasive in 4 than
but
all
even
the previous
then, like
movies.
the characters know he's annoying. So I think it saves face whenever they retaliate against him.
Sure. Well, okay. I think Joe Pesci's character saves the fact that he's annoying. Like he's annoying for sure. But the idea that everyone finds him annoying and that he kind of knows he's annoying, but he's a bad guy who's trying to do better and he knows that no one wants to be around him. Like we all know that person. Like all of us know that person who's like nobody really wants to be around, but they really want to be well liked and they really want to like be that person they're supposed to be. I mean, you like the guy who jumped in. The guy who jumped in the chat a little while ago and just like clearly was like having issues interacting with other humans, you know, like I'm not hating on that guy who was in here earlier, but like he just couldn't quite like interact with us, you know, like he was like he wasn't getting the social cues. That's kind of Joe Pesci's character, and yes, it's annoying, but it's not annoying for no reason. They're actually trying to tell a sort of little mini story with that person's character, and I get what they were going for, and it's not terrible. It's just a shame that it is annoying to the person watching. But
he did redeem himself from all the annoyances at the end of Lethal Weapon 4, though. He actually stopped going, ranting about. He actually started, owning up to his. He finally owned up to his mistakes, as well as
so
on with Riggs at the end.
I got sorry, man. So everybody says S. Looks like 65% says he should be an S. Now the question is where. I would not be able to put Equalizer above Mission Impossible personally.
I don't think a singular person has said to put him anywhere above bottom of S. Everybody seems to want him in bottom of S.
Bottom of S? Yeah, bottom.
Of S? Yeah.
All right. I think I'm kind of comfortable with that. Like I said, I still think as an action movie, the John Wick movies have better but I still like Robert McCall more as a character. His movies, okay, I could live with that. I'm probably looking at it less favorably.
Also, several people are wondering if the very last one is Terminator.
The last one is Terminator. Who else would that be? Okay. Next up, we have RoboCop. This one is going to be interesting, man. Oh, man. Okay. Who here has seen all of the RoboCop films?
I've seen all of them. Say that I have seen all of them.
Okay.
I have seen 1, 2, and a bit of 3.
Okay, so here's the deal.
Yeah, same.
Here's the deal. RoboCop 1 one of the greatest action movies ever made. I fucking love that movie, even though I think what it was trying to satirize, it doesn't do it very well. I actually think Paul Vanderhoeven is terrible at creating satires. He almost never satirizes what he thinks he is. But
I like how this accidentally become the greatest action movie, but failed to be a satire.
Dude, it's so like it was. I made a whole video about it with Starship Troopers, how he tried to make a satire of fascism, and it's like, this is not a satire of fascism. And anyway, point is, great, fantastic first movie, awesome first movie. The rest of this series is dog shit. There isn't a single other good RoboCop outside of the first movie.
Yeah,
They're so bad.
So glad I stayed away from those
RoboCop
movies.
2 was awesome.
No, it wasn't. No, RoboCop
Yeah,
2
it
is.
was.
RoboCop
I
2 is
did
bad.
like RoboCop 2, but I would not call it awesome.
They're
I did
bad.
like it though.
They
From what
dropped.
I've seen from RoboCop 2, there has its moments.
The quality of these films, Thelma and Louise, into a fucking dark abyss. It's just, I couldn't even put this.
You didn't find it funny when they were trying to make another RoboCop and they would all like kill themselves somehow?
Oh man, look, the only honestly, because of how terrible the sequels of RoboCop is, I don't even think I could put this in A. Like it's sort of another situation with Beverly Hills Cop, where
RoboCop,
where the first movie's great. The first movie's better than the first Beverly Hills Cop. Let me be clear about that. But the sequels, I mean, the sequels are arguably worse than the Beverly Hills Cop.
What was wrong with 2? I'm sorry, I'm getting confused here.
It's bad.
They made another RoboCop. Like literally, they made another RoboCop. I think what the story was is that they're trying to make another version of RoboCop, but all the prototypes ended up killing themselves somehow. You know, removing their.
Well, let's see here. Yes, having your brain be put in a robot body is a fucking nightmare, and they're hijacking a human brain. That makes perfect sense.
I think what it was is that they're trying to catch lightning in the bottle again, but they keep failing. And
Yes, that made perfect sense.
Wait, hold up, guys. Hold up. One second, everybody. For Aegis Valentine, whenever you guys, the chat, please, whenever you guys see someone coming in and asking what the tier list is about, can y'all tell them? Because I've had to stop like 4 times and explain what the tier list is about.
Yo, Aegis.
So, like, can the chat take care of that?
I didn't see this one.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Just like y'all gotta help these people out, so I don't have to keep stopping the video to explain it, because it's getting excessive how often I have to explain. And it's not Aegis. It's not your fault. It's reasonable that people would come in and want to know.
Maybe you should have put it in the video description.
Is that a thing? Can I do that?
You could have done that, Rouga. I will make sure that you do it for the next one.
It's fine. In the future, we'll do it. We weren't even. I wasn't even 100% sure. Like, I thought we were gonna start this shit by doing the fucking Doom versus Warframe debate, but then Spriggan fucked that shit up for me.
I'm good for skipping. Okay, I'm good for skipping why they might be able to summon Doom guy into the mix.
Doom guy? Well, we're not doing video game characters right now. We're doing movie characters. Eventually,
he's talking about the Warframe debate thing.
Yeah, if you want to go back to the Warframe thing, I will discuss why.
Can we get back to RoboCop?
No, we gotta get back to. We gotta get back. We're doing this. We got 3 characters left. Come on.
We didn't say you didn't see the description. It just wasn't there. That's all.
Okay, so where should RoboCop be, given that his first movie's fantastic and all of his other movies?
High C, low B.
Yeah.
A, low A.
Low B.
C.
So y'all would put him. So y'all would put him up. Y'all would put him below Face Off.
Yeah.
No, I would put him. I would put him below Jason Bourne.
Two first good,
Desperado.
great movies.
Hey, what's the fourth thing? Character, story, action, and what?
You got it, bro. You got to let it go. Yeah, nobody likes RoboCop 2. You're alone on that one.
It's not that we don't like it. It's just you gotta agree that the quality of RoboCop is a downward slope.
No, it's exactly because nobody likes it. RoboCop 2 is not a good movie.
Here's the download slope. Everybody loves RoboCop. Everybody thought RoboCop 2 was okay. Nobody thought RoboCop 3 was good, and nobody saw the reboot.
I didn't watch the reboot, and 3's terrible.
I saw the reboot. I'm sad to say.
What are the 4 criteria?
Oh, the four criteria. Oh, God damn it! I have to keep. We should put that in the description too next time.
Yes.
Okay, so the 4. So the 4 criteria. Hey, it's the first stream. We're learning.
Action, story, stunts.
No.
Character, action, story.
No. Okay, look. Quality of the movie. quality of the movie is one. Quality of the action is another. Character writing and how well the character is written is another. And then it's action sequences and stunts.
Someone's asking, are we counting the reboot? The reboot
No.
was
No. This is original. This is it's a totally different character. We're counting the character of Murphy, played by Peter Weller.
Sex appeal is the most important one.
Sex appeal? Well, we already have Rambo up where he should be. Then it's good.
Though. Yeah, but I mean,
RoboCop's a better character than Rambo.
Okay, so where do people think that Rambo should be? Do people are saying low B, high C?
Low A.
Pretty much.
I feel like his first film overshadows the errors he's done afterwards. Like
the first film's so good. It's so good. Okay, so
it's so good. People almost forget that the second and third films did worse.
Okay, so everybody in the chat type either B or C.
Why do you think
which one you think he should be in? Or I'll make a poll. But
what if somebody says D?
Well, you still have your other poll open for Robert McCall.
No, 62%. Yes.
Yeah, okay. B is too low.
I said B plus.
C.
Nah, man, low A.
B is not too low when you take into factor the fucking sequels. Like, yeah, if we're talking about just the original,
B is still a passing grade. What the heck?
The first movie overshadows though. It's almost as if...
Yeah, but if you look at the actual tier list, there's no F.
It's almost as if it's almost as if those two movies don't matter.
It looks like I see B, B, D, B, C, B, C, B, B. That's super close. That's super close. Okay, I'm gonna make a poll because that's really fucking close.
Like,
you gotta admit though, the actual weapons that RoboCop got were badass, like the cannon and the mines.
Yeah, but I place a emphasis on action. How much action was in that RoboCop? I mean, he's a robot. He's roboing around.
First RoboCop a ton.
Well, there's no
Dude,
well,
you shot a ton of money.
There's a lot of action sequences, but action is one of 4 different categories because I mean you can argue that quite a few of these action series aren't just like filled to the brim with action. I mean Beverly Hills Cop only has like one shootout at the very end of the movie. It's still an action movie. You know, it's
a large shootout though.
It's just
there are like 3 movie series that have a bunch of nonstop action. Probably John Wick.
Yeah, a lot of these don't have nonstop.
And Mission Impossible.
Well, okay, so Beverly Hills Cop has a chase scene at the very beginning. It has a couple of short fight scenes, like I think 1 or 2 in the middle, and then it has one big shoot at the end. It is not a straight balls to the wall action scene throughout. If we were just basing it on quality of action scenes and how much action was in it, John Wick would probably be number 1. But that's not the only qualifier. You know, you have to take the story. You have to take the story and all this kind of stuff into account too.
For example, look at Equalizer. Look at Equalizer.
Everybody's saying B. Yeah, it does seem weird to put him down there, but those movies are so terrible. Okay, so should he go below or above Face Off? And for people who are new, I know that's a picture of Cameron Poe from Con Air. Originally, we were doing Cameron Poe, and then the poll said that we should swap him out with Face Off. So just Cameron Poe right here is Face Off. So should he be above or below Face Off? Or should he be above... I don't think he should be above Bourne. Because Bourne has 3 good movies. His character's boring, but all his movies are good.
Yeah, but I think he should be below Bourne.
Below
Bourne? Above Bourne.
Below Bourne or below... Okay, so...
Above Bourne, man.
So between Bourne and Face Off, or
which
between...
character's better and more interesting?
Between them.
Yeah, between Bourne and Face Off.
Above Bourne.
Above Bourne. See, honestly, if you were to just tell me like which one I would prefer between Beverly Hills Cop and a RoboCop, I would say RoboCop because RoboCop 1 outdoes the first Beverly Hills Cop. But the sequels to Beverly Hills Cop are arguably not as bad as the sequels to RoboCop. So I don't know. I feel like it's almost equal with that one, sort of.
I feel like if you look at the RoboCop trilogy, you realize he's still on the staircase.
The other 2 RoboCop.
Okay, so it looks like people are saying above and below Bourne. People aren't even really talking about whether or not he should be below Face Off. So everyone agrees he should be above Face Off. Does everyone agree that he should be below Beverly Hills Cop?
Yes.
Below Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah.
Chat, do you guys think he should be below Beverly Hills Cop? Or is there a chance he should be above Beverly Hills Cop? That's the hardest one for me. It's RoboCop or Beverly Hills.
Well, let's see. Well, you know my opinion, but
below.
Apparently, I'm talking to crazy people.
Okay.
My opinion is that it goes below Beverly Hills Cop based on the fact that its entire series kind of.
Oh, everybody's thinking like
one
you.
Below, one above, one below, one below, one above.
Above Beverly Hills, below. Okay, this is super. Okay, you know what? I'm just making a poll. But I gotta put a few more parts of that.
But yeah,
I feel like RoboCop
this
should be
first
maybe...
movie is great for sure, but yeah.
Let's see. Okay.
Again, the sequels fall off a cliff, so it's hard for me to say.
I feel like maybe RoboCop should be above Axel Foley. Axel Foley is a great character, but at the end of the day, if we're going by just the first film, he was only going to Beverly Hills in the first place to take revenge on his partner, and that's it. He just happened to make for some friends on the way, do some funny shit, and finally get a bad guy while doing all that. RoboCop, on the other hand, there's a lot to argue with on how it makes not only a good character as Murphy, but also as RoboCop. You might as well, because as Murphy, he was a goody two shoes.
Bro, you have got to fix your shit. You cut off every single time you talk.
Yeah.
You cut off halfway through what you're saying. Wait, okay, hold on. Everybody. Okay, I'm about to post a poll.
Not gay.
Shush, I'm about to post a poll. I got above Axel, below Axel, or below Bourne. So you got 3 slots here to choose from. So I'm going to start poll, vote. Axel, in case you guys don't know. Well, if you don't know, I don't even know why you're voting. But if you don't know, Axel is the character in Beverly Hills Cop. So above Axel, below Bourne.
And RoboCop's better characterization than Axel, though. Axel is like.
I was just thinking.
Axel doesn't have better. Well, like, they go into
I'm not saying
more.
It's bad. It's just it's better.
They go into more in RoboCop what he's thinking and feeling for sure. Like his story is more of a personal story, whereas Axel is more about like revenge for a friend, and they don't really go into it. But I think you could also argue that Axel is just a generally. Like, Axel kind of has the same thing that Rick O'Connell has, where he's just a very charismatic and, like, kind of likable dude. You like... Because it's Eddie Murphy. I mean, you like Axel. Looks like people are... 50% are saying below Axel. So, he's winning. Okay, so below Axel. So, above Bourne, below Axel. That's crazy.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought people would get...
Above
Axel's getting more votes.
I thought...
You said you thought people what?
I thought people were going to say, I thought people were going to put him above Axel. Because RoboCop 1 is better than Beverly Hills 1. And I don't think that many people would disagree with that. But I guess people...
RoboCop 2 and 3 are absolutely
I think people...
hot garbage.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if that was going to be enough for people to put them.
I think it should be that.
I think RoboCop 2 was better than RoboCop 1,
All right.
actually.
I'm ending the poll. You guys, below Axel is winning by a decent amount. Okay, so...
If it were possible to tie them, that's what they ought to be, but we can't do that.
Okay, so this is another one that's where it's kind of be up to you guys. Snake Plissken from the Escape from New York movies. I haven't seen them since I was a child. This is
the first one on the list, but I just don't know who it is.
I do not remember these movies. I have not seen them since I was a kid.
I've only seen
one.
Yeah,
the second movie was really bad. Was definitely a downward spiral.
Yeah, I remember not liking it as much as the first one, but I don't really remember the movies all that well. So
yeah, my eyes are only so good. I don't even recognize the actor from this little photo.
You want to know something messed up? The only reason I know
that's Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell.
Yeah. Okay.
Kurt Russell.
Yeah,
really? Okay.
Yeah, no.
He played McCready in The Thing as well.
Yeah. Oh, and also for people who aren't aware, who are big Solid Snake fans, Solid Snake is based off of this character, Snake Plissken.
Hey, here's something interesting about this character.
Like, I was gonna do Kurt
Might be the
Russell
most
and
evil
Law-Abiding
character in this
Citizens.
list.
There's a lot more.
I wouldn't say he was evil. I would go like chaotic neutral.
Ooh.
Well,
We have an A, 2 S's, and a B.
Wait, what character?
We have 2 A's, 2 S's, and a B.
By the way, Lost Soul, yes, Kurt Russell is the guy from Big Trouble in Little China. Actually, I almost put Big Trouble in Little China on this list because, personally, that's probably my favorite action movie that Kurt Russell has done. But I felt like Escape from New York was probably his most iconic and the one
He
that
also
people
had
would
one
probably
movie.
think about when
well,
they talk about. For me, I like Big Trouble in Little
More.
China. That's my shit.
China.
Never would have heard of Snake
China.
Plissken if not for Solid Snake. He's not a good
China.
dude.
See, like for me, my favorite movie, and I would consider it an action movie that he's in, is Law Abiding Citizen.
Kurt Russell is not in Law Abiding Citizen.
He's not?
No.
I thought he's the main character.
No.
Who's
Gerard
the main
Butler?
character?
He's not a law-abiding character.
Gerard
dude.
Butler? Gerard Butler is in Law Abiding Citizen. Gerard Butler and Jamie Foxx.
Gerard Butler? Okay.
I love Gerard Butler.
That's
He's a
Kurt
very
Russell.
decent
Kurt
individual.
Russell is in, like I said, Big Trouble in Little China. He's in The Hateful Eight. He's in Death Proof. He's in a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, Gerard Butler.
Totally.
Hateful Eight's a really good movie.
Like they're a totally different age
He
range.
also-
Like Kurt Russell was an old man, but like Gerard Butler is middle aged or something. Like they're totally different.
What have I seen Kurt Russell in then?
Okay, so I see a B and I see an A for Snake Plissken. Like I said, this is gonna be up to you guys. I don't remember
Rouga,
these movies
there's
enough to
two
talk about them.
S's, two A's, and two B's.
Yeah, I have
Matt
no
is
comment.
totally tight on this one.
I'll say B.
As cool as he is with how he looks and his weapon of choice being like a laser pointed
This guy.
magnum, I believe it was his weapon of choice. You got Snake Plissken and a pile of these other guys. Like, who are you really gonna be choosing at the end of the day?
Okay, I am
Like,
seeing
you
the widest range of fucking votes here. It looks like I saw a C, I saw A's,
Yeah.
B's, S's. I'm just pull it up, baby. We gotta pull this up.
Yeah. The only thing we haven't seen is Rambo's or D's, so I say we have a four-way
Chat.
vote between S, A, C, and B.
Chat, we are
Like
not
the
talking
whole
about
room.
Terminator right now. We are talking about Snake
We're
Plissken.
not-
I get it.
Terminator will be after.
I get it. They're excited for
Trying to talk about Terminator.
Terminator.
Chat's been trying to talk about Terminator since like 3 characters ago.
Okay, and then I guess I'll put
Nobody
C.
knows
So okay, I got
what's
S, A, B, C. Y'all can vote on where he goes, and I'll put him there. Like I said, I can't really talk about this one. I have to rewatch these movies. I actually wanted to rewatch these movies before we made this tier list, but I got up on watching other stuff instead.
Snake Plissken's first movie is good. The second one is kind of bad shit, but it's still enjoyable in its own way. You know, so, if people see it as bad, I get it, but it's still enjoyable to watch.
Oh dear God.
I agree.
So
I enjoyed Escape from
Rouga, we
LA.
might have to
It was
go
amazing.
multiple rounds for this one.
The action scenes. The
Look at
characters.
those fucking votes, man. They're all over
Rouga,
the
we
place.
might have
You got
to hold
people
the
like
vote
with
the second
machine
time
guns
this
on
age
air
is
gliders.
Guys, one person at a time. If you hear someone else talking, stop talking. Don't just keep trying to force them out.
It's kind of hard because some of us have different bandwidth.
I got you. Looks like A. It's been consistently A for a while. So it goes over Ellen Ripley and all these characters over Beverly Hills Cop. Now, where in A? Is he going to go over El Mariachi?
I don't
Under.
think he can go over
Under.
El Mariachi unless we know more about the character.
he should be.
No, he's
Under.
below
I would say
Mariachi.
under if we don't. Being
He's
honest.
below Mariachi, man.
So
Like,
Cream of Crop says that the movies are fun, which is, I mean,
like
the whole
Snake
reason why
Plissken,
El
but
Mariachi is at
he
A is
blends in with
because
a
the
lot of these
movies are
characters.
fun. Like, that's the whole reason why it's
Yeah.
up there.
Snake Plissken has only got 2 to go off of, and even then, he blends in with a lot of these characters.
Well, okay, so if he has one good movie and one bad movie, that means 50% of his movies are bad. So that's that right there. That's
And with
pretty...
how low we put Indy for being only at 40% of his movies.
Yeah, but I mean, he has 3 bad movies. That's a
People still
lot.
consider the trilogy
Well, that's
good.
60%,
That doesn't mean
not 40.
Well,
I was
because
going off the 2 that the
just
yeah,
wider
but people were
public
people were
considers
saying that I forgot the title. One of the other ones were bad too.
Well,
I get
Doom
the
was
Temple of
apparently a
Doom has
bit
its
off.
problems, but people still consider it one of the better Indiana Jones movies as opposed to, say, the 5th or 4th one. Even then, the 4th movies get slowly starting to garner a fan base of sorts.
Everything has a fan base. Fucking Episode 1 has a fan base. That don't mean shit. That's a terrible movie.
Damn.
Episode 1 of what?
Star Wars.
Phantom Menace.
Okay, I can see why you don't like it.
Okay, I'm seeing a lot of bottoms of A's, so I'm putting it under El Mariachi.
What, are you telling me you didn't like that project?
Does anybody think that it should be somewhere else in A other than below El Mariachi?
No.
I'm talking to the chat as well. Does anyone in the chat think that he should be above El Mariachi?
No, I'm seeing consistently.
No, he's saying chat. He already got it.
Yeah, no, I'm reading the chat. I'm seeing consistently low A.
Yeah.
Bottom A, low A, bottom A.
Let me be clear, Tapeworm. I am not saying that 2 is bad. I don't remember them. I haven't seen them since childhood, so I do not remember these movies. I'm going off of what other people are saying when they say it's bad. So I have to go and rewatch these 2 movies. Before I can.
Isn't as good as the first one, but it is.
There are a lot of. There are quite a. Well, there are a few.
Lost Soul. I don't
finish watching.
Hold up, I gotta educate Lost Soul real quick, okay? Because Lost Soul's in the chat saying that he's way too young for half of these movies. Bro, most of these movies are older than I am. I don't give a shit. These are some of the greatest action films ever made. You need to go watch them. I don't care how old you are.
Lost Soul.
Yeah,
you have the
RoboCop
internet.
2 was made a year before I was born, and
you have no excuse not knowing who half these guys are.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I at least know.
All right, so I don't see anyone telling me that it should move. Everyone seems to be in agreement. Now we are finally at Terminator.
Don't you have like
Yes, and this is going to be another one that's super interesting, kind of like RoboCop, because we are now officially at a time period where Terminator has more bad movies than it has good movies, considerably more bad movies than it has good movies. However, the 2 good movies in Terminators, including Terminator 2, is arguably the best action film ever made. It is comparable up there with Die Hard and these other films. No, because unlike RoboCop, its highs are higher than because Terminator 2 is better than RoboCop. It is like
yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Like Terminator. Let me talk.
Right.
Terminator 2. Terminator 2 is within like top 3. I mean, I like of all time. RoboCop is one of the best, but I don't think you can put it in top 3.
Top 5, probably.
I want to point out that the worst Terminator movie, Arnold Schwarzenegger, is not in.
No, he's in.
That's not true. That's not true. No. Salvation is not the worst Terminator movie. That's not true at all. Oh, are you talking about Genesis? Are you talking about Genesis?
He's been in every Terminator.
He's only not been in Salvation and Genesis. And Salvation is not the worst Terminator movie. So he's got to be talking about Genesis. But I would.
Schwarzenegger has been in Salvation. It's just a CGI at his young
body. That's not. Then he's not in it. You're not a CGI copy of yourself. You are a person. But yeah, the only one that
he has no lines in that movie.
Though. I'm not saying that's why we should put it.
No, because he has no lines in that movie.
Yeah, like I kind of agree with Tapeworm. In a lot of ways, Dark Fate is worse. Now, I'm not gonna say it is worse, but in a lot of ways, it's worse.
Wait, the thing is, they're all different characters, though. Each T8-100 were different characters.
I don't see how that's relevant, though.
I don't. Yeah. I would agree with Rouga here.
Yeah, I don't think it's relevant. He still plays a T800 or T850, whatever version.
Okay, so it's Arnold Schwarzenegger we're talking about.
We should think about it.
It is the character. It is the character of the T800 that basically keeps getting its memory wiped as it is on an assembly line. It's not like they're all the same dude with the exact same programming and shit. But like it's the same. Come on, it's the same character. Like it is. If you're on it's essentially like a clone version of them. I mean, you can play semantics if you want, but they're essentially the same character.
I am seeing a lot of S or A.
Can we agree that Terminator 2 was better than Terminator 1, or do you guys believe that the original was the best?
No, Terminator 2 is better than Terminator 1.
It is better than Terminator 1.
I'm seeing a lot of people saying like S tier.
I can't see people putting this Terminator in S unless they're blinded by the fact that they really like the first 2, because you'd have to ignore most of like this is worse than Indy. Indy was 40% bad movies. Most of the movies in Terminator are bad.
We also have to remember that he started out as an action hero on the second film. When the first film, he started out as a horror film.
That doesn't matter. It's still an action movie.
I actually do like Terminator 3. I actually do like Terminator 3, and I like the.
He was like out to kill Sarah Connor, not save her. He
was
a horror movie character.
But it doesn't matter. He's an action hero throughout the entire series, other than the first.
The aliens thing.
The rest of the series.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Buzzard is saying if Die Hard is high S, I feel Terminator is S as well. A lot of these guys are saying S here.
I don't see how you could say S, because unlike Die Hard has one bad movie. Terminator has like what, 3 or 4 bad movies. Like
Or-
they're not
So
comparable.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I mean, I liked 3, and I liked the newest one. The only two I didn't like were
Everything
didn't
after
have
Salvation
Schwarzenegger
turned
in it.
into hot dog
Okay,
water.
you need to watch out when you say that you liked the newest one, Dark Fate, because you're gonna get a lot
Excuse
of
me?
enemies. Dark Fate.
Yeah,
Right, I was about to ask what.
I feel like the only
what
reason
are
that
the
people
worst
are putting
ones?
Terminator in S tier is because of the freaking anime that came out on Netflix.
There was an anime that came out.
Yes,
Oh
on
yeah,
Netflix.
so recently.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
not.
it's
That's not.
actually
First off,
pretty
that's not the reason. They're saying it because of 1 and 2. That's the reason they're saying it. The anime he's not even in, so that's not relevant. Like
They're saying it because
Right.
of Doomsday. Which one is Doomsday?
Doomsday.
You
There's
mean
Judgment
Judgment
Day.
Terminator Doomsday.
Judgment.
There is no
They're
Doomsday.
saying
Wait,
S
wait,
tier
Judgment Day.
Doomsday
Maybe I'm
carries.
thinking of a
Wait,
different one. Have I seen?
What are you
Dark
reading?
Okay, what are
Terminator
the
3 is
worst?
Terminator
Are the
Judgment
worst?
Day.
What are
Who's
the
Dark
worst
Fate?
movies in the Terminator?
Leonardo
Like,
Slayer.
I would
Everything
ask.
after Salvation.
Like, okay, so
I don't
I'll
know that
just
one.
I'll tell you. Okay, so one is good. It's a very very solid good movie. 2 is all time great. Then you have 3, which is a disappointing sequel to 1 and 2. It's not terrible, but I can't call it good either. It
It's
has a
okay.
memorable ending. I'll give it that, but that's about it.
Yeah, I like
Salvation
Terminator.
was butchered by the studio and should have been a great Terminator movie. But the studio it was supposed to be Mick G wanted to make an R-rated Terminator movie that took place at the time the war was happening, and they made him cut his movie down to a PG-13 after it was already done being filmed. That's why that movie fucking sucks. They also made him change the last third and they made him add Arnold Schwarzenegger into it as a CGI puppet. There was a really interesting ending where John Connor actually dies that they made him change. I want to see Mick G's original version. We're never gonna see it. It was ruined. I still don't think it's a terrible movie. I just think it's not as good as it would have been.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Then after that, you
Here's what I
had
think,
Genesis that was absolute dog shit, and you had Dark Fate, who I know someone in the chat, I don't remember who said that they liked it. It shits on the entire history of Terminator.
It was the Last Jedi.
And it
Terminator.
gleefully shits on the entire history of Terminator.
Yeah, that's fair.
And
So
and
Last
not only
Jedi,
that, it's a complete rehash of the original Terminator film, but just like with a feminist twist to it, where like it's not good. It's not good.
You have Hit Girl being fucking Sarah Connor,
Hit Girl isn't in the movie.
the actress who plays Hit Girl.
No,
from
the actress who
Kick-Ass.
plays Hit
No,
Girl
he's
is
talking
not
about
in
the
the movie.
actress.
The actress
She's
is not in
the movie either.
Yeah, she's not in the movie, but yeah, he's talking about the actress.
I know what he's talking about. She's not in the movie.
I don't think I ever seen a hint of her.
Chloe Grace Moretz is not in any Terminator movie. I don't know what you're talking about.
You have actually not seen. I've actually not seen it.
Okay, who keeps confusing actors? Hold up.
I don't know, but there's like one dude in here who thinks that fucking Gerard Butler is Russell Crowe. Like look before you start yelling that actors are certain actors. Look like fucking IMDb that shit before you just start shouting out who actors are.
I keep looking. I'm checking myself.
Yeah, it's like some Spanish girl that plays in Dark Fate. But yeah, Dark Fate. Like if Dark Fate was an original movie, it would just be
I'm thinking
it would
of
just
Genesis.
be whatever.
My
It would be
bad.
forgotten.
I'm
But the
thinking of
fact
Genesis.
that it shits so hard on the Terminator series makes it like
So
it's
I
it's
actually
so
have to correct
insulting.
myself.
To
I actually have to correct myself. I have not seen Terminator Dark Fate.
Were you the one who said that it was good?
Oh yeah, I was the one who said I liked it, but I was looking at a different one, I guess.
Oh, he's backpedaling. He's backpedaling hard.
He's backpedaling
I've only
hard.
seen the first.
You know what's a
three,
shame?
I guess.
What's a shame is that you know what's a huge shame though? Even the bad Terminator films actually have cool Terminator designs for the main villains.
Right?
I
got a
disagree.
plus from the chat.
I disagree.
I never said that they were better than like.
No, I
say,
disagree
the
entirely.
T1000.
I disagree completely 100%. I think that every single movie after 2 has just done the same shit over and over and over again, and they have had no new ideas. Like every single Terminator after 2 has been a variation of either the T100, the T800, or the T1000. They've just been keep rehashing it.
Well, no.
Yes, the chick in Terminator 3 was just a combination of the two. She was a metal skeleton. Stop talking. She was a metal skeleton with a liquid outside, and she was just literally a combination of the two. The only difference is Is it the weapons?
Dark Fate Rev 9 was even worse because it was both the T800 and the T1000 2 in 1.
Yeah, they've just been variations of those same two. They have not had a new Terminator design since I think Salvation. Salvation was the only film that actually had a couple of new designs in there. Which again, I actually have a decent amount of respect for the attempt that they made with that movie, even though I don't think it's great because of the studio. But yeah, I think if the studio just gets its fucking hands off the Terminator franchise and lets people do what they need to do, I think you'd have a much better Terminator. But they have drilled that shit into the fucking ground. It's aggravating.
Stop listening to the shareholders and listen to your fucking fans.
Wait, so how many people here have seen
No, you see, we're the product and the shareholders are the customer.
How many people here have actually seen Dark Fate then?
I didn't finish it, but I've
seen in-depth reviews.
I don't need to.
I've seen clips and I've seen a bit of the movie. I saw the beginning, the middle, the end. Just never saw it like in one whole.
When it got to the point, I stopped watching. I'll tell you the exact scene I stopped watching. When we find out that the chick in Dark Fate, instead of her son going to be, well, first off, I hated it all the way through. Like, if anyone hasn't seen Dark Fate, just to give you an idea of exactly why people hate it so much, for people who haven't heard the news.
You're gonna really do it now.
Oh, dude, it's fucking. The reason why people hate this movie. Okay, so they spoilers for this piece of shit movie. They kill off John Connor. The movie takes place like a couple of weeks. It starts off a couple of weeks after Terminator 2. They kill off John Connor immediately. Like, he dies in the very opening scene. And then it flashes forward, and they basically just redo the story of Terminator 1, where Skynet was defeated, but now there's this new group called Legion, I think their name was, who is identical to Skynet in every way, but they're just doing it again. And now there's a new person who's going to rise up to become the new person who's going to save them from Legion, and it's this chick who is going to, and it's going to be her son is going to be the guy who saves everything, basically just like Sarah Connor was in the first movie. The big twist in the movie is that the big twist in the movie is that actually this young Hispanic girl, it's not her son, it's not some guy in the future that's going to be. She's actually the hero, and it's her that's going to be the one that leads them, because you get it, like feminism. It's girl power.
And Sarah Connor even mentioned had a bit where it's like, yeah, we're only good for harboring the savior of humanity.
Yeah, they actually make it.
Trying to be a jab.
They actually have Sarah Connor directly insult the original film by talking about how shitty it is that the women in the Terminator franchise can only have babies that will then have men that then go on to save the world. Like Sarah Connor. Like Sarah Connor wasn't.
I must have had my brain turned off watching that.
All right. Enough of people talking over each other. Rouga, you never closed the poll for Snake, and now it's at S tier.
Yeah, we already had it at A. People double voted.
It was like a vast majority.
That's just been done. It is what it is. But
and it looks like people are still saying at least A, high B, at least A.
That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. I get it. Terminator 2 is a great movie.
The idea of the
But after everything that I just explained about Dark Fate and Genesis, I haven't even talked about fucking Genesis.
Oh, talk about Genesis.
Horrible. Genesis literally undoes everything in Terminator 2. It's arguably worse than Dark Fate, because it actually, in the plot of that movie, they go back in time and rewrite Terminator 2 so that Terminator 2 never even happened. So the movie that you guys like so much, that y'all are like, oh, this movie's fantastic, this is one of the greatest action movies, in the Terminator timeline, it doesn't exist. It never happened. It's fucking fan fiction.
We should let the cultural vandals win, you say. You want to submit to them, bow to their greatness. What? See, I think that's what people's problem is.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What the fuck you going on about?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I get what he's trying to say. It's just a dumb argument. It's the same argument he tried to make for the Star Wars, where he said we're making Kathleen Kennedy win by basically acknowledging that the movies she made exists. And I mean, that's a dumb argument. You could do that for literally any franchise.
It is argument, because the whole chaining an anchor around the neck of good movies to drown them is not the way we should be thinking of this.
It's that.
Okay, but
that doesn't
you
make
have to
sense.
consider the whole series.
We're talking about the whole series. You can't just take out the ones that you don't like because you don't like them. That's not being a cultural hostage. You're actually trying to, in a weird way, trying to gaslight me into rating the movies higher. But you're the one who's lying to yourself, not me. You're the one who's saying that these movies don't exist. They do exist.
It's kind of crazy to so.
No, it's crazy to ignore more than half the series. That's crazy. Like, it's crazy that you just say, I like these 2 movies, I don't like any of these movies, so I'm just going to forget they exist, and these are the only 2 that I'm going to worry about. That's not me being a cultural vandal. That's you being in denial.
That's well, you're saying you're going to make the 2 stories lesser because of someone years later.
They did that.
Yeah, they did that, not the original movie.
Yeah,
the movie can't do anything. It's a movie. It's not capable of doing something. The creators of the movie, or the owners of the movie, the people who own the Terminator rights, they did it. They made the first movies. They made the last movies. They own it. They can do what they want with it. If they want to run it into the ground, that's what they do. I don't understand what your argument is exactly. Like, well, I do understand what your argument is. It's just really, really fucking bad. Like. That like you can, like I said, if you want to have it in your head where you just ignore anything you don't like and stick your fingers in your ears and go la 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 la.
How bad the new movies are. I'm just saying it probably should not.
That's why I needed to mute that.
Hey, can we at least admit that no matter which movie the
Gizmo, you're cutting off.
Stop, dude. Get a new mic. You've cut off every single time you open your mouth. You cut off. Or you have to like speak in 3-word sentences.
I'm not trying.
It's like a mic issue or something.
No,
Dude, you sound like you're in a McDonald's parking lot.
No, like it sounds like he literally cuts himself off because it's never in the middle of a word. It's always after a word. It just sounds like he's talking and he just stops. And I'm like, did he stop or is this fucking mic?
I am going to. And then I'll.
Like.
Yeah, like.
And I'm gonna put. No, okay. That I was actually messing with you.
Nick Nunes posted. Shush. Nick Nunes posted that it's a new timeline still exists and they aren't actually changing anything. That's in the new anime though. I don't think that's ever been said before that. I think the new anime just added that in, and it's really I'm pretty sure they only did that because people hated it so much. Like I don't think that Dark Fate didn't do that, and Genesis didn't do that. What movie? Did they?
No. Actually, dumb question. Which came first, Genesis or Dark Fate?
I think Genesis tried to do it, but they fucked it up so much to the point where it doesn't make sense.
Oh, comics? I don't count comics. I don't count because the films don't.
You're picking and choosing now?
No, because the films.
Sorry,
because the films don't count the comics. Generally speaking, when directors come in to make make sequels to movies, you get a whole new director, whole new writing team. They don't look at the comics. They just look at the last film. Sometimes they don't even do that. But
and also, according to Rouga, reading is gay.
That's true. That's true. Nick Nunes is gay. He's super gay for reading that. But no, no. But seriously,
go ahead.
Yeah, but seriously though, just in general, when you come out with I know a lot of people like to. I constantly get this when I make my Would You Survive challenges. Everyone's like, "Oh, but in the comics it's happening." They don't care. Like the filmmakers, when they come in to make the movie, they do not read the comics. Comics are constantly conflicted with and just completely thrown out the window. I don't generally count comics as canonical with the movies because the directors and writers don't count it as canonical with the movies. At best, they ignore them entirely. At worst, they directly conflict with them. So I don't count. But you are right, Nick. I do believe that in the new anime that came out on Netflix, they do actually like talk about alternate timelines. But I do think that was a reaction to how terrible those movies were, not necessarily that was like the original plan or whatever. But I don't know. Are people still thinking that it should be an S, despite like the fact that this is definitely easily the film with the most worst movies?
Not
I'm getting low.
Movies, his fight scenes are where it's at. This is what I was trying to say. Even no matter how bad the movies were, even each movie, the T-800 always had at least one good fight scene. Didn't matter if it was like a clone T-1000, TX, like the nanobot Terminators, which I thought was pretty cool. He always had a cool fight scene with each and every one of them.
Okay.
Yeah, so it seems
How
to
dare
Yeah,
determine
see,
what.
everyone's
This
saying the
put it
same
in
thing.
B
Everyone's
tier.
saying S because of the first two, but they are
I was
adamantly
getting a lot of like low A minimum for
they're
a while.
they're adamantly
Wait, so
ignoring
you're saying
most of the
I just
series
remembered
to say
something.
that though. That's the problem.
So wait,
I don't think they
you
are.
want to wait? Remember how you were all so up for the the Mission Impossible movies having some of the best action scenes and
Yeah.
can't think of putting them below S? Well, Terminator 2 did have one
Nope.
of the best
It's
stunt scenes.
bad argument. Bad argument. Bad argument. The Mission Impossible movies have a fantastic main character that's written really well. It has a good story. All of the characters, they have this really great bond and chemistry with one another. It has some of the greatest action sequences in film history. They're good across the board, with like one movie that's like okay with Mission Impossible 2. This is not a good comparison that you're making. That you're saying that there's some good action scenes throughout all the movies when like more than half the movies suck ass. Like you cannot compare that to Mission Impossible. I mean, look at the movies in A. Look at Furiosa, who has only two movies, but both of them are good. You have John Wick, 3 good movies, some of the best action sequences that we've seen in the last 15, 20 years. I mean, and then it gets a little worse, clearly. But even if you look at Indiana Jones, The Mummy, none of them have movies that get as bad as the Terminator does, and they don't have as many bad movies. The Mummy has one bad movie in the franchise. Indiana Jones, we were arguing putting him down in fucking B because he had 3 bad movies or 2 bad movies. Terminator has double the bad movies that Indiana Jones does, or at least double the movies that aren't good. We'll say that because some people in the chat is actually saying that it's actually lower. Yeah, see, some people are saying C. I don't think it's C. I think B is a good spot.
Answers.
Yeah,
finally. I'm finally getting different answers.
Well, because I think because people are, like I said, people in the chat who are saying S, they're completely ignoring most of the series. They just
people
are
focusing on the good parts that are actually good instead of like doing this. Well, revisionist history that, yes, there is a revisionist history. No, let me finish. You're right, there is a revisionist history. The
Rip,
people who came in years later. Yeah,
you're probably about to get kicked out, if we're being honest.
I'm not doing that again, because he has used that same argument 4 times now.
What, the history?
The whole revisionist history, or you can't pick and choose when he's the one picking and choosing.
You're literally picking and choosing yourself when you make that argument.
Talking about like the movies literally changing the time? Is he talking about the movies literally changing the timeline, or are you talking about like?
No, what he's saying is that we can't use the entire series because the first 2 were so iconic. However, doing that is in it of itself picking and choosing. But that's essentially the point he's trying to make, which is that if you keep if you are using the entire series, you're dragging down something iconic.
I'm special, but I'm not that special. What is that? What is that speak?
The argument has already been countered. Constantly bringing it up again and again is not going to change anything. We are using the entire series. I'm not saying it again. You can go with that, or you can.
I have one issue with using the entire series. You clearly have the picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger there, and he's not in 2 of the movies of the entire series.
Okay, but Gregor, we went over this already. The picture in there doesn't matter.
Not a big deal.
But I don't even think the character's in the other 2.
No, he's got a good point, actually. No, he has a good point. He has a good point, because we are doing best action heroes. And technically, he's not in Genesis, and he's not in Salvation. Wait, is he in Genesis? I don't think he's in Genesis.
Yeah,
I don't think he's in Genesis.
Both.
I think it's just some.
He is in Genesis. No, he is in Genesis. He is in Genesis. The only one that he's not in.
But he's just like an end game boss that they one shot. Like he's not all that important.
No. You're talking about Salvation. Salvation. No, Salvation. He's an end game boss. I agree. But technically, I guess you could still count him because we are talking about the character, not the actor. So yeah, he would still be in Salvation as well. So the only one, no, he's in all of them. Which one? He's in Genesis too. He's in all of them. So yeah, no, you'd be wrong. Because we're not going over the action. We're not going over the actor.
We only counted for.
Huh?
Well, if we really are just counting the character, I think we can only count 2 and 3. Because in the first one, it's a different model with no speaking
We
lines.
had this conversation already.
Villain.
We had this
Well,
conversation already.
Hold on. Let me finish though. It's a villain in the first one, not a hero.
We had that conversation too.
In the second one, it's a
We already
hero.
talked
The third
about this.
one, it's a hero.
We already talked about this. Yeah, but no, we talked about how it's the same character with the same programming and the same everything, just on an assembly line. When one dies, they make another one. It doesn't make it a new character, at least not in terms of what we're talking about here. Because if you want to say that, then every single movie has a different character. But they are all meant to be versions of the same character.
Couldn't you also argue that only the reprogrammed Terminator that Arnold plays?
You can argue anything. That doesn't make it a viable argument. It's bad. Like you can literally say anything, but the fact of the matter is that you have the T-800 and the T-50 that are both played by Arnold Schwarzenegger. They are on an assembly line that all are released into the wild in every single movie, and we are counting those as the characters. That's what we're doing.
Then
here.
I think he should be.
Did he cut off?
He should be what?
He cut off again.
I think he should be disqualified.
Why would he be disqualified?
Why?
Because he's not the same. He's not the same character. He's not even played by the same actor. He's not even in all the movies.
I feel he is played by the same.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, wait a minute. I get where he's coming from because he's not a hero in like every single one of them.
It doesn't matter.
That's the point that he's trying to say.
He's not even in every single one of them.
It doesn't matter if he's not a hero in every one. Ellen Ripley is not. Ellen Ripley. They're not all her movies. There aren't even action movies, and we still used her because she is known as an iconic action hero.
That's the same character and the same actress.
But they're not action movies. You just said that. What does it being the same actress matter? If we put Mad Max on the list, we wouldn't just do the Mel Gibson version and completely ignore. It's the same character.
No, here's the
thing. Scriger, you're arguing in circles, really, and I'm going to do the same thing I did to Trip.
You really are. Yeah, I feel like you and Trip, y'all are like so adamant on just not having him be low on the list that y'all are going to make it. You'd rather him not be on the list. Like you're trying to argue him off the list so he doesn't get low. Like it's really weird. Like he's
no,
like,
I don't really care if he gets low. I'm just wondering if he's appropriate for the list.
Of course he is. This is best action heroes, and Terminator 2 is one of, if not the greatest action movie ever made. Of course, the T-800 deserves to be on the list. It's ridiculous to even argue that you wouldn't. We put Ripley on the list, even though a lot of her movies are horror, for the same reason, because Aliens is considered one of the greatest horror movies of all time. She is one of the most iconic horror heroes of all time, so she's on the list.
So a question about the Terminator: after the first Terminator from 2 gets destroyed, do they transfer any data that Terminator has experienced to the next one, or
no?
Is it
but they don't have to.
Okay,
like it would be the same thing as being a mind wipe in each movie, which I mean it's the same character being designed the same way with the same programming that is sent out for the same purpose. Like they're the same characters. Like
that's technically the same character.
T-800 across the board are all the same T-800s. They're all designed the same way. Now some will experience different things and whatever, fine. But we all know who the T-800 is. Like there's a reason why we all want, like, oh, is Arnold Schwarzenegger gonna come back and play the T-800? And anytime that doesn't happen, we get pissed because we want to see that character again. Because we all know he's playing the same character every time. Like it just is what it is.
I think it's time to move from this because we're just having an insane argument where we just keep arguing over the same thing over and over and over and over and over again with the exact same argument over and over and over again with the exact same points.
Okay, you're repeating yourself too as well. That's three for that's three. We get it. Over
I feel
again.
like putting my head through drywall would be more pleasurable than this conversation. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Look.
Those guys are muted now.
Okay.
I'm getting a lot of B tier on, like, from chat. I'm getting like mid B tier, low A tier, and that seems to kind of be the consensus that chat is.
So we're gonna do A or, well, I mean, at least they're not saying fucking S anymore. Okay. So we're gonna do.
I mean, Sarlacc is, but
A
I'm
tier.
ignoring him.
Let me see. Start a poll.
B tier. Sorry, B tier.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we'll do T-800. What was it? You said they were A and B tier is what it is. All right.
Yeah, I'm getting like low A tier, mid to low, or like
all right.
low to mid B tier.
Y'all vote away. and we'll see where we. Now where would we put him in A or B tier?
B tier.
If he's going into B, I say he probably still has to go above Ripley because of his movies.
Yeah,
he has more bad movies than Ripley does, though.
I do understand that.
Than Ripley did, though.
I do understand.
But his good movies, I would argue, are better than Ripley's best movies.
Exactly. Hence why he would sit above Ripley in B tier.
But I also think I also think that's arguable. Like, I personally think that the first two Terminator movies are better than the first two Alien movies. But if someone did argue to me that like the first Alien movie was better than the first Terminator, I wouldn't fight against it that hard, to be honest with you. Like, I would rather watch Terminator 1, but
the other reason that I say he should probably go above Ripley is because
he's actually got more action.
Voting but a lot of your chat also voted for A tier, which means that they probably do want him like top of B tier-ish.
That's fair. That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
If he's gonna be on A, put him above Pliskin. If he's gonna be on B, above Ripley.
Yeah, if we're being honest, they both Aliens and Terminator, they have a similar like arc and structure to an extent, with Terminator 1 and 2 being the best, and Alien and Aliens being two of the best out of their franchises. So we should rate them accordingly with stuff like that.
All right. So it looks like everyone is saying B. So I'm about to end I'm gonna give you 10 more seconds to vote, and I'm gonna cut it off, and then we're gonna put him, I guess, above Ripley. It's going up.
And I don't really support the argument that we're ignoring one or two films just because
we've dropped that argument entirely.
Yeah,
we drop it.
Look. Okay, first off, let me make this straight. Let me get this straight. I'm actually not upset with the people who want to have an argument and do it. I would actually get more annoyed with people saying that we have to move on from an argument. If we're arguing and we're having a good conversation, there is no reason to shut it down to continue on to something else if this is something that is happening. Just because you don't like the debate we're having or you don't care about it does not mean that you're going to step in and stop it. Like, he is allowed to come up here and say if he disagrees with me, and we can debate it. Now, if the debate goes in circles like it did with Trip and he just keeps repeating himself, fine, we'll move on. But that doesn't mean that there's no debate to be had. You can still have a debate. I don't have any issues with that. Like, that's perfectly fine.
I understand.
We get where you're coming from. It's just annoying when we keep hearing the same point over and over. That's
if he has a new point, he has a new point. He has a new point. That's fine. Like, if he wants to just repeat the same shit that Tripp said, then no. Then I mean, we've heard it. But like, if he has something else, like if he agrees with what Tripp was saying but has his own reasonings for why he does it, that's fine. I don't mind having the debate. That's okay.
Well, Rouga, that's why I let it go on for as long as I did before finally stepping in.
Yeah, sure.
I
don't.
It was going in circles.
I don't have an issue with you stepping. No, when it comes to Trip, I don't have an issue with you stepping in. That's fine. Like Trip would not stop saying the same shit, and he was using the same argument for Terminator that he did for Star Wars, and we countered it with Star Wars, and then we were literally having the same debate with Terminator, and he kept repeating himself. But
I mean, when I stepped in with Scrigger here, I only did that because I saw that it was going in circles again.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people who, while I'm in the middle of a debate with someone, they're like, "Oh, can we just go move on?" No, we're not. We'll move on when the debate is fine. If it's easy going in a circle, I specifically gave Dan the power to do that and nobody else for that exact reason. I'm not having everybody gang up on somebody because they don't agree with them or whatever, because they get tired of something. If the chat's having fun, then it's fine. And if they get tired of it, then we'll move on. Okay, I do not want this to be one of these streams where I'm just playing like God mode over fucking everybody and nobody can like feel comfortable enough to have a conversation or argue with me or debate with me at all. Like, that's the whole point of this shit. Like, it's fun. Like, don't make it shitty. Is all I'm saying. But no,
I was having a decent time until things started going in circles the second time.
That's fair.
And that's when I just went.
That's fine.
All right,
yeah, I'm not blaming Dan. That's I gave you that job specifically for that. I'm not blaming you for doing that. So you're good.
My bad for doing what you said. having a reaction, but like, yeah, it wasn't just because I want to move on. It's just because like.
No, I get it. It's not that big. Like, look. I understand. This is the first official stream. We had an accidental stream, but this is the first official stream. So there's gonna be some hiccups. We know certain people who should not be allowed to stream in the future because they kind of break down shit a little bit. But yeah, we're just this is what it is. We got to figure out the proper way to do this. And so far I think this is relatively successful. Given I'll let the chat be the people for that, but it is what it is. Okay, so that's everybody. We got through the whole list, and we get. I'm okay. So just to be fair for people with the Terminator thing, I do feel odd with that Terminator is B because Terminator's awesome. I get that. Like that does make me feel weird doing that, but I don't like ignoring the rest of the series either. But I mean, I don't like having to because I don't watch the series. Like if I'm going to watch Terminator, I'm going to watch 1 and 2, and that's going to be it. And that's I'm not going to worry about the rest of it. But I can't ignore that they're out there, and that's the fucked up part about it. Also, you have to remember that Terminator doesn't have much of a character. Like in Terminator 2, he does, but in like every other movie, he really doesn't. He basically becomes like a parody of himself after a while. Yeah. So 2 is really the only one that he has any character whatsoever. So even in terms of like how good of an action hero he is, outside of 2, he wouldn't even be that high. Even in 1, it's really just 2.
While the movies are shit, he actually does gain.
He cut off again. That dude
gain a good character in.
Gain what?
Me?
Yeah.
Hello.
You cut off again.
Yes. Gain what?
I was trying to say is that in Genesis, as bad as a movie as that is, he does gain a good character development there too. Because when he's with what was his name? Kyle Reese. The time traveler. Yeah, when he was with Kyle Reese reloading the ammo clips. He gets like a little competitive on who gets to refill as many as they can, and you can see that once his
bro, before you do another stream, you have got to get a new mic. you can't finish a sentence without
internet connection. The internet connection. I'm sharing it with like 4 other people.
I got you. Okay. Well, just I mean, for one, I think you're walking on pretty shaky ground if you're gonna start defending Genesis and saying that he has good character in Genesis.
No, the movie. I'm not defending Genesis. That movie's shit, but I'm just saying the one good thing that it has is
he cut off again. Okay, we got to move on.
He still is able to.
Sorry, Gizmo, we have to go.
You keep cutting off, and I can't understand what you're trying to say, dude. You've cut off in every sentence. Okay, so we're done with the tier list. So is everybody happy with the tier? Well, I guess not everybody. No matter what, people aren't going to be happy with the tier list.
I think it's about as good as we could get it.
I'm really surprised that Rambo got into the Rambo slot. I'll be honest. I thought I was going to have a lot of blowback from putting Rambo up top. I thought some other people. I thought Die Hard.
You're crazy.
I thought other people were gonna have issues with this.
We all know Rambo's your favorite, my dude.
No, Rambo's fantastic. All right, let's see. So that's it. Tier list is done. Do we even have anything else? That was all we really had planned for today, huh? I mean, we
pretty much.
So
I mean, we could always talk about something else to smooth out the ending a bit. You know what I'm saying?
Making tier lists is becoming a hobby.
So when we were talking about why Warframe might beat Doom, the only thing that we were talking about before was whether or not they could actually pull Doom Guy in on their side, either as a Warframe or what have you. And what I did find on that was that Dante can, when he gets the data on people, he not only gets their stats and things that the Warframe can use from the things that they're killing, but he also gets a little brief history about them. So as he's doing that, he could conceivably find out about Doom Guy, and then Wisp or Ballast, for that matter, could potentially reach in and pull out like stuff they need for Doom got into it. The problem is that Warframe has not established itself how they make their Warframes. Now, I did also find out that it's highly plausible that Warframes would start making their own Argent Energy Warframes.
Spriggan.
That's
Spriggan.
Oh, excuse me.
You've made like a third of the fucking chat leave while you were explaining.
That's okay. We did say we were done.
No,
we did say we were about done.
No, okay, so, no, I just don't think anyone's interested in the Warframe conversation, especially if we don't really, like, you didn't have a solid actual debate to have with it. You just, like, want to talk about it. So it's, and nobody really, I don't really care about Warframe. Nobody in the chat cares about Warframe.
Yeah.
Nobody else here cares about Warframe. So there's no really,
The
like,
only Warframe story I got is the time that my best friend tried to introduce it to me, and I immediately fell asleep.
Damn. It's okay, so it's not necessarily sorry, but like it's not necessarily that we don't care. Hold on. It's not that we don't care. It's just the fact that we all don't have enough info on the universe to even have
Ninja, do you care about Warframe? Do you have?
Well, not really.
Okay, so you don't
I don't
care.
have enough information.
So you
either.
don't. I don't do
That's
this
all I'm
whole.
saying.
I don't really do the whole polite thing. You know. Yeah, I mean, I think it's more. I just think it's lying. Nobody cares. If there's anyone who cares, please tell me that you care.
The only reason I actually looked up stuff and made a case for it yesterday was because I thought we were actually doing the Doom tier list today, but then I had to leave, and then you guys probably decided to do this one instead, which I'm totally cool with because I had an awesome time with this one.
We were never going to do a Doom tier list. We were supposed to have a debate between Warframe and Doom because we were starting to have a debate before, and you said you had arguments for me. But then when we came in at the beginning of the game, you didn't have any arguments. You told me you didn't have any arguments, and you just wanted to talk about Warframe. If you want to talk about Warframe, you can go talk about Warframe, just not here because nobody cares. Nobody here is Warframe fans except for you. So, I mean, that's fine. But, like, if you
I'm
like
actually not a fan of it.
Then what the fuck are you talking about Warframe for?
Talk about that.
Hold on, wait, what?
Why do you keep bringing it up if you don't care about Warframe?
I had the knowledge, and I thought it was going to be discussed, so I wanted to.
I did too. When there was a debate that was going to happen,
anybody else was going to.
I did too. When I thought
like nobody else was going to step up.
I did
This
too.
is
When
like a SpongeBob meme, I hate pistachio.
Guys, Rouga was trying to say something.
Seriously, I did too when I thought that there was a debate happening. Because you said you wanted to come in and have a debate. But then when we got here, immediately you said, well, I didn't want to have a debate. I just wanted to tell you about Warframe. And I was like, why the fuck would that be? Like, nobody cares. Like, you said you didn't have a debate. You said you had nothing to debate. That's literally what you said. So it's like there's no, and you just admitted just now.
I said I had mixed stuff.
Okay, you just said you're not a fan of Warframe, right? That's what you just said.
Right.
Okay. So drop
That doesn't
Warframe.
mean I don't know about it.
Yes, but we're not here to talk about things that you know but don't care about.
Hold on. If you're not passionate about it, why are you?
Why do you keep bringing it up? You're still bringing it up.
I don't know. I just felt like I failed you there.
You did. And you're
really.
It's just you absolutely did. But it's fine. Like accept your failure and move on. A lot of people in the chat want to talk about Warhammer 40k. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know shit about Warhammer 40k. I'm playing Space Marine 2. I'm playing Space Marine 2 currently, and I'm learning very little because it doesn't do a great job of explaining to you stuff about Warhammer 40k. But
I barely even know anything about 40k. All I know are the basics.
We need Romero. Romero knows a lot about 40k, but he didn't come on today because he had a D&D campaign to play through. So he didn't actually show up. But Romero knows a lot about 40k. Does anybody in the voice chat know a damn thing about Warhammer 40k?
No.
About Warhammer 40k.
Yeah, bro. I'm sorry. I tried.
Everybody, shut up. I need to hear Ruga's answer for this.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anybody who gives a shit about Warhammer 40k.
Well,
which
Trip,
I know
Trip
about
said
it.
he does. Trip said he does, but he's still muted.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want me to unmute him.
Nah, keep him muted. Okay.
I know about
okay,
Warhammer
so
40K.
I don't know if anybody's noticed this, but at the top of the chat there is a link to the Discord. We are currently in a general public Discord chat that anyone can jump into. Anyone in the chat can come in and talk if they want to. It was open. That's why it's been so chaotic this whole time. So if you are a fan of 40k and you want to come in and debate 40K or talk about 40K, you're free to click on the fucking link and come in and talk about it. Now, if you start being, you start doing some fuck shit, we'll mute you or kick you out. But the thing's right there. It's been there the whole time we've been in the stream, and I guess no one noticed. I don't really know. But yeah, we posted it.
I can talk about the main enemies of Warhammer 40K.
I know about
the main enemies of Warhammer 40K are the forces of chaos. There are 4 chaos gods. Hear me out. There are 4 chaos gods. There's Khorne, the blood god. He's all about blood, murder, and rage, and fucking just, the base urge to just beat someone the shitty to death. There's Slaanesh. Her deal, or his deal, however you want to see it, is excess. Either excess of pleasure, excess of pain, just anything.
Hold up. How much do you know about Warhammer?
A pretty decent bit, since I have gone into a couple of YouTubers who love Warhammer, as well as I like both the fantasy setting and Warhammer 40K. It's just that I prefer fantasy more.
All right, because all the stuff you're saying are like the stuff that everybody knows about Warhammer. And I asked if anyone knew about Warhammer. You didn't say anything.
I think he just joined.
That last one.
Oh. Well,
just sounds like Wario, but with the title of God instead of the application.
What?
Well, okay then. Let me ask
the guy
you something.
who
What do you want to
is
know about
representative
40K?
of excess. The guy who represents excess. He just
Rouga, I think you might need to put the link back in chat. I think
they're still.
Hand is gone.
Okay, hold up. I'll put the link. I'll put the link in right now. Now, to be fair, I'm not entirely sure how much longer the stream will be, but we'll see. If we can get some good shit going, we'll stay.
Well, I should probably get going. I have stuff to do in the morning.
No, I got you. You do what you gotta do, Dan. Thanks for.
May I ask what the stream is about?
I mean, I'll hang out for a bit longer.
Oh, the stream was we did the best action heroes. We did like 20 of them.
It was a tier list. Let's see.
Yep.
Let me hold up. Boop. Yeah, I fucking hate Discord because I tell Discord to fucking do it to it never expire, and it just decides to expire after a couple of minutes. What is the point of even asking me when I want the link to expire?
You might have to check your server settings if it's doing it automatically.
Well, I can double check the server settings, but also it might just be that you aren't hitting the save or the apply button, and then it'll just revert back to what the original one was.
I know I'm hitting the save button because when I click to do the when I just clicked the thing to do it again, it was still set to never do it. Like it didn't swap back.
Are the guys from Men in Black action heroes?
Yes, I think so.
Agent J and Agent K.
I wouldn't say they're very good ones. There's not. It is, I guess, technically, but there is not a single good action scene in the entirety of the Men in Black series. Like, it's really just them pointing guns and shooting. There's no stunts. There's no amazing action set pieces. I don't find them to be good action movies. If they are, they're not bad movies. They're just not good action movies.
What about the?
You know what I want to say actually?
The guys from Bad Boys.
Yeah, that's a good one too, because that's what I was trying to think of as well.
Yeah, all their movies have been bangers.
Maybe Independence Day.
Was the new one good? Well? Was the new Bad Boys a good movie?
It was really good.
Yeah, the new Bad Boys was a good movie.
I thoroughly enjoyed
Independence Day. No one tells a speech like the president from that movie.
That's a great speech.
Yeah, but the second Independence Day kind of ruined the first one.
Yeah, Rouga, I had very low expectations for the new Bad Boys movie, and I was surprised how much I liked it.
Okay, I might check it out because I like the first two. I like the first one a lot, and 2 was pretty good. Did Michael Bay make the third one?
Wait, how many Michael Bay movies are
let me check. Let me check.
Most Michael Bay movies are action. I actually think all Michael Bay movies are action movies.
And how many of them are on the list?
0. There are no. The Rock was almost on the list, but we explained why. Well, because we're not doing action movies. We're doing action heroes, and Michael Bay does not have the most memorable or iconic action heroes.
Funny thing about Bad Boys for Life, the third Bad Boys movie, it was not directed by Michael Bay.
Huh.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. That's what I was asking.
It was directed by two Belgium dudes.
Belgium.
That's true. Okay, so I actually I like Last Soul whole thing, and I think there's been a couple people that said this. What we could do is we could talk to the chat and essentially figure out what the next tier list is going to be, and they can decide what the next tier list is. Now there was a couple of ideas. There was a couple of ideas that we had for the tier list. One was superheroes. Another one that we came up with actually during this stream earlier was villains. So if you've ever seen the Would You Survive Oz challenges, we would be choosing like the criminals that would go in the prison, basically. So
May I make a suggestion for that villains list?
Not right now.
Imagine if could they survive? Oh, sorry.
Not right now.
Right now, please.
Because we're not. Because right now. Wait, are you talking about a suggestion for one of my Would You Survive videos?
No.
Well, you said that you wanted a would these villains survive? But the problem is that most of the villains.
I'm not. It's not a
that
Would You
would
Survive.
recommend.
It's not a Would You Survive. It's not. That's not what I said. Okay. Okay.
Oh, just a villain tier list.
It's just the video. We're just talking about the tier list. We're not talking about the Would You Survives. We
He was
almost
just using that as an example.
Dan. We almost made it through an entire stream without someone recommending. Almost. Almost.
Wait a minute. He was.
No, you have.
I don't think he was trying.
I did not actually finish my recommendation.
But he was. But he admitted that he was recommending. So yeah, that's what he.
Damn.
Okay. We almost. Yeah. No, I cannot get through a single voice chat without somebody recommending. If mostly last time we were in a chat for a couple of hours, I got 8 recommendations in the voice chat for Would You Survive challenge. Everyone wants to recommend voice. Yeah, it was so many. Okay, but so we could do villains, but if we did villains, it wouldn't be like all villains. It would be like criminals and like the reason why I'm not saying that it has anything to do with the Would You Survive Oz challenges, but it's like. It would be the type of people that could go to that. Like, they're more realistic villains. You have, like, your Hannibal Lecters and your Anton Chigurhs and your Max Cadys. And, like, real...
What about Riddler from the new Batman movie?
Yeah, I think that would work. Well, yeah, that could work. Because he's kind of a realistic, sort of down-to-earth, sort of grounded. Which, by the way, can we stop having grounded Batman? I am so fucking sick of grounded Batman. Like, can we just have...
this is a hot debate.
I'm so sick about ground. I'm so done.
I think everybody feels the same way, man. As much as I mean, like stuff like the Christian Bale Batman and the new one, come on, man. Let me actually see Bane inject venom into his veins and not have trouble with that mask.
Or see Red Shabu actually be the villain that he is.
You want to know who I think that they should do for the next Batman movie? If we are picking super villains, not just super criminals, Poison Ivy.
Yeah, that would rock.
Yeah, for sure.
Batman this grounded versus Poison Ivy. Could you imagine that?
I mean, I guess. Well, I mean, if Batman was that grounded, then Poison. If Batman was that grounded, then Poison Ivy would also be grounded. That's the main issue that you have there.
But why?
Right.
Because it's a grounded universe. They're all grounded. If I forgot who they said is going to be the villain of the next movie. They teased Joker, but I don't think they're using Joker.
This room was for Mr. Freeze. That's what
I've heard that. Yeah, and but like if it is Mr. Freeze, it's not going to be a guy running around with a freeze ray that's like freezing people. It's going to be like a guy, who kills people by like trapping them in like a room that's like a refrigerator or some shit. It's going to be like more realistic version.
Boring. That's boring.
Yeah.
Personally, I think that if you combined a grounded Batman, like just a normal guy, Batman, and put him up against more supernatural enemies, like just in the second or third movie, I think that would make it actually more interesting.
I don't think that's a bad
win in a fight.
I don't think that's a okay. First off, having a Batman that cannot win in a fight against his enemies completely goes against what Batman is. So I think that's a little weird. The whole idea is that he is a regular man. You can make him a grounded dude who fights against like enemies who are superpowered, and I could get behind that. But he has to be capable enough that he can actually fight against them well. Otherwise, it wouldn't
Batman
work.
beat the Hulk with that time.
could have swore I saw.
Batman beats the Hulk with
Honestly, the
prep
best
time.
way you can make a Batman story like that is
Depends
like
on the
have
version of
Batman's
Hulk.
ass get kicked in the first part, but then like the second or third fight, he basically comes back. He uses what he learns and actually kicks their ass rather than getting his ass kicked like the first time.
There are
He
versions.
brings Weed Killer.
There are versions of Hulk that Batman, no version of Batman can beat.
I was saying it as a joke, Rouga.
Oh,
right.
Well, no, people like
because the joke is that Batman beats everybody with prep time,
which is
So
exactly
Batman
well, that's
can
not
beat
the
Hulk
joke.
with prep time.
But the reason why I didn't take it as a joke is because that's not a joke. People actually say that, and they
People
believe
really do take that
Batman has
seriously,
the
but,
Goku thing going on.
Yeah,
Here's
but
the
Batman
no,
can
he
stand up
doesn't have the
to
Goku thing.
the
No,
threats
the
like
difference
Cosmic
is
Superman with prep time.
the thing is with Batman, yes, with prep time he can defeat many villains and many heroes, but that doesn't mean he can do that with everybody.
I'm not saying for everyone. It's the same.
Although he has defeated the new gods multiple
Yeah,
times.
people seem to forget he's still just a human at the end of the day. A peak human, maybe even past peak human, but still human at the end of the day. Even with prep time, he still can't really defeat or even kill like half of the DC universe. You gotta think about that. He still has trouble putting. Yeah, like maybe. Even
no,
more,
it depends. It depends. Well, it depends who's writing him. There are versions of him who literally beat every. I mean, that is what the Man Who Laughs is. The Batman Who Laughs is like he's literally a version of Batman that stopped holding back, and that version completely wiped out his entire universe. That storyline literally says that if Batman wanted to and had the lack of morality, he would be able to do it. Like it depends on who's writing him.
Not only did he beat his entire universe, he subjugated, I think it's 12 other universes with other versions of Batman to bring them to the main universe.
Yes, and that version of Batman is literally the identical to the Prime Earth Batman, except he gets he gets infected by the Joker toxin. That's literally the only difference between the two. They make it very clear in the story that they are identical, other than that one difference. So
for that villains list, would someone like Light Yagami be acceptable?
Okay, so let's get back. Let's get back to this. So this is something we actually have to talk about. We gotta put this up to the chat. So what type of villains list will it be? Will it just be all around villains? Will it be super villains? Will it be? I feel like we should do superheroes before we do villains. Like, wouldn't that make sense to be superheroes before villains?
Agree.
But if it's gonna be villains,
we were talking action villains, and I think that would be a good follow-up for this one.
Yeah, but action movies don't have good villains most of the time.
Always have good
they
villains.
usually have.
What about the
trash
Austin Powers villain?
What, Doctor Evil?
Yes.
That's that's a comedy villain. I mean, sure, that's one, but you need a tier list. I mean, we had 20 this time, and people still were complaining that it wasn't enough. Like, we should have added so many other people. So next time we might have 25 or 30. I don't know. But
okay, but if we're adding 25 or 30, we can't be spending 15 to 20 minutes on each of them.
Well, it depends on how long the stream is. I mean, we spent the first 15 minutes of this stream talking about fucking Warframe. You know, like it doesn't really matter. Like like I said, I don't. It really like what time is it? Like right now, it's about 12 for me. What we start at 7.
For me, it's about 1.
It's almost 1 for me.
It's almost 1.
Oh, it's almost 12 for me. You guys are on the East Coast. I'm in Central.
It's 9:30 over here.
Yeah, but wow. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, well, no, yeah. I think he must be in California or Canada or some shit. But yeah, it's like I mean, we finished the tier list and we did a bunch of shit before. We're doing a bunch of shit after, and we're setting up for next year. So I think we can have 5 and it won't be that big of a deal. I don't really think, especially if we come in knowing exactly what we're doing and then finish that thing. And it doesn't matter if we trail off every once in a while. I really don't think it's that big of a deal. And like I said, if you want to go, you can go. Nothing says you have to stay for the whole fucking stream. You do what you want to do. I mean, Alden left hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just chilling.
Yeah. But we do have to get back on point for this. So we need okay, so we have a superhero list. That's one of them. We have a villains list, and right now I'm thinking like realistic villains, like the type of villains that can be locked in Oz. But if you want to do a different kind of villains or expand it past that, we could.
How about we bring in some animated villains?
Lost Soul is saying evil mastermind villains.
Well, if we do
Just in general.
animated,
that.
if we do animated, it will mostly be anime. I'm not saying there's not going to be.
I think if there's going to be a half and half.
There's some American cartoons.
We could
that
force
could
it
do
to be
but-
half and half, but I think if you really were honest to yourself and just did like the best villains, I think most of them would come from
It would
anime.
definitely be
What about
anime
Plankton?
for sure.
There's a lot of good cartoon villains out there.
Lost Soul is saying
there's
evil
like
masterminds.
there's only like
We would have to see if we can
like-
make a long enough list of evil masterminds.
right. There's probably
Lex
like
Luthor?
10
Oh,
American cartoons.
wait.
that
So
would be
is
good
happens
villains.
is evil
Batman versus
masterminds
Superman
better than
Lex.
just like criminals and villains? Like, would that be a better list? Because like you'd have to
What
say.
would
I feel like
Yeah.
it would be a better list because you can involve
sure.
a lot of like super smart villains instead of just being as broad as just animated villains. Because like you can with evil masterminds you can use people like Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls or Dr. Evil or
What's up with
Lex
you and
Luthor.
Dr. Evil?
Hey, someone brought him up.
Or,
I would argue Dr. Evil is not actually an evil
or
genius. He's
Slade
a dumbass.
or
I'm starting to fall asleep.
or Bill
Good night,
Guy
guys. Had a great
or
time. Ruga, thanks for hosting all this.
Okay, see ya. Again, guys, you don't have to tell me you're leaving. You just go.
In fact, it's better if you don't say that you're leaving because it
Yeah,
doesn't cut through the conversation.
Yeah, just go.
If
Yeah, it's-
you're
it's cool.
leaving, just type it in the text version of this chat.
Yeah, it's cool. Like I said, we're gonna get all this shit straight for the next stream. We're gonna
Yeah,
we're
that's
running
what-
it. We're running
yeah,
into
that's what-
hiccups, and we're gonna get over them before the next one starts. This is, I think this went pretty well for the fucking first official stream.
Hey, for one stream idea, how about you rank horror movie monsters? And I don't mean like Jason. I mean things like the Quiet Place monsters, or just in general, like the Thing or the Xenomorph.
Werewolf.
A ranking list of
It's
all
not terrible. I
those
mean,
in terms of-
considering it's Halloween, I mean that makes that yeah. I mean that
Yeah,
that would make
that
that would
would
make
be
most
better.
sense actually for this month at some point. Should I? Okay, well that's a good question. Should we theme the lists based around Halloween?
I think so. Maybe you can do the same thing around Valentine's Day or
So
something.
what does the chat think? Did the chat think that the next tier list should be based around horror movie monsters? Y'all. I'm asking the chat. Y'all got to let me know.
I think the 26th should definitely, because that'll be the closest to Halloween.
I'm seeing a couple that are open to the mastermind tier list.
I'm just trying to think of like I would have to take a minute to actually think
You'd
about
have
who
to
would
be
be on that
very
list.
specific.
Well,
with
you
that,
have to make up the rules first, so you can actually.
Yeah, and they would also kind of like this one where we'd have to have like what were we actually judging these people? Like action movies is pretty easy to judge. You know, it's just like quality, right? But like for a mastermind, you can't really do it from the movie's quality because usually they're a side character. They're not like the movie
Maybe you
doesn't
can do
matter.
it based on their general intelligence, like
Yeah, and then if you're doing
Megamind
masterminds,
turns the sun into a gun.
and then if you're doing then it wouldn't be best masterminds. It would be smartest masterminds. Like who is the most
Yeah,
intelligent?
see, I wasn't necessarily thinking like do them the same way we did this one. I was thinking
We
like
can't.
a
Like, it's-
different set of rules.
Like it's
Yeah, we
physically not
literally
possible.
can't.
We would have to change it for literally every single tier list we do. That's just a
Right,
fact.
exactly.
I think
Because
one
every situation is different.
I think one big one that we have to do at some point is superheroes. I don't think there's going to be a single person who's gonna be like, no, let's not do so. Like superheroes is gonna be a big one. I like the horror movie monster ones because, I mean, it just fits the theme of the month, you know. And I've been doing nothing but the fucking Would You Survive horror challenges, so I'm watching a lot of horror movies.
People do really want a martial arts list.
Martial arts.
I
that's
do
what I was trying
too.
to say.
That's what
I
I'm
did wanna
excited.
say
Okay,
that.
we're gonna set this up. We're gonna set this up right now. Okay, so what? How many more weekends do we have in this month? Let me see. We're gonna schedule this
Hold
out.
on.
Wait
Wait a minute. I tried to say do that the other day.
Well, we
but
said
You
it.
have
No,
3 more
now.
Saturdays.
We're doing it now.
we have 3 more Saturdays. Okay, so
You have
3
3 more Saturdays.
3 more Saturdays. Okay, so as of right now, for the 3 Saturdays tier lists, we have horror movie villains, superheroes, and martial artists. Does anyone in the chat have an issue with those being the 3 tier lists we do for the next 3 weeks? With the
I
last,
do have one suggestion for the horror movie villains thing. What if we expanded it out into games too?
Horror movie game villains or horror?
No,
movie
just
game?
horror game villains.
Oh, horror game villains.
I feel like that could almost be its own thing.
There aren't that many horror games that have villains, though. That's the thing. So I think it'd be easy to add them in the list.
But also, the thing is, there aren't. Hold on. How many horror movie monsters are there?
A bunch.
If we're being
Bro,
honest,
so many. So you need to go out and watch more horror movies.
No, I was just about to say.
Go watch more horror movies. There's a lot.
Like Jason
we're not talking about giant monsters. We're talking like legit like monsters like
even if you take like get rid of these super powered characters who you arguably aren't monsters like Jason because he's humanoid or Freddy, even though I would say they're monsters. But even if you want to just straight up say like monsters that aren't humanoid, you still have a long fucking list. There's a lot of
the original
monsters.
Godzilla was a horror movie.
At first,
That's
yeah,
true.
but then they just changed it to just a normal kaiju, like destroy everything. And then...
Yeah, but I mean, even Godzilla -1 was a horror movie, which just came out. So it's not like they don't do Godzilla horror movies anymore.
There's no way in hell that Shin Godzilla is not a horror monster.
Right, but the thing is, Godzilla isn't seen as a horror monster anymore, like he was like ages ago. He's now just seen as a rep for Japan, which is kind of odd. He's now seen as a hero.
Okay,
mostly.
I'm seeing. Okay, so wait, do people want? Okay, so right now I want to do superheroes because I think that just a lot of people are gonna like superheroes.
Yeah, it's the basic thing.
Then a lot of people are saying masterminds. Should what were the three that I said? I said monster movies,
martial artists,
martial artists.
Movies.
Should we do martial artists or should we get rid of that and do the masterminds?
I think martial artists we can do in November. Masterminds I think fits the theming of October a little bit better.
It does, but I like martial artists. That's the one I want to do. Okay.
I know you want to do it.
I want
to do it with you.
I'm passionate about that one. Like I'm just gonna not lie to you. I'm not that passionate about the masterminds one. The villain one, sure, but when you start to like make it so specific to where it's specifically like off the top of my head I can't even think of that many. I know I will be able to if I sit down and really think about it, but it's like action movies. I fucking love action movies, so I could make 3 more lists of this and double the size of it if I wanted to. We could talk about this forever. Masterminds, I just don't know how much I would give a shit about it. Like, who we're gonna do Lex Luthor? Who cares? Like, I don't know. We could do it. I'm not saying. I think once I actually get.
Okay, what would happen to Batman vs Superman Lex Luthor in Oz?
Okay, and that's two.
Boy.
Rouga.
Wait, no, I'm asking because you kept saying like something about Oz, but the thing is that if we do a mastermind list, Oz is going to come up.
No, it wouldn't. Why would it come up?
How would it?
Why would it come up?
Because masterminds are usually incredibly not physically active.
What does that have to do with Oz?
That's just wrong.
I don't get. It's not true, and I don't get what that has to do with Oz. Like, Oz is a totally different universe that has no masterminds in it. I mean, it has really smart criminals, but there's no masterminds in Oz.
It's a prison.
Yeah, it's a prison show. It's a really solid prison show for anyone who hasn't seen it. It's really good.
Also, Rouga, you could just save this tier list, and then we can go back to action heroes and keep adding on to this one.
How the fuck? How do you do that?
Pretty sure you can just download that one. Yeah.
Is it gonna Is it gonna be like give me a virus or something?
No, it'll just go as a picture onto your computer, and then you can just put it back up.
Right, you could save it.
Oh, well, I could just do a screenshot if that was the case. I thought when I downloaded
No, it'll download it, and you can re-upload it to the website, so all the stuff is already there.
Okay, all right. Hold on.
Wait, I have to know. How many times has Chris Pratt shown up on the Action Heroes list?
Did you have to know that, though? Was that something that you had to know?
I truly need to know. Because he plays so many characters.
We did mention Terminalist, but that'll have to be later. Wait, did somebody say Spartan tier list? Hold up.
No, someone legitimately asked why Chris Farley isn't on the Action Heroes list.
Because he was in Beverly's Ninja from Beverly Hills or Beverly Hills Ninja or something.
Beverly Hills Ninja, yeah.
He was in some goofy shit. Yeah, they're talking about comedy action films. I mean, if that's the case, you could say like, why was it?
Funny thing, that actually has Liu Kang from the Mortal Kombat movie.
Wait, what?
The actor. Yeah. He plays.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I think I saved it. Yeah, I sort of saved it. Okay, I like half saved it. All right, so let's get this down before we end the stream, because I know that a lot of you guys want to go to sleep and shit. So okay, next week we're gonna put this up to a thing. So for the first week, next week, what should we do? Should we do superheroes, masterminds, martial artists? What?
Martial artists.
We're talking specific. Like I would like the martial artists for sure. That's my pick. But
the thing about martial artists is that the rules will be very easy to set versus masterminds.
Or well, yeah.
Okay, I see masterminds. Worst video game movie tier list. Ugh.
Oh god.
I don't see. I'm not interested.
It's a good idea, but
I'm not interested in talking about bad shit. Is that weird? Like I don't.
Would pixels be part of that list?
Not. I guess.
No,
not
because
really.
it's not an adaptation.
It's not an adaptation.
It's an original story.
It's a video game movie, but it's not an adaptation.
That will be.
But it is about video games.
Okay, let me see. All video game movies are bad except for some.
What is that movie
called? Rouga Rabid video tier list.
No, I don't want to fucking talk about myself for hours. That's oh god.
A lot of people want the martial artists.
Is it?
Okay, we did the action one.
So what are the two most beloved ones? Martial artists and masterminds. I can make it.
Yeah, those seem to be the two.
Seems like it.
Okay, so we're gonna vote for next. This is gonna be next week, guys. The tier list for next week. We're gonna vote on it right now. So we're gonna be next week's tier list, and we'll have the selections will be.
So you changed your mind, Rouga? We are doing one a week now?
I mean, it worked out pretty well, I think. We could do it again. Sure, why not? Okay, so martial artist, what was the other one? Masterminds? And I guess we like masterminds more than just villains, like more than like street level, like criminals.
Yeah, people
and shit.
seem to really want masterminds.
Okay, we're gonna do masterminds, although I think criminals is better, but fine, we'll do masterminds. So our martial artists, masterminds, I guess superheroes. I actually don't think superheroes is gonna win this, because it seems like people are more.
There are so many more interesting things that you can do.
And then horror monsters.
Right.
I think we should do on the 26th, no matter what, because that's like a really good Halloween stream.
Well, we'll see if it wins by a good margin. We'll do it. Horror monsters.
Well, horror villains, because then you get to like spread.
Nah, that's too. No, because then you're like talking about like the bitch from Misery and shit, and like monsters. Like we'll try and you can make a couple different lists out of like villain types. Okay, martial artists, masterminds, superheroes, horror monsters. Start poll. So vote on. This is the one for next week, guys.
Lost Soul is suggesting villains you agree with tier list.
Yeah, I've saw that. I'll think about it. I'll think about it for a future one. There are. I mean, yeah.
Rouga superheroes has no votes.
I'm thinking about it because
like. Well, when I originally came in, I said that I was thinking about doing a superhero tier list, and like the entire chat flooded with people being like, "Oh shit, that would be awesome!" Like, I don't know. Maybe we're.
I mean, yeah.
So it just is what it. I mean, you know, like you have Hellboy, Daredevil. Like you do some really.
We're on that. We're on.
And it should also be clarified that if we do a superhero tier list, it's going to be comic book versions as well. It won't be to movies like the action.
It would have to come from a comic book.
It would come from the comic book versions. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, I think people were excited about superheroes until cooler ideas came up, which is exactly what Citadel just said.
That's fair.
I think we have to be specific though, because there are a lot of comic books that are based off of something. Like there's comic books based off of Buffy that's like a continuation. There's like comic books based off of a movie version of something that
if we're doing superheroes, it's not gonna be those continuation type comic books. It's gonna be like the superhero comic books.
And you also have to consider stuff like Saitama.
Hold on. With the
That's
superheroes,
manga,
we have to specifically go for superheroes.
No, I mean he's a superhero. He would count as a superhero. It's I mean we didn't technically say. What we did just now, we said comic books, but we did say superhero. But even if you want to say, I get that because it's a different language, manga, but manga just means comic. It's a comic book.
Yeah, there's no real
Okay, yes, but if we want to
differentiation.
start including Saitama, then we do a different tier list for
they
anime
say-
characters.
Yeah, that's
No,
yeah, that's unfair.
Well, no, but I'm saying like you can put Saitama in an anime tier list and still put him in a superhero tier list because like someone like Deku and Saitama could still belong on a superhero tier list. There's no reason why you wouldn't use them,
They
other
could,
than
yeah.
just being racist and not wanting to use Japanese people.
Well, what I was
Fair, and I don't disagree.
I was gonna
I
say
mean,
it's different
fair
for
point.
Japan because they don't really use the same kind of lingo that Americans do. They don't call a lot of superpowered beings and a lot of their stuff superheroes.
Neither do
Sort of
we.
like how-
Neither do we. Technically, technically the only companies that are actually allowed, like legally, to use the word superhero is DC and Marvel. You are not allowed to call it
And
like
Valiant,
also-
Image.
Also with that,
no. Image
that
is not
just
allowed to
slapped-
legally say the
that-
word superhero in a comic book.
That just sorry to butt in, but like I think that just collapsed not too long ago.
Oh, it did?
Oh, right, they
I
lost
think
the
so.
trademark.
I heard about it.
that.
Okay,
Yeah,
well that's
Marvel
that's
and
news
DC,
to me. That's news to me.
Marvel and DC officially lost the trademark to the word superhero. But what I mean to say is that they have a different way of calling their heroes in Japan. Even if it was a trademark thing, I think it was just by choice or how they're raised.
Maybe, but just because they call it something different doesn't mean it doesn't qualify. I mean, superhero in America has a specific definition, and if they qualify for it in another country, it doesn't mean they're not it just because they don't call it that. I mean, it's a different it's a different country with a different language. Of course they're going to call things differently. Like I said, manga is called manga. That doesn't make it not a comic book. It's still a comic book.
So it's
There is one thing that you'd need to clarify too about the superhero list. When do they stop being a superhero and become an anti-hero? Because are you going to put Wolverine on that list?
Yes.
Why would
Wolverine's
he not be a superhero?
Anyway, it seems your poll has stopped Rouga with a 50% vote for martial artists.
Yeah, I
so people
see it.
really want to see that.
I hope I didn't
horror
I didn't like
monsters and
alter.
masterminds.
I hope I didn't alter their thing because I said that that's something I'm more interested in. I hope that the audience I have built is just so in tune with me that they just all wanted martial artists more than everything.
Here's what I was going to say about that. We're kind of on that wavelength already, or wave, because we did action movie heroes, so they're kind of in the same vein. That's
Maybe.
probably why people are wanting that.
I will say though, I see a lot of people keep on saying Jackie Chan.
Also, I wanted to bring up
Right.
I've also wanted to bring up that they don't categorize everyone under one kind of hero like we do. Like,
I don't care. It doesn't matter. Like
Well, I mean,
we
like-
have a definition for superhero, and if they match it, they qualify. I don't care
Well,
what they
it's
call it.
not-
They're a
it's not-
different
well, because,
culture with a
like-
different language. They're not going to call it the same thing we do.
Well, yeah, well, that's my point though, because they don't just call a girl with superpowers, like let's say Sailor Moon, a super heroine. They call her a senshi.
It doesn't matter. You're going in circles. It
Call
doesn't
guys
matter
like
what they call
someone
it.
from a-
If it
what is that
qualifies in
called, Kamen
America,
Rider?
they don't have a word that differentiates mustache from beard. They don't have it. Hige just means facial hair. There is no differentiate. That doesn't mean that there isn't. That doesn't mean that we can't say that they have beards. Like the argument doesn't matter.
All right.
Like we have words that mean that, and if they qualify, we'll use them. This is America. We're just gonna go by American shit. And for Dan, Canada.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
At least you acknowledge that your moderator is somewhere else.
I acknowledged that Canada exists. I did not acknowledge that it's not a piece of shit country. It is.
Damn. Oh no, let's not do that again.
No, don't worry. I'm not gonna stoop. to that
Very
level
few
besides it's
people.
funny.
Very few people
Before-
would fight that. No, but okay. So martial arts.
Besides,
Now,
it's funny.
Now, just to clarify some rules, if we do martial arts, just
Yeah.
like this one, we are going to do it a little bit like this one. So people keep saying Jackie Chan. It's not going to be Jackie Chan. That's an actor. It's going to be the character that Jackie Chan plays in a particular movie. Now, I might lift whether or not, because on this one I'm like, we're only doing one per actor. I might lift that. I don't know. We're going to find out. I'm going to see how long I can make the list. If we can get like a solid 20, 25, 30 characters easily, then I won't lift it, and I'll just do it as is. But
here's the thing about that though, because a lot of these martial arts actors, they have played multiple roles, but not all of them are as memorable or just good.
No,
as,
but they
say,
all
like-
have one that everyone knows them for. Scott Adkins
Right.
is Boyka. Like that's his character. Jackie Chan has been in a ton of movies, but he is the drunken master. That's what he is known as, drunken master.
Donnie Chen or is Ip Man, etc.
Yes, Donnie Yen
Bruce
is Ip
Lee
Man.
is Son of Dragon.
Bruce Lee is himself
Bruce Lee,
from
Bruce Lee is
Lee's
Lee
himself.
from Enter the Dragon.
Yes.
Yeah, like they all have one character that they're known for, or the character
yeah.
that is the most iconic, or we might use the character that's like more skilled, or just from their best movie or whatever. It's fine, but it really depends. And maybe you might have some people who might argue with you, and just like this time where we had Cameron Poe and then we swapped Cameron Poe out with Face Off, we might do the same thing. Like maybe I'll say, okay, well, like Jackie Chan is Drunken Master, and then someone will be like, well, actually, I think arguably you could say he was in this movie series for longer, and this is more iconic. I'm like, okay, maybe, and then we'll put it to a vote. But generally speaking, we're just going to take like whatever character it is, and most of them have one character. Rama's going to be on that fucking list. I'll tell you that right now.
Rama?
Oh yeah, I wanted to
Absolutely,
clarify.
Rama's
Is
from
Donnie-
he's from Raid. Rama's going to be on that fucking list. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I'll go through it. I'll make a list. Probably tomorrow. I'll make a list, and I'll we'll talk about it.
And I'm guessing Poe will not be on the list.
Poe is not a martial artist. I'll tell you one thing. Only one character from the actions list is going to be on there, and that's going to be John Wick. John Wick will probably be there because John Wick is equally an action hero and a martial arts movie. So John Wick will be there, but that's probably it. I don't think anyone else is going to be on there. No, none of these other people. I mean, they all use some form of martial arts in some way, but they're not martial artists in martial arts movies.
I think you said what's his name from Lethal Weapon was a martial arts master.
Riggs.
What I remember.
He is, but he's not from a martial arts movie. He's from an action.
Fair enough.
Like he doesn't have He has in the entire series. He has one martial arts fight with one other martial artist, and that's the end of 4 where he fights Jet Li. But that's it.
Oh,
like,
you're good.
Other than that,
like
his
the
whole
basics,
series.
though.
What's up?
You're good.
From the movies, though, it almost
he cut off
looks
again.
like he's using just basic.
He cut off again. You have to fix your internet before next week, bro.
Hello.
You might want to type that up.
Yeah, just type out shit that you gotta. You could check out Necrostorm. I don't know what that is.
What's the current discussion? I just got here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you missed out on everything. So.
Yeah,
What
bro.
you mean by everything, nigga? I ain't missed out on nothing. I swear that on my soul.
Bro, you're coming in like the last 5 minutes of the fucking stream. But okay, so
literally.
so we got it set. Next week is gonna be martial artists. I'll write down the rest of the tier list possibilities, masterminds and horror monsters, and any other ideas I come up with, and we'll put it to a vote next week for the following one. But yeah, at the end of the month, I like Dan's idea. At the end of the month, we're going to choose between I'm not going to choose, but at the end of the month, it's going to choose between all horror shit. I want to end it off with a really cool horror one. So far, we got horror monster tier list, which I think is really cool. But who knows? We could do anything. Oh, dude, there's so many really great ones we could put on that list. So many.
My voice is in the
Oh,
stream.
I do have a question about the
Hold
horror
on,
monster tier list, though. Will the Jurassic Park dinosaurs be on there?
No.
No, it's not.
Fair
a
enough.
movie.
I don't.
That's not a movie.
I understand the question because I know a lot of people count them. They're dinosaurs. They're animals. They're not monsters. It's like the same reason why Cujo wouldn't be on there, because Cujo's a
Jaws.
dog. It's just an
Brewster
animal.
Jaws.
Right.
All a
With
dinosaur
rabies,
is
mind
an
you.
animal. So I don't consider them monsters. But
Or the anacondas.
So no Attack of the Killer Hippo.
No hippos, no
No.
alligators, no
Wait a second.
Hey, we can put killer clowns from outer
no
space
dogs,
on
no
that list,
cats,
though.
no spiders.
Of course you can put coward.
I feel like that we should only put in animals if there's something special about them, like they're
well, you can also
vampires,
do
cats.
alien invasions or aliens. Like that could be a totally
Ooh.
different tier
Oh
list.
wait, no, not just aliens, like
Very
just invasions in general.
No, because he brought up killer clowns, and I'm saying like killer clowns is an alien invasion. So you can actually have a whole tier list that's just aliens. So
Although,
you can put
by that logic, you would also put it on that alien list.
Right, that's what I was saying.
Oh,
This is
no.
kind of a primordial type alien thing, right?
Wait, hold on. Is it a monster or a person?
It is an alien, which is also a monster.
So Pennywise can go on that monster list, is what you were saying.
No, Pennywise would go on the alien list, is what I'm saying.
He's from another
Wait
dimension.
a minute. That means
He came here from another dimension.
That means we would have to exclude the xenomorphs and whatever somebody said from the Quiet Place. I forget what they're called right
If you're talking, well, if we're differentiating aliens from monsters, yes. If not, then no, you don't have to.
Okay, these are things we can hash out some other time.
I mean,
on my list.
Well, it's good. I mean, it's good to hash out a little bit, you know.
I was gonna ask something actually.
Yeah, we should,
What's up?
I was wondering. So, I assume does this stream contain all of our voices, or like no?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh no!
They can hear you right now. Yeah. Everyone,
Did you really think this would just be Rouga talking
Yeah.
to a void?
Did you like? You think there's like how many
I
people?
didn't know there was a stream going on.
Dude, I told you that. I told you that.
Okay, well,
there's currently 25 people.
There's 26. To be fair, I did say that I was going to make an announcement that the general was going to be a stream for the next couple of hours, and I totally forgot to make that announcement. So, you're not the first. You're actually like the second or third person to step in.
I still should have known that. I'll be honest.
Not knowing
But
it's a stream. I've been advertising it all
Nobody's
week.
gonna find this. Nobody I know in real life is gonna ever find this, so I'm probably good.
I mean,
not if you say that.
I mean, would like I don't. Do you have like a girlfriend that's gonna beat the shit out of you if she finds out that you're streaming? I don't understand why that's a problem.
Anyways,
are you
to
okay?
talk about something else?
Did you leave me at the theater just to be at some live streaming on YouTube?
You're not far
The
off.
fact that we could hear. Oh dang.
Can I just say? Can I just say?
Hear you with that.
Can I just say that every time someone like pretends to be ignorant, they use the Southern voice, and I feel like I should be offended at that.
Yeah,
Honestly,
just
you
a little
probably
bit.
should be offended.
I'm not,
just
but I feel like
a
I should be offended by that. But
Okay. I think you should.
Oh, what was I about to say? Something about the masterminds.
Goddamn,
I mean,
martial artists like dominated that one. That dominated that poll.
Yeah, 100%.
I got
Okay.
I think we would.
on my tier list in the future.
Ruga,
What's up?
with what you were saying about the villains, with the masterminds thing, I think we would have to kind of broaden that a little bit.
That's future shit. Like right now
Yeah, I know it's
we know that
future.
next week is going to be martial artists, so we'll worry about martial
Right.
arts for 1 week at a time, bro.
Okay, you're good.
We'll take care of
You're good.
one week at a time. But oh, and somebody keeps saying, a couple of people actually have said Lovecraft monsters should be a tier list. I'm not going to do a tier list on one universe because if you don't know the universe, why even watch the stream? Like, you don't have to know every single one of these action movies that we did this time. You just need to know, you just need to heard of some of them, and it's fine. You don't like, but with all, like,
The fact that
I don't
someone said
even
that
I
they
don't
didn't
even
have
read
these.
I don't even read H.P. Lovecraft's stories, so it's like I can't even really do anything with that, and I think most people on
Right.
stream won't be able to do anything with that. Half the people that we talk about, or half the cosmic entities that we talk about, no one's gonna even have heard of other than the big ones like Cthulhu and Neanda, whatever Athop that I can't pronounce, and Azathoth. Like, there's only a couple that most people would even know. So
I mean,
yeah,
I can help you out with the obscure ones, but no, to
No,
your
I
point,
wouldn't make
you're
a whole
right.
tier list on that.
There are very few people who have the level of knowledge that I would actually be able to give.
Yeah.
What you read?
But yeah, so next
I'm
week,
gay.
like I said, we're gonna make a list of a future tier list that we could do. Also, we would like these streams to not always be tier lists. Like this was fun. This was like a
Right.
quick idea that we had, but we'll do one next week and we'll do some. But we're gonna expand a bit. We're gonna try and do more stuff, and we really need to learn from our mistakes. This one, particular, the guy I forgot who it was who's fucked up mic or fucked up internet that keeps cutting
Me.
out. You need to get that shit fixed yesterday, like
Gizmo.
before the next stream. And anybody,
Hey, sorry.
go ahead.
Well,
You go.
it happens at random times.
Okay, so I'm about to leave, but I do have one tournament that not tournament, one tier list that I would want to suggest because I believe that it would kind of be a really, really good
Okay,
one.
well, we already have the tournament of the martial arts tournament for next week. If you want to suggest it,
Well,
put it in the suggestion box. Tell me about it later. We already have it for next week. It's the martial arts tournament. Everyone voted on it.
I know.
And
Okay.
going forward, guys, do not say that you're about to leave. Just leave the call. If you really
Sorry.
have to inform someone, just write it in the chat here. But don't disrupt the entire flow of conversation just to say that I'm leaving.
Actually, you know what? This is actually a really good question that I should probably ask the chat. I feel like I should have asked it when there's more people. Maybe I'll ask next week too. But for the chat, Do you guys think that we should put this in a private Discord call for the future, or are y'all cool with the chaos of having random people come in and fuck up the conversations? I feel like this is a.
I really think it should be a private call. Otherwise,
well, I didn't know who was going to be. Well, I didn't know. The reason why we did it not a private call this time is because one, we didn't know how many people were actually going to be able to show up, because we had people who were actually set to show up, and like half of them messaged me saying, "Oh, I'm not going to be able to make it that night, or I won't be able to stay the whole night." So we were going to have like 5 or 6 people ended up turning into like 4 people, and then like Alden left, so then it would have been 3 people, and then it would have kept decreasing until it was just me and fucking Dan in a room. And it was like, okay, we just opened it up to the general to see, and then like we had like fucking 13 people jump in. It's like, oh shit. So it looks like chaos. I don't know if this is trolls or if they just genuinely love chaos. We might just do chaos, because I don't really think it's that bad. We just need to be a little more strict when people jump in. That's all.
Well, yeah. I was gonna say, Rouga, going forward, I can make this an event, and we can do the whole stage thing where that way you won't get spoken over.
Yeah, we basically, unlike this time where we're kind of being pretty lenient and letting people talk. Next time we need to be very, very clear. When people jump in, like, okay, this is a stream, we'll put an announcement out. If you come in the stream, we have a particular purpose. You're not here to ask me about fucking who would survive challenge suggestions. That is not the purpose of the stream. We're here to entertain people. And, all this other stuff. We're not going to go in this whole circular logic. There are certain people who we know now not the best for the stream, because they just, like, they won't... I don't know. It's just they don't work out very well. They're a little awkward or whatever, which is fine. Like it's cool, but it just doesn't. It's just not the best for the stream. But
and I mean that was gonna happen. Like you have a server here with what 300 people?
Over 800. Yeah. There's over 800 people in the stream.
There's definitely some people who are gonna be socially awkward there.
I forgot the exact number. It might be almost 900 at this point. Yeah. But that also reminds me, for anybody who is currently watching. On the stream, you can join the Discord. It's open to anybody. You just click the link at the top. You come in. You could join it. I'm in there daily, so you could talk to me if you want. If you want to be part of future streams, that's cool. I'm pretty open about this shit. I'm like, yeah. So that's also there. Anyway, is there anything else that anybody wants to say before we end the stream? Should I take that as a no?
I missed like the whole entire thing, man. Like
you did, yeah. I don't know what the fuck. Why you think that the stream was gonna start at 12:30 at night? Like, what did you think? What did you think was gonna happen?
He had his milk.
So what had happened was.
What happened is he forgot to set his alarm.
Apparently.
No, that's not what happened, man. But like, all right then, sure.
Better put on that nightlight.
So if we're being honest, he did tell me that he wasn't going to be in the stream. And I
wasn't planning on it.
So
I wasn't planning on it. I didn't even know what was going on.
Fault.
It's fine.
I feel like everybody did something that contributed to me downfalling. This is my fault, but yeah. Well, overall.
Well.
Anyways, this doesn't matter at all. Nobody cares. This doesn't matter to the grand scheme.
Well, we actually did better. Now we don't have more concurrent viewers than we did last time, because last time we got over 300. This time I think we went over like 50. But as far as total views go, we went way over. We got 851 total views last time. It was like 400, I think. We doubled it. So
what's the average watch time today?
14 minutes 52 seconds. I think last time it was like 7 minutes. So, but that's fair, because we're doing a lot longer this time than we did last time. So that makes sense that would be more. But yeah, so it's not too bad. We did okay. I think I'm not gonna get a lot of views once this is posted though, because the beginning of this stream was bad and not in a fun way.
It was so chaos.
And it wasn't not in a fun way. Like the last time it was in a fun way. This was not in a fun way. That Warframe debate thing, like that really shot me in the fucking foot.
What happened?
I was told by a guy that he wanted to debate me between Warframe and Doom because he didn't agree with some stuff that was in the video. When we started the stream, I was like, okay, I started like, okay, give me your arguments. He's like, oh, I didn't want to debate. Well, no, he starts off just telling me shit about Warframe that he wanted me to know. And I was like, yeah, but what is your argument? I don't need to learn about Warframe. Tell me what your argument is. Oh, he's like, oh, I don't have an argument. I'm like, we set up a whole fucking stream specifically so you can argue. You told me you had an argument. And he's like, no, I don't have one. And I was like, well, okay, then let's move on. And then later, and then he kept bringing up Warframe to try and teach me about Warframe, despite the fact that I told him, like, I wasn't here for you to teach me and educate me on Warframe. I don't give a shit about Warframe. I'm here to debate with you if that was something you wanted to do. And that became, like, the whole thing at the beginning of the stream. But, yeah, you missed it. But it's fine. It is what it is. We'll have to plan out better in the future. Anyway.
No, I 100% don't think people are going to watch the VOD, given that my girl hung out for 5 minutes and left because of the chaos.
It sucked, dude. The beginning of it sucked. I'm sorry that your girlfriend saw the beginning of that and was like, oh, man, this is a shitty stream. Oh, dude, that's going to suck. But, yeah.
I'm actually probably come back because she likes hearing my voice.
I'm actually kind of hoping
that I do actually speak a bit more than I thought I would.
I'm actually kind of hoping that I can go in later after this is posted and, like, cut off the first 5 minutes and just pretend that it started.
Honestly,
Because it gets way better.
You can grab it and edit it.
Okay, I'm probably going to do that because that opening sucked. Like, once the tier list started, it was fine. Anyway, we could talk about all this after the stream is done.
Very true.
So thank you everybody for coming out. This was great. We're gonna do this weekly. I can't wait to do the martial artist. I'm probably gonna do a post at some point midweek and maybe like post like what the roster is gonna be of the tier list. And I'm also probably going to have a video out Tuesday. I'm probably not gonna get one out Monday. I'll have a new video out Tuesday morning, 8 o'clock probably. So thank you guys, and I guess I should do some kind of outro, right?
Do you have an outro?
No. I have an outro on my normal videos.
Minecraft outro.
So do your outro.
I forgot what my outro is. What's my outro?
What do you forget what your outro is, bro?
I normally have an outro because it's fucking 1 o'clock in the morning. It's fucking midnight. No, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
What? Be safe, y'all. You hear? You're
why.
gonna say that at the end?
Yeah. What do I normally say? It's really great. It's amazing. But I forgot what it was. Just to, like remember what I say.
Be safe, y'all. You hear?
I don't know. Remember. Hold up. It was something about. Oh God, dude, I'm having such a brain fart right now. Yeah, whatever. Bye. Fuck, this is terrible. I'm ending this shit.
Bye, guys.
Talk to you guys next week. I'll get it better next time. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Could have reused the like lost your left testicle thing, but okay.